Part 2, Chapter 5, Section 73 of the Life of Jesus Critically Examined by David Friedrich STRAUSS, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, History of the Public Life of Jesus. Chapter 5, The Disciples of Jesus. Section 73, The 12 Apostles. The men whose vocation we have been considering, namely, the sons of Jonas and Zebedee, with Philip and Matthew, Nathanael alone being excepted, form the half of that narrow circle of disciples which appears throughout the New Testament under the name of the 12 disciples or apostles. The fundamental idea of the New Testament writers concerning the 12 is that Jesus himself chose them. Mark chapter 3, verse 13 and following, Luke chapter 6, verse 13, John chapter 6, verse 70, and chapter 15, verse 16. Matthew does not give us the history of the choice of all the 12, but he tacitly presupposes it by introducing them as a college already instituted. Chapter 10, verse 1. Luke, on the contrary, narrates how, after a night spent out on the mountain in vigils and prayer, Jesus selected 12 from the more extensive circle of his adherents, and then descended with them to the plain to deliver what is called the Sermon on the Mount. Chapter 6, verse 12. Mark also tells us in the same connection that Jesus, when on a mountain, made a voluntary choice of 12 from the mass of his disciples. Chapter 3, verse 13. According to Luke, Jesus chose the 12 immediately before he delivered the Sermon on the Mount, and apparently with reference to it. But there is no discoverable motive which can explain this mode of associating the two events, for the discourse was not specially addressed to the apostles, neither had they any office to execute during its delivery. Mark's representation, with the exception of the vague tradition from which he sets out, that Jesus chose the 12, seems to have been wrought out of his own imagination, and furnishes no distinct notion of the occasion and manner of the choice. Matthew has adopted the best method in merely presupposing, without describing, the particular vocation of the apostles, and John pursues the same plan, beginning in chapter 6, verse 67, to speak of the 12, without any previous notice of their appointment. Strictly speaking, therefore, it is merely presupposed in the Gospels that Jesus himself fixed the number of the apostles. Is this presupposition correct? There certainly is little doubt that this number was fixed during the lifetime of Jesus, for not only does the author of the Acts represent the 12 as so compact a body immediately after the ascension of their Master, that they think it incumbent on them to fill up the breach made by the apostasy of Judas by the election of a new member. Chapter 1, verse 15 and following. But the apostle Paul also notices an appearance of the risen Jesus, specially to the 12. 1 Corinthians chapter 15, verse 5. Schleiermacher, however, doubts whether Jesus himself chose the 12, and he thinks it more probable that the peculiar relation ultimately borne to him by 12 from amongst his disciples gradually and spontaneously formed itself. We have, indeed, no warrant for supposing that the appointment of the 12 was a single solemn act. On the contrary, the Gospels explicitly narrate that 6 of them were called singly, or by pairs, and on separate occasions. But it is still a question whether the number 12 was not determined by Jesus, and whether he did not willingly abide by it as an expedient for checking the multiplication of his familiar companions. The number is the less likely to have been fortuitous, the more significant it is, and the more evident the inducements to its choice by Jesus. He himself, in promising the disciples, Matthew chapter 19, verse 28, that they shall sit on 12 thrones, judging the 12 tribes of Israel, gives their number a relation to that of the tribes of his people, and it was the opinion of the highest Christian antiquity that this relation determined his choice. If he and his disciples were primarily sent to the lost sheep of the house of Israel, Matthew chapter 10 verse 6, chapter 15 verse 24, it might seem appropriate that the number of the shepherds should correspond to that of the shepherdless tribes, Matthew chapter 9 verse 36. The destination of the 12 is only generally intimated in John chapter 15 verse 16. In Mark, on the contrary, it is particularly and without doubt accurately stated. He ordained 12, it is here said, that they should be with him, that is, that he might not be without companionship, aid, and attendance on his journeys, and accordingly we find them helpful to him in procuring lodgings, Luke chapter 9 verse 32, Matthew chapter 26 verse 17 and following, food, John chapter 4 verse 8, and other traveling requisites, Matthew chapter 21 verse 1 and following. But above all, they were in his society to become scribes well instructed unto the kingdom of heaven, Matthew chapter 13 verse 52. To this end, they had the opportunity of being present at most of the discourses of Jesus, Matthew chapter 13 verse 10 and following, verse 36 and following, of purifying their minds by his severe but friendly discipline, Matthew chapter 8 verse 26, chapter 16 verse 23, chapter 18 verse 1 and following, verse 21 and following, Luke chapter 9 verses 50 and 55 and following, John chapter 13 verse 12 and following, etc., and of elevating their souls by the contemplation of his example, John chapter 14 verse 19. Another motive of Jesus in choosing the 12 was, according to Mark, that he might send them forth to preach, that is, to preach the kingdom of heaven during his life, according to the immediate meaning of Mark. But the promulgation of his cause after his death must be supposed as an additional object on the part of Jesus. Mark proceeds to enumerate the powers of healing and of casting out devils, but on these points we cannot dilate until we reach a future stage of our inquiry. It was this latter destination that won for them the distinguished name of apostles, Matthew chapter 10 verse 2, Mark chapter 6 verse 30, Luke chapter 7 verse 13, etc. It has been doubted whether Jesus himself conferred this name on the 12, according to Luke chapter 6 verse 13, and it has been suggested that it was not given them until later, ex eventu. But that Jesus should have called them as his envoys cannot be improbable, if he really sent them on a journey to announce the approaching kingdom of the Messiah. We grant that it is possible to regard this journey as an event transposed from the period after the death of Jesus to his lifetime, in order that a sort of rehearsal of the subsequent mission of the apostles might pass under the eye of Jesus. But it is not improbable that Jesus, perhaps even before he had a full conviction of his own messiahship, sent out messengers to announce the Messiah's kingdom. We are not warranted to urge such a doubt. John knows nothing of this mission recorded by the synoptists. On the other hand, they are ignorant of a circumstance alleged by John, namely, that the disciples baptized during the life of Jesus. Chapter 4, verse 2. According to the synoptical evangelists, it was not until after the resurrection that Jesus gave his disciples authority to baptize. Matthew chapter 28, verse 19, and parallel passages. As, however, the rite of baptism was introduced by John, and we have reason to believe that Jesus, for a time, made that teacher his model, it is highly probable that he and his disciples also practiced baptism, and hence that the positive statement of the fourth gospel is correct. But the negative statement that Jesus himself baptized not, chapter 4, verse 2, has the appearance of an afterthought intended to correct the import of the previous passage, chapter 3, verse 22, chapter 4, verse 1, and is most probably to be accounted for by the tendency of the fourth gospel to exalt Jesus above the Baptist, and by a corresponding dread of making Jesus exercise the function of a mere forerunner. The question whether Jesus did not baptize at least the apostles afterwards occasioned much demur in the church. With the exception of the mission mentioned above, the Gospels speak of no important separation between Jesus and his 12 disciples, for there is nothing certain to be gathered from the resumption of their business after his death. John chapter 21, verse 2 and following. No one could detect in our Gospels any indications of a repeated interruption to the intercourse of Jesus with his disciples, but theologians whose harmonistic zeal wished to find room for a second and third vocation,
or expositors who, in their unwearied application to details, cast about for a means of subsistence for so many indigent men, and thought it necessary to suppose that they were occasionally provided for by a return to their secular labors.
As to the subsistence of Jesus and his disciples, we have sufficient sources for it in the hospitality of the East, which, among the Jews, was especially available to the rabbins.
In the companionship of rich women who ministered unto him of their substance.
Luke chapter 8, verse 2 and following. And finally, in the glossokomon, mentioned, it is true, only by the fourth evangelist, chapter 12, verse 6, chapter 13, verse 29, which was ample enough to furnish assistance to the poor, as well as to supply the wants of the society, and in which, it is probable, presents from wealthy friends of Jesus were deposited. They who do not hold these means adequate without the labor of the disciples, or who think on more general grounds that the total renunciation of their secular employment on the part of the 12 is improbable, must not try to force their opinion on the evangelists, who, by the stress which they lay on the expression of the apostles, "We have left all," Matthew chapter 19, verse 27 and following, plainly intimate the opposite view. We gather, as to the rank of the 12 disciples of Jesus, that they all belonged to the lower class. 4, or perhaps more, John chapter 21, verse 2, were fishermen, 1 a publican, and for the others it is probable from the degree of cultivation they evince, that the preference always expressed by Jesus for the poor and the little ones, Matthew chapter 5, verse 3, chapter 11, verses 5 and 25, that they were of a similar grade. End of section 73.
Part 2, Chapter 5, Section 74 of The Life of Jesus Critically Examined by David Friedrich STRAUSS, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, History of the Public Life of Jesus. Chapter 5, The Disciples of Jesus. Section 74, The 12 considered individually, the 3 or 4 most confidential disciples of Jesus. We have in the New Testament 4 catalogues of the apostles, 1 in each of the synoptical Gospels and 1 in the Acts. Matthew chapter 10 verses 2 through 4, Mark chapter 3 verses 6 through 10, Luke chapter 6 verses 14 through 16, Acts chapter 1 verse 13. Each of these 4 lists may be divided into 3 quaternions. In each corresponding quaternion, the first member is the same, and in the last, the concluding member also, if we accept Acts chapter 1 verse 13, where he is absent.
but the intermediate members are differently arranged, and in the concluding quaternions there is a difference of names or of persons. At the head of the first quaternion in all the catalogues, and in Matthew with the prefix protos, the first, stands Simon Peter, the son of Jonas, Matthew chapter 16, verse 17. According to the fourth gospel of Bethsaida, chapter 1, verse 45. According to the synoptists, resident in Capernaum, Matthew chapter 8, verse 14, and parallel passages. We hear an echo of the old polemical dispute when Protestant expositors ascribe this position to mere chance, an assumption which is opposed by the fact that all four of the catalogues agree in giving the precedence to Peter, though they differ in other points of arrangement, or when those expositors allege, in explanation, that Peter was first called, which, according to the fourth gospel, was not the case. That this invariable priority is indicative of a certain preeminence of Peter among the 12 is evident from the part he plays elsewhere in the evangelical history. Ardent by nature, he is always beforehand with the rest of the apostles, whether in speech, Matthew chapter 15, verse 15, chapter 16, verses 16 and 22, chapter 17, verse 4, chapter 18, verse 21, chapter 26, verse 33, John chapter 6, verse 68, or in action, Matthew chapter 14, verse 28, chapter 26, verse 58, John chapter 28, verse 16. And if it is not seldom the case that the speech and action are faulty, and that his prompt courage quickly evaporates, as his denial shows, yet he is, according to the synoptical statement, the first who expresses a decided conviction of the messiahship of Jesus. Matthew chapter 16, verse 16, and parallel passages. It is true that of the eulogies and prerogatives bestowed on him on that occasion, that which is implied in his surname is the only one that remains particularly his, for the authority to bind and to loose, that is, to forbid and to permit, in the newly founded messianic kingdom, is soon after extended to all the apostles. Chapter 18, verse 18. Yet more decidedly does this preeminence of Peter among the original apostles appear in the Acts and in the epistles of Paul. Next to Peter, the catalogue of the first and third Gospels places his brother Andrew, and that of the second Gospel and the Acts, James, and after him John. The first and third evangelists are evidently guided by the propriety of uniting the couples of brethren, Mark and the author of the Acts, by that of preferring the two apostles next in distinction to Peter to the less conspicuous Andrew, whom they accordingly put last in the quaternion. We have already considered the manner in which these four apostles are signalized in the Christian legend by a special history of their vocation. They appear together in other passages of Mark, first, chapter 1, verse 29, where Jesus, in company with the sons of Zebedee, enters the house of Simon and Andrew. As, however, the other evangelists only mention Peter on this occasion, Mark may have added the other names inferentially, concluding that the four fishermen, so recently called, would not be apart from Jesus, and that Andrew had a share in his brother's house, a thing in itself probable. Again, Mark chapter 13, verse 3, our four apostles concur in asking Jesus privately concerning the time of the destruction of the temple and of his second advent. But the parallel passages in the other Gospels do not thus particularize any of the disciples. Matthew says, the disciples came to him privately, chapter 24, verse 3. Hence, it is probable that Mark's limitation is an erroneous one. Possibly the words kat idion, being used in the document to which he referred to denote the separation of the 12 from the multitude,
appeared to him from association, an introductory form, of which there are other examples. Matthew chapter 17 verse 1, Mark chapter 9 verse 2. To a private conference of Jesus with Peter, James, and John, to whom he might add Andrew on account of the fraternity. Luke, on the other hand, in his account of the miraculous draught of fishes, and the vocation of the fishermen, chapter 5 verse 10, omits Andrew, though he is included in the corresponding narratives, probably because he does not elsewhere appear as one of the select apostles. For except on the occasions already noticed, he is only mentioned by John, chapter 6 verse 9, chapter 12 verse 22, and that in no very important connection. The two sons of Zebedee are the only disciples whose distinction rivals that of Peter. Like him, they evince an ardent and somewhat rash zeal. Luke chapter 9 verse 54, once John is named alone. Mark chapter 9 verse 38, Luke chapter 9 verse 49. And it was to this disposition, apparently, that they owed the surname Sons of Thunder. Mark chapter 3 verse 17, conferred on them by Jesus. So high did they stand among the 12, that either they, Mark chapter 11 verse 35 and following, or their mother for them, Matthew chapter 20 verse 20 and following, thought they might claim the first place in the Messiah's kingdom. It is worthy of notice that not only in the four catalogues, but elsewhere when the two brothers are named, as in Matthew chapter 4 verse 21, chapter 17 verse 1, Mark chapter 1 verses 19 and 29, chapter 5 verse 37, chapter 9 verse 2, chapter 10 verse 35, chapter 13 verse 3, chapter 14 verse 33, Luke chapter 5 verse 10, and chapter 9 verse 54, with the exception of Luke chapter 8 verse 51 and chapter 9 verse 28, James is always mentioned first, and John is appended to him as his brother. This is surprising, because while we know nothing remarkable of James, John is memorable as the favorite disciple of Jesus. Hence it is supposed that this precedence cannot possibly denote a superiority of James to John, and an explanation has been sought in his seniority. Nevertheless, it remains a doubt whether so constant a precedence does not intimate a preeminence on the part of James. At least, if, in the apprehension of the synoptists, John had been as decidedly preferred as he is represented to have been in the fourth gospel, we are inclined to think that they would have named him before his brother James, even allowing him to be the younger. This leads us to a difference between the first three evangelists and the fourth, which requires a closer examination. In the synoptical gospels, as we have observed, Peter, James, and John form the select circle of disciples whom Jesus admits to certain scenes, which the rest of the 12 were not spiritually mature enough to comprehend, as the transfiguration, the conflict in Gethsemane, and, according to Mark, chapter 5 verse 37, the raising of the daughter of Jairus. After the death of Jesus also, as James, Peter, and John appear as the pillars of the church. Galatians chapter 2 verse 9. This James, however, is not the son of Zebedee, who had been early put to death. Acts chapter 12 verse 2. But James, the brother of the Lord. Galatians chapter 1 verse 19, who, even in the first apostolic council, appears to have possessed a predominant authority, and whom many hold to be the second James of the apostolic catalogue given in Acts chapter 1. It is observable from the beginning of the Acts that James, the son of Zebedee, is eclipsed by Peter and John. As then, this James the elder was not enough distinguished or even known in the primitive church for his early martyrdom to have drawn much luster on his name,
tradition had no inducement, from subsequent events, to reflect an unhistorical splendor on his relation to Jesus. There is, therefore, no reason to doubt the statement as to the prominent position held by James in conjunction with Peter and John among the 12 apostles. So much the more must it excite surprise to find, in the fourth gospel, the triumvirate almost converted into a monarchy. James, like another Lepidus, is wholly cast out, while Peter and John are in the position of Antony and Octavius, the latter having nearly stripped his rival of all pretensions to an equal rank with himself, to say nothing of a higher. James is not even named in the fourth gospel. Only in the appendix, chapter 21, verse 2, is there any mention of the sons of Zebedee. While several narratives of the vocations of different apostles are given, apparently including that of John himself, no James appears in them, neither is there any speech of his, as of many other apostles, throughout this gospel. Quite differently does the fourth evangelist treat Peter. He makes him one of the first who enter the society of Jesus, and gives him a prominent importance, not less often than the synoptists. He does not conceal that Jesus bestowed on him an honorable surname. Chapter 1, verse 42. He puts in his mouth, chapter 6, verse 68 and following, a confession which seems but a new version of the celebrated one in Matthew chapter 16, verse 16. According to him, Peter once throws himself into the sea that he may more quickly reach Jesus. Chapter 21, verse 7. At the Last Supper and in the Garden of Gethsemane, he makes Peter more active than even the synoptists represent him. Chapter 13, verse 6 and following, chapter 18, verse 10 and following. He accords him the honor of following Jesus into the high priest's palace. Chapter 18, verse 15, and of being one of the first to visit the grave of Jesus after the resurrection. Chapter 20, verse 3 and following. Nay, he even details a special conversation between the risen Jesus and Peter. Chapter 21, verse 15 and following. But these advantages of Peter are, in the fourth gospel, invalidated in a peculiar manner, and put into the shade in favor of John. The synoptists tell us that Peter and John were called to the apostleship in the same way, and the former somewhat before the latter. The fourth evangelist prefers associating Andrew with the nameless disciple who is taken for John, and makes Peter come to him through the instrumentality of his brother. He also admits the honorable interpretation of the surname Peter, and the panegyric on Peter's confession. But this he does in common with Mark and Luke, while the speeches and the action attributed in the fourth gospel to Peter during the Last Supper and in the garden are to be classed as only so many mistakes. The more we approach the catastrophe, the more marked is the subordination of Peter to John. At the Last Supper, indeed, Peter is particularly anxious for the discovery of the traitor. He cannot, however, apply immediately to Jesus, chapter 13, verse 23 and following, but is obliged to make John, who was leaning on Jesus' bosom, his medium of communication. While, according to the synoptists, Peter alone followed Jesus into the palace of the high priest, according to the fourth evangelist, John accompanied him, and under such circumstances that without him Peter could not have entered, John, as one known to the high priest, having to obtain admission for him. Chapter 18, verse 15 and following. In the synoptical Gospels, not one of the disciples is bold enough to venture to the cross, but in the fourth, John is placed under it, and is there established in a new relation to the mother of his dying master, a relation of which we elsewhere find no trace. Chapter 19, verse 26 and following. On the appearance of the risen Jesus at the Galilean Sea, chapter 21,
Peter, as the theroteros, casts himself into the sea, but it is not until after John, as the diorratikoteros, has recognized the Lord in the person standing on the shore. In the ensuing conversation, Peter is indeed honored with the commission, "Feed my sheep." But this honor is overshadowed by the dubitative question, "Lovest thou me?" And while the prospect of martyrdom is held up to him, John is promised the distinction of tarrying till Jesus came again, an advantage which Peter is warned not to envy. Lastly, while, according to Luke chapter 24, verse 12, Peter, first among the apostles, and alone, comes to the vacant grave of his risen master, the fourth gospel, chapter 20, verse 3, gives him a companion in John, who outruns Peter and arrives first at the grave. Peter goes into the grave before John, it is true, but it is the latter in whose honor it is recorded that he saw and believed, almost in contradiction to the statement of Luke, that Peter went home wondering in himself at that which was come to pass. Thus, in the fourth gospel, John, both literally and figuratively, outruns Peter, for the entire impression which the attentive reader must receive from the representation there given of the relative position of Peter and John is that the writer wished a comparison to be drawn in favor of the latter. But John is moreover especially distinguished in the gospel which bears his name by the constant epithet, "the beloved disciple, the disciple whom Jesus loved." Chapter 13, verse 23, chapter 19, verse 26, chapter 20, verse 2, chapter 21, verses 7 and 20. It is true that we have no absolute proof from the contents of the fourth gospel, whether intrinsically or comparatively considered, that by the above formula, or the more indeterminate one, the other, or another disciple, chapter 10, verse 15 and following, chapter 20, verses 3, 4, and 8, which, as it appears from chapter 20, verse 2 and following, as its equivalent, we are to understand the Apostle John. For neither is the designation in question anywhere used interchangeably with the name of the Apostle, nor is there anything narrated in the fourth gospel of the favorite disciple, which in the three first is ascribed to John. Because in chapter 21, verse 2, the sons of Zebedee are named among the assistants, it does not follow that the disciple mentioned in verse 7 as the one whom Jesus loved must be John. James, or one of the two other disciples mentioned in verse 2, might be meant. Nevertheless, it is the immemorial tradition of the church that the disciple whom Jesus loved was John. Nor are all reasons for such a belief extinct even to us. For in the Greek circle from which the fourth gospel sprang, there could scarcely be among the apostles, whom it leaves unnamed, one so well known as to be recognized under that description, unless it were John, whose residence at Ephesus is hardly to be rejected as a mere fable. It may appear more doubtful whether the author intended by this title to designate himself, and thus to announce himself as the Apostle John. The conclusion of the 21st chapter, verse 24, does certainly make the favorite disciple the testifier and writer of the preceding history, but we may assume it is granted that this passage is an addition by a strange hand. When, however, in the genuine text of the Gospel, chapter 19, verse 35, the writer says of the effect produced by the piercing of the side of Jesus that he saw bear record, no other than the favorite disciple can be intended, because he alone among all the disciples, the only parties eligible as witnesses in the case, is supposed to be present at the cross. The probability that the author here speaks of himself is not at all affected by his use of the third person, but the preterite annexed to it
may well excite a doubt whether an appeal be not here made to the testimony of John, as one distinct from the writer. This mode of expression, however, may be explained also in accordance with the other supposition, which is supported by the circumstance that the author, in chapter 1 verses 14 and 16, seems to announce himself as the eyewitness of the history he narrates. Was that author, then, really the Apostle John, as he apparently wishes us to surmise? This is another question on which we can only pronounce when we shall have completed our investigation. We will merely allude to the difficulty of supposing that the Apostle John could give so unhistorical a sketch of the Baptist as that in the fourth Gospel. But, we ask, is it at all probable that the real John would so unbecomingly neglect the well-founded claims of his brother James to a special notice? And is not such an omission rather indicative of a late Hellenistic author, who scarcely had heard the name of the brother so early martyred? The designation, the disciple whom Jesus loved, which in chapter 21 verse 20 has the prolix addition, who also leaned on his breast at supper and said, Lord, which is he that betrayeth thee? Is not to be considered as an offense against modesty. It is certainly far too labored and embellished for one who, without any ulterior view, wishes to indicate himself, for such an one would, at least sometimes, have simply employed his name. But a venerator of John, issuing perhaps from one of his schools, might very naturally be induced to designate the revered apostle, under whose name he wished to write, in this half-honorable, half-mysterious manner. End of section 74. Part 2, Chapter 5, Section 75 of the Life of Jesus Critically Examined by David Friedrich STRAUSS, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, History of the Public Life of Jesus. Chapter 5, The Disciples of Jesus. Section 75, The Rest of the 12 and the 70 Disciples. The second quaternion in all the four catalogues begins with Philip. The three first Gospels know nothing more of him than his name. The fourth alone gives his birthplace, Bethsaida, and narrates his vocation, chapter 1, verse 44 and following. In this Gospel he is more than once an interlocutor, but his observations are founded on mistakes, chapter 6, verse 7, chapter 14, verse 8. And he perhaps appears with most dignity when the Hellenists, who wish to see Jesus, apply immediately to him. Chapter 12, verse 21. The next in the evangelical lists is Bartholomew, a name which is nowhere found out of the catalogues. In the synoptical Gospels, Bartholomew is coupled with Philip. In the history of the vocations given by the fourth evangelist, chapter 1, verse 46, Nathanael appears in company with the latter, and, chapter 21, verse 2, is again presented in the society of the apostles. Nathanael, however, finds no place among the 12, unless he be identical with the one otherwise named by the synoptists. If so, it is thought that Bartholomew is the most easily adapted to such an alias, as the three first Gospels couple him with Philip, just as the fourth, which has no Bartholomew, does Nathanael, to which it may be added that Bar Talmachi is a mere patronymic, which must have been accompanied by a proper name, such as Nathanael. But we have no adequate ground for such an identification, since the juxtaposition of Bartholomew and Philip is shown to be accidental by our finding the former, Acts chapter 1, verse 13, as well as the latter, John chapter 21, verse 2, linked with different names, an absence of Bartholomew from the fourth gospel is not peculiar to him among the 12. Finally, second names as surnames were added to proper as well as to patronymic names, as Simon Peter, Joseph Caiaphas, John Mark, and the like, so that any other apostle not named by John might be equally well identified with Nathanael, and hence the supposed relation between the two appellations is altogether uncertain. In the catalogue given in the Acts, Philip is followed not by Bartholomew, but by Thomas, who in the list of the first gospel comes after Bartholomew, and that of the others after Matthew. Thomas, in Greek Didymos, appears in the fourth gospel on one occasion in the guise of mournful fidelity, chapter 11, verse 16, on another in the more noted one of incredulity, chapter 20, verse 24 and following, and once again in the appendix, chapter 21, verse 2. Matthew, the next in the series, is found nowhere else except in the history of his vocation. The third quaternion is uniformly opened by James the son of Alphaeus, of whom we have already spoken. After him comes in both Luke's lists Simon, whom he calls Zelotes, or the Zealot, but whom Matthew and Mark, in whose catalogues he is placed one degree lower, distinguish as the Canaanite, ho Canaanites. This surname seems to mark him as a former adherent of the Jewish sect of Zealots for religion, a party which, it is true, did not attain consistence until the latest period of the Jewish state, but which was already in the process of formation. In all the lists that retain the name of Judas Iscariot, he occupies the last place. But of him we must not speak until we enter on the history of the Passion. Luke, in his filling up of the remaining places of this quaternion, differs from the two other evangelists, and perhaps these also differ from each other. Luke has a second Judas, whom he styles the brother of James, Matthew Lebbaeus, and Mark Thaddeus. It is true that we now commonly read in Matthew Lebbaeus, whose surname was Thaddeus. But the vacillation in the early readings seems to betray these words to be a later addition intended to reconcile the first two evangelists, an attempt which others have made by pointing out a similarity of meaning between the two names, though such a similarity does not exist. But allowing validity to one or other of these harmonizing efforts, there yet remains a discrepancy between Matthew and Mark with their Lebbaeus Thaddeus, and Luke with his Judas, the brother of James. Schleiermacher justly disapproves the expedients, almost all of them constrained and unnatural, which have been resorted to for the sake of proving that here also we have but one person under two different names. He seeks to explain the divergency by supposing that during the lifetime of Jesus, one of the two men died or left the circle of the apostles, and the other took his place, so that one list gives the earlier, the other the later member. It is scarcely possible to admit that any one of our catalogues was drawn up during the life of Jesus, and after that period, no writer would think of including a member who had previously retired from the college of apostles. Those only would be enumerated who were intimately attached to Jesus. It is most reasonable to allow that there is a discrepancy between the lists, since it is easy to account for it by the probability that, while the number of the apostles, and the names of the most distinguished among them, were well known, varying traditions supplied the place of more positive data concerning the less conspicuous. Luke makes us acquainted with a circle of disciples, intermediate to the 12 and the mass of the partisans of Jesus. He tells us, chapter 10, verse 1 and following, that besides the 12, Jesus chose other 70 also, and sent them 2 and 2 before him into all the districts which he intended to visit on his last journey, that they might proclaim the approach of the kingdom of heaven. As the other evangelists have no allusion to this event, the most recent critics have not hesitated to make their silence on this head a reproach to them, particularly to the first evangelist, in his supposed character of apostle. But the disfavor towards Matthew on this score ought to be moderated by the consideration that neither in the other Gospels, nor in the Acts, nor in any apostolic epistle, is there any trace of the 70 disciples, who could scarcely have passed thus unnoticed, had their mission been as fruitful in consequences as it is commonly supposed. It is said, however, that the importance of this appointment lay in its significance, rather than its effects. As the number of the 12 apostles, by its relation to that of the tribes of Israel, shadowed forth the destination of Jesus for the Jewish people, so the 70, or as some authorities have it, the 72 disciples, were representatives of the 70 or 72 peoples, with as many different tongues, which, according to the Jewish and early Christian view, formed the sum of the earth's inhabitants, and hence they denoted the universal destination of Jesus and his kingdom. Moreover, 70 was a sacred number with the Jewish nation. Moses deputed 70 elders. Numbers chapter 11, verses 16 and 25. The Sanhedrin had 70 members. The Old Testament 70 translators. Had Jesus, then, under the pressing circumstances that mark his public career, nothing more important to do than to cast about for significant numbers, and to surround himself with inner and outer circles of disciples, regulated by these mystic measures? Or, rather, is not this constant preference for sacred numbers, this assiduous development of an idea to which the number of the apostles furnished the suggestion, wholly in the spirit of the primitive Christian legend? This, supposing it imbued with Jewish prepossessions, would infer that as Jesus had respect to the 12 tribes in fixing the number of his apostles, he would extend the parallel by appointing 70 subordinate disciples, corresponding to the 70 elders. Or, supposing the legend animated by the more universal sentiments of Paul, it could not escape the persuasion that to the symbol of the relation of his office to the Israelitish people, Jesus would annex another, significative of its destination for all the kindreds of the earth. However agreeable this class of 70 disciples may have always been to the church, as a series of niches for the reception of men who, without belonging to the 12, were yet of importance to her, as Mark, Luke, and Matthew, we are compelled to pronounce the decision of our most recent critic precipitate, and to admit that the Gospel of Luke, by its acceptance of such a narrative, destitute as it is of all historical confirmation, and of any other apparent source than dogmatical interests, is placed in disadvantageous comparison with that of Matthew. We gather, indeed, from Acts chapter 1, verse 21 and following, that Jesus had more than the 12 as his constant companions, but that these formed a body of exactly 70, or that that number was selected from them, does not seem adequately warranted. End of section 75. Part 2, Chapter 6, Section 76 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich STRAUSS, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, History of the Public Life of Jesus. Chapter 6, The Discourses of Jesus in the 3 First Gospels. Section 76, The Sermon on the Mount. In reviewing the public life of Jesus, we may separate from the events those discourses which were not merely incidental, but which stand independent and entire. This distinction, however, is not precise for many discourses, owing to the occurrences that suggested them may be classed as events, and many events, from the explanations annexed to them, seem to range themselves with the discourses. The discourses of Jesus given in the synoptical Gospels, and those attributed to him in the fourth, differ widely both in form and matter, having only a few isolated sentences in common. They must, therefore, be subjected to a separate examination. Again, there is a dissimilitude between the three first evangelists. Matthew affects long discourses, and collects into one mass a number of sayings, which in Luke are distributed among various places and occasions. Each of these two evangelists has also some discourses peculiar to himself. In Mark, the element of discourses exists in a very small proportion. Our purpose will, therefore, be best answered if we make Matthew's comprehensive discourses our starting point, ascertain all the corresponding ones in the other Gospels, inquire which amongst them has the best arrangement and representation of these discourses, and finally endeavor to form a judgment as to how far they really proceeded from the lips of Jesus. The first long discourse in Matthew is that known as the Sermon on the Mount, chapters 5 through 7. The evangelist, having recorded the return of Jesus after his baptism into Galilee and the calling of the fishermen, informs us that Jesus went through all Galilee, teaching and healing, that great multitudes followed him from all parts of Palestine, and that for their instruction he ascended a mountain and delivered the sermon in question. Chapter 4, verse 23 and following. We seek in vain for its parallel in Mark, but Luke, chapter 6, verses 20 through 49, gives a discourse which has the same introduction and conclusion, and presents in its whole tenor the most striking similarity with that of Matthew. Moreover, in both cases, Jesus, at the termination of his discourse, goes to Capernaum, and heals the centurion's servant. It is true that Luke gives a later insertion to the discourse, for previous to it he narrates many journeyings and cures of Jesus, which Matthew places after it. And while the latter represents Jesus as ascending a mountain and being seated there during delivery of his discourse, Luke says, almost in contradiction to him, that Jesus came down and stood in the plain. Further, the sermon in Luke contains but a fourth part of that in Matthew, while it has some elements peculiarly its own. To avoid the unpleasant admission that one of two inspired evangelists must be in error, which is inevitable if in relation to the same discourse one of them makes Jesus deliver it on the mountain, the other in the plain, the one sitting, the other standing, the one earlier, the other later, if either the one has made important omissions, or the other as important additions, the ancient harmonists pronounced these discourses to be distinct, on the plea that Jesus must frequently have treated of the essential points of his doctrine, and may therefore have repeated word for word certain impressive enunciations. This may be positively denied with respect to long discourses, and even concise maxims will always be reproduced in a new guise and connection by a gifted and inventive teacher. To say the least, it is impossible that any but a very barren mind should repeat the same formal exordium, and the same concluding illustration, on separate occasions. The identity of the discourses being established, the first effort was to conciliate or to explain the divergencies between the two accounts, so as to leave their credibility unimpeached. In reference to the different designation of the locality, Paulus insists on the epi of Luke, which he interprets to imply that Jesus stood over the plain, and therefore on a hill. Tholuck more happily distinguishes the level space from the plain properly so called, and regards it as a less abrupt part of the mountain. But as one evangelist makes Jesus ascend the mountain to deliver his discourse, while the other makes him descend for the same purpose, these conciliators ought to admit with Olshausen that if Jesus taught in the plain, according to Luke, Matthew has overlooked the descent that preceded the discourse. Or if, as Matthew says, Jesus taught seated on the mountain, Luke has forgotten to mention that after he had descended, the pressure of the crowd induced him to reascend before he commenced his harangue. And without doubt, each was ignorant of what he omits, but each knew that tradition associated this discourse with a sojourn of Jesus on a mountain. Matthew thought the mountain a convenient elevation for one addressing a multitude. Luke, on the contrary, imagined a descent necessary for the purpose. Hence the double discrepancy, for he who teaches from a mountain is sufficiently elevated over his hearers to sit, but he who teaches in a plain will naturally stand. The chronological divergencies, as well as the local, must be admitted if we would abstain from fruitless efforts at conciliation. The difference as to the length and contents of the discourse is susceptible of three explanations. Either the concise record of Luke is a mere extract from the entire discourse which Matthew gives without abridgment, or Matthew has incorporated many sayings belonging properly to other occasions. Or lastly, both these causes of variety have concurred. He who, with Tholuck, wishes to preserve intact the fides divina, or with Paulus the fides humana, of the Evangelists, will prefer the first supposition, because to withhold the true is more innocent than to add the false. The above theologians hold that the train of thought in the Sermon on the Mount, as given by Matthew, is closely consecutive, and that this is a proof of its original unity. But any compiler not totally devoid of ability can give a tolerable appearance of connectedness to sayings which did not originally belong to each other, and even these commentators are obliged to admit that the alleged consecutiveness extends over no more than half the sermon, for from chapter 6 verse 19 it is a string of more or less isolated sentences, some of them very unlikely to have been uttered on the occasion. More recent criticism has therefore decided that the shorter account of Luke presents the discourse of Jesus in its original form, and that Matthew has taken the license of incorporating with this much that was uttered by Jesus at various times, so as to retain the general sketch, the exordium, peroration, and essential train of thought, while between these compartments he inserted many sayings more or less analogous borrowed from elsewhere. This view is especially supported by the fact that many of the sentences, which in Matthew make part of the Sermon on the Mount, are in Mark and Luke dispersed through a variety of scenes. Compelled to grant this, yet earnestly solicitous to avert from the evangelist an imputation that might invalidate his claim to be considered an eyewitness, other theologians maintain that Matthew did not compile the discourse under the idea that it was actually spoken on a single occasion, but with the clearest knowledge that such was not the case. It is with justice remarked in opposition to this, that when Matthew represents Jesus as ascending the mountain before he begins his discourse, and descending after its close, he obviously makes these two incidents the limits of a single address, and that when he speaks of the impression which the discourse produced on the multitude, whose presence he states as the inducement to its delivery,
he could not but intend to convey the idea of a continuous harangue. As to Luke's edition of the sermon, there are parts in which the interrupted connection betrays deficiencies, and there are additions which do not look genuine. It is also doubtful whether he assigns a more appropriate connection to the passages in the position of which he differs from Matthew, and hence, as we shall soon see more fully, he has in this instance no advantage over his predecessor. The assemblage to whom the Sermon on the Mount was addressed might, from Luke's account, be supposed a narrow circle, for he states that the choice of the apostles immediately preceded the discourse, and at its commencement Jesus lifted up his eyes on his disciples, and he does not, like Matthew, note the multitude as part of the audience. On the other hand, Matthew also mentions that before the sermon, the disciples gathered round Jesus and were taught by him. But Luke represents the discourse as being delivered in the audience of the people. Chapter 7, verse 1. It is therefore evident that Jesus spoke to the crowd in general, but with a particular view to the edification of his disciples. We have no reason to doubt that a real harangue of Jesus, more than ordinarily solemn and public, was the foundation of the evangelical accounts before us. Let us now proceed to an examination of particulars. In both editions, the Sermon on the Mount is opened by a series of beatitudes. In Luke, however, not only are several wanting, which we find in Matthew, but most of those common to both are, in the former, taken in another sense than in the latter. The poor are not specified as in Matthew by the addition in spirit. They are therefore not those who have a deep consciousness of inward poverty and misery, but the literally poor. Neither is the hunger of the hungering referred to righteousness. It is therefore not spiritual hunger, but bodily. Moreover, the adverb now definitely marks out those who hunger and those who weep, the paiontes and kleiontes. Thus, in Luke, the antithesis is not, as in Matthew, between the present sorrows of pious souls whose pure desires are yet unsatisfied, and their satisfaction about to come, but between present suffering and future well-being in general. This mode of contrasting the aion autos and the aion melon, the present age and the future, is elsewhere observable in Luke, especially in the parable of the rich man. And without here inquiring which of the two representations is probably the original, I shall merely remark that this of Luke is conceived entirely in the spirit of the Ebionites, a spirit which has of late been supposed discernible in Matthew. It is a capital principle with the Ebionites, as they are depicted in the Clementine homilies, that he who has his portion in the present age will be destitute in the age to come, while he who renounces earthly possessions thereby accumulates heavenly treasures. The last beatitude relates to those who are persecuted for the sake of Jesus. Luke, in the parallel passage, has, "for the Son of Man's sake." Hence the words, "for my sake," in Matthew, must be understood to refer to Jesus solely in his character of Messiah. The Beatitudes are followed in Luke by as many woes, which are wanting in Matthew. In these, the opposition established by the Ebionites between this world and the other is yet more strongly marked. For woe is denounced on the rich, the full, and the joyous, simply as such, and they are threatened with the evils corresponding to their present advantages, under the new order of things to be introduced by the Messiah, a view that reminds us of the Epistle of James, chapter 5, verse 1 and following. The the last woe is somewhat stiffly formed after the model of the last beatitude, for it is evidently for the sake of the contrast to the true prophets, so much calumniated, that the false prophets are said, without any historical foundation, to have been spoken well of by all men. We may therefore conjecture with Schleiermacher that we are indebted for these maledictions to the inventive fertility of the author of the third gospel. He added this supplement to the Beatitudes, less because, as Schleiermacher supposes, he perceived a chasm which he knew not how to fill, than because he judged it consistent with the character of the Messiah, that, like Moses of old, he should couple curses with blessings. The Sermon on the Mount is regarded as the counterpart of the law delivered on Mount Sinai, but the introduction, especially in Luke, reminds us more of a passage in Deuteronomy, in which Moses commands that on the entrance of the Israelitish people into the promised land, one half of them shall take their stand on Mount Gerizim, and pronounce a manifold blessing on the observers of the law, the other half on Mount Ebal, whence they were to fulminate as manifold a curse on its transgressors. We read in Joshua chapter 8, verse 33 and following, that this injunction was fulfilled. With the Beatitudes, Matthew suitably connects the representation of the disciples as the salt of the earth and the light of the world. Chapter 5, verse 13 and following. In Luke, the discourse on the salt is a rather different opening, introduced in another place, chapter 14, verse 34 and following, where Jesus admonishes his hearers to ponder the sacrifices that must be made by those who would follow him, and rather to abstain from the profession of discipleship than to maintain it dishonorably, and to this succeeds aptly enough the comparison of such degenerate disciples to salt that has lost its savor. Thus, the dictum accords with either context, and from its aphoristical conciseness would be likely to recur, so that it may have been really spoken in both discourses. On the contrary, it cannot have been spoken in the sequence in which it is placed by Mark, chapter 9, verse 50, for the idea that everyone shall be salted with fire, an allusion to hell, has no internal connection with the comparison of the true disciples of Jesus to salt, denoting their superiority. The connection is merely external, resulting from the verbal affinity of halizain and halas. It is the connection of the dictionary. The altered sequel which Mark gives to the apothegm, "Have salt in yourselves, and be at peace with one another," might certainly be united to it without incongruity, but it would accord equally well with quite a different train of thought. The apothegm on the light which is not to be hidden, as the salt is not to be without savour, is also wanting in the Sermon on the Mount as given by Luke, who, however, omitting the special application to the disciples, has substantially the same doctrine in two different places. We find it first, chapter 8, verse 16, immediately after the interpretation of the parable of the sower, where it also occurs in Mark chapter 4, verse 21. It must be admitted that there is no incoherence in associating the shining of the light with the fructification of the seed. Still, a judicious teacher will pause on the interpretation of a parable, and will not disturb its effect by a hasty transition to new images. At any rate, there is no intrinsic connection between the shining of the inward light and the declaration appended to it by Luke, that all secrets shall be made manifest. We have here a case which is of frequent recurrence with this evangelist, that, namely, of a variety of isolated sayings being thrown confusedly together between two independent discourses or narratives. Thus,
between the parable of the sower and the narrative of the visit paid to Jesus by his mother and brethren, the apothegm on the light is inserted on account of its internal analogy with the parable. Then, because in this apothegm there occurs the opposition between concealment and manifestation, it suggested to the writer the otherwise heterogeneous discourse on the revelation of all secrets, whereupon is added, quite irreverently to the context, but with some relation to the parable, the declaration, "Whosoever hath, to him shall be given." In the second passage on the manifestation of the light, chapter 11, verse 33, the subject has absolutely no connection, unless we interpolate one, with that of the context, which turns on the condemnation of the contemporaries of Jesus by the Ninevites. The fact is that here again, between the discourses against the demand for signs and those at the Pharisees' dinner, we have a chasm filled up with disjointed fragments of harangues. At chapter 5, verse 17 and following, follows the transition to the main subject of the sermon, the assurance of Jesus that he came not to destroy the law and the prophets, but to fulfill, etc. Now, as Jesus herein plainly presupposes that he is himself the Messiah, to whom was ascribed authority to abolish a part of the law, this declaration cannot properly belong to a period in which, if Matthew chapter 16, verse 13 and following be rightly placed, he had not yet declared himself to be the Messiah. Luke chapter 16, verse 17 inserts this declaration together with the apparently contradictory one, that the law and the prophets were in force until the coming of John. These are two propositions that we cannot suppose to have been uttered consecutively, and the secret of their conjunction in Luke's gospel lies in the word law, which happens to occur in both. It is to be observed that between the parable of the steward and that of the rich man, we have another of those pauses in which Luke is fond of introducing his fragments. So little, it appears from verse 20, is it the design of Jesus to inculcate a disregard of the Mosaic law, that he requires a far stricter observance of its precepts than the scribes and Pharisees, and he makes the latter appear in contrast to himself as the underminers of the law. Then follows a series of Mosaic commandments on which Jesus comments so as to show that he penetrates into the spirit of the law, instead of cleaving to the mere letter, and especially discerns the worthlessness of the rabbinical glosses. Verse 48. This section, in the order and completeness in which we find it in Matthew, is wanting in Luke's Sermon on the Mount, a decisive proof that the latter has deficiencies. For not only does this chapter contain a fundamental thought of the discourse as given by Matthew, but the desultory sayings which Luke gives concerning the love of enemies, mercifulness, and beneficence, only acquire a definite purpose and point of union in the contrast between the spiritual interpretation of the law given by Jesus and the carnal one given by the doctors of the time. The words, too, with which Luke makes Jesus proceed after the last woe, "But I say unto you," and those at verse 39, "And he spake a parable unto them," have been correctly pointed out as indicative of chasms. As regards the isolated parallel passages, the admonition to a quick reconciliation with an adversary, verse 25 and following, is, to say the least, not so easily brought into connection with the foregoing matter in Luke, chapter 12, verse 58, as in Matthew. It is still worse with the passage in Luke, which is parallel with Matthew chapter 5, verse 32. This text, relative to divorce, which in Matthew is linked in the general chain of ideas, is in Luke chapter 16, verse 18, thrust into one of the apertures we have noticed, between the assurance of the perpetuity of the law and the parable of the rich man. Olshausen tries to find a thread of connection between the passage and the one preceding it by interpreting adultery allegorically as faithlessness to the divine law, and Schleiermacher attaches it to the succeeding parable by referring it to the adulterous Herod. But such interpretations are altogether visionary. Probably tradition has apprised the evangelist that Jesus, after the foregoing declaration as to the perpetuity of the Mosaic law, had enunciated his severe principle on the subject of divorce, and hence he gave it this position, not knowing more of its original connection. In Matthew chapter 19, verse 9, we find a reiteration of this principle on an occasion very likely to call it forth. The exhortations to patience and submissiveness form, in Matthew, the spiritual interpretation of the old rule, an eye for an eye, etc., and are therefore a following out of the previous train of thought. In Luke chapter 6, verse 29, they are introduced with much less precision by the command concerning love to enemies, which command is also decidedly better given in Matthew as the rectification of the precept, "Thou shalt love thy neighbor and hate thine enemy," verse 43 and following. Again, the observation that to love friends is nothing more than bad men can do, is, in Matthew, made in order to controvert the traditional perversion of the Mosaic injunction to love one's neighbor into a permission to hate enemies. In Luke, the observation follows the rule, "Whatsoever ye would that men should do to you," etc., which in Matthew occurs farther on, chapter 7, verse 12, without any connection. On the whole, if the passage in Luke from chapter 6, verses 2 through 36, be compared with the corresponding one in Matthew, there will be found in the latter an orderly course of thought, in the former considerable confusion. The warnings against Pharisaic hypocrisy, chapter 6, verses 1 through 6, are without parallel in Luke, but he has one of the model prayer, which recent criticism has turned not a little to the disadvantage of Matthew. The ancient harmonists, it is true, had no hesitation in supposing that Jesus delivered this prayer twice, in the connection in which it is given by Matthew, as well as under the circumstances narrated by Luke. But if Jesus had already, in the Sermon on the Mount, given a model prayer, his disciples would scarcely have requested one afterwards, as if nothing of the kind had occurred, and it is still more improbable that Jesus would repeat the same formulary without any recollection that he had delivered it to these disciples long before. Hence, our most recent critics have decided that Luke alone has preserved the natural and true occasion on which this prayer was communicated, and that, like many other fragments, it was interpolated in Matthew's Sermon on the Mount by the writer. But the vaunted naturalness of Luke's representation, I, for one, cannot discover. Apart from the improbability, admitted even by the above critics, that the disciples of Jesus should have remained without any direction to pray until the last journey, in which Luke places the scene, it is anything but natural that Jesus should abstain from giving his disciples the exemplar which was in his mind until they sought for it, and that then he should forthwith fall into prayer. He had, doubtless, often prayed in their circle from the commencement of their intercourse, and if so, their request was superfluous, and must, as in John chapter 14, verse 9, have produced only an admonition to recollect what they had long seen and heard in his society. The account of Luke seems to have been framed on mere conjecture. It was known that the above prayer proceeded from Jesus, and the further question as to the motive for its communication, received the gratuitous answer. Without doubt, his disciples had asked him for such an exemplar. Without, therefore, maintaining that Matthew has preserved to us the connection in which this prayer was originally uttered by Jesus, we are not the less in doubt whether it has a more accurate position in Luke. With regard to the elements of the prayer, it is impossible to deny what Wettstein says, Tota hoec oratio ex formulis Hebreorum concinata est. But Fritzsche's observation is also just, that desires of so general a nature might be uttered in the prayers of various persons, even in similar phraseology, without any other cause than the broad uniformity of human feeling. We may add that the selection and allocation of the petitions in the prayer are entirely original, and bear the impress of that religious consciousness which Jesus possessed, and sought to impart to his followers. Matthew inserts after the conclusion of the prayer 2 propositions, which are properly the corollary of the third petition, but which seem ineptly placed, not only because they are severed by the concluding petition from the passage to which they have reference, but because they have no point of coincidence with the succeeding censures and admonitions which turn on the hypocrisy of the Pharisaic fasts. Mark, however, has still more unfelicitously appended these propositions to the Discourse of Jesus on the efficacy of believing prayer. Chapter 11, verse 25. At chapter 6, verse 19, the thread of strict connection is broken, according to the admission of Paulus, and so far as all expositors are bound to agree with him. But his position, that notwithstanding the admitted lack of coherence in the succeeding collection of sentences, Jesus spoke them consecutively, is not equally tenable. On the contrary, our more recent critics have all the probabilities on their side when they suppose that in this latter half of the Sermon on the Mount, Matthew has incorporated a variety of sayings uttered by Jesus on different occasions. First stands the apothegm on earthly and heavenly treasures, verses 19 through 21, which Luke, with more apparent correctness, inserts in a discourse of Jesus, the entire drift of which is to warn his adherents against earthly cares. Chapter 12, verse 33 and following. It is otherwise with the next sentence, on the eye being the light of the body. Luke annexes this to the apothegm already mentioned on the light that is to be exhibited. Now, as the light placed on a candlestick denotes something quite distinct from what is intended by the comparison of the eye to a light, the only reason for combining the 2 apothegms lies in the bare word luxnos, a rule of association which belongs properly to the dictionary, and which, beyond it, is worse than none. Then follows, also without any apparent connection, the apothegm on the 2 masters, appended by Luke to the parable of the steward, with which it happens to have the word mammon in common. Next comes, in Matthew chapter 5, verses 25 through 34, a dissuasion from earthly solicitude, on the ground that natural objects flourish and are sustained without anxiety on their part. In Luke, this doctrine is consistently united with the parable, found only in the 3rd Gospel, of the man who, in the midst of amassing earthly treasures, is summoned away by death. Chapter 12, verse 22 and following. The warning not to be blind to our own faults, while we are sharp-sighted and severe towards those of others, chapter 7, verses 1 through 5, would, if we rejected the passage from verse 19 of chapter 6 to the end, form a suitable continuation to the previous admonition against Pharisaic sanctimoniousness, chapter 6, verses 16 through 18, and might, therefore, have belonged to the original body of the discourse. This is the more probable because Luke has the same warning in his Sermon on the Mount, verse 37 and following, verse 41 and following, where it happens to assort very well with the preceding exhortation to mercifulness. But at verse 39 and 40, and part of 38, it is interrupted by subjects altogether irrelevant. The text, "With what measure ye mete," etc., is very inappropriately interposed by Mark, chapter 4, verse 24, in a passage similar in kind to one of Luke's intermediate miscellanies. Verse 6 in Matthew is equally destitute of connection and parallel, but the succeeding assurances and arguments as to the efficacy of prayer, verse 7 through 11, are found in Luke chapter 11, verse 9, very fitly associated with another parable peculiar to that evangelist, that of the friend awakened at midnight. The apothegm, "What ye would that men should do unto you," etc., is quite isolated in Matthew. In Luke, it has only an imperfect connection. The following passage, verse 13 and following, on the strait gate, is introduced in Luke, chapter 13, verse 23, by the question addressed to Jesus, "Are there few that be saved?" which seems likely enough to have been conceived by one who knew that Jesus had uttered such a saying as the above, but was at a loss for an occasion that might prompt the idea. Moreover, the image is far less completely carried out in Luke than in Matthew, and is blended with parabolical elements. The apothegm on the tree being known by its fruits, verses 16 through 20, appears in Luke, chapter 6, verse 43 and following, and even in Matthew farther on, chapter 12, verse 33 and following, to have a general application. But in Matthew's Sermon on the Mount, it has a special relation to the false prophets. In Luke, it is in the last degree misplaced. The denunciation of those who say to Jesus, "Lord, Lord," but who, on account of their evil deeds, will be rejected by him at the day of judgment, verses 21 through 23, decidedly presupposes the messiahship of Jesus, and cannot, therefore, have well belonged to so early a period as that of the Sermon on the Mount. Hence, it is more appropriately placed by Luke, chapter 13, verse 25 and following. The peroration of the discourse is, as we have mentioned, common to both evangelists. The foregoing comparison shows us that the discourses of Jesus, like fragments of granite, could not be dissolved by the flood of oral tradition, but they were not seldom torn from their natural connection, floated away from their original situation, and deposited in places to which they did not properly belong. Relative to this effect, there is a distinction between the three first evangelists. Matthew, like an able compiler, though far from being sufficiently informed to give each relic in its original connection, has yet, for the most part, succeeded in judiciously associating analogous materials, while the two other evangelists have left many small fragments just where chance threw them, in the intervals between longer discourses. Luke has labored in some instances to combine these fragments artificially, but he could not thus compensate for the absence of natural connection. End of section 76. Part 2, Chapter 6, Section 77 of the Life of Jesus Critically Examined by David Friedrich STRAUSS, translated by George ELIOT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, History of the Public Life of Jesus. Chapter 6, The Discourses of Jesus in the Three First Gospels. Section 77, Instructions to the 12, Lamentations over the Galilean cities, Joy over the calling of the simple. The first Gospel, chapter 10, reports another long discourse as having been delivered by Jesus, on the occasion of his sending out the 12 to preach the kingdom of heaven. Part of this discourse is peculiar to the first Gospel. That portion of it which is common to the two other synoptists is only partially assigned by them to the same occasion, Luke introducing its substance in connection with the mission of the 70, chapter 10, verse 2 and following, and in a subsequent conversation with the disciples, chapter 12, verse 2 and following. Some portion of the discourse is also found repeated both in Matthew and the other evangelists, in the prophetic description given by Jesus of his second advent. In this instance again, while the older harmonists have no hesitation in supposing a repetition of the same discourse, our more recent critics are of opinion that Luke only has the true occasions and the original arrangement of the materials, and that Matthew has assembled them according to his own discretion. Those expositors who are apologetically inclined maintain that Matthew was not only conscious of here associating sayings uttered at various times, but presumed that this would be obvious to his readers. On the other hand, it is justly observed that the manner in which the discourse is introduced by the words, "These 12 Jesus sent forth and commanded them," verse 5, and closed by the words, "When Jesus made an end of commanding his 12 disciples," etc., chapter 11, verse 1, proves clearly enough that it was the intention of the evangelist to give his compilation the character of a continuous harangue. Much that is peculiar to Matthew in this discourse appears to be merely an amplification on thoughts which are also found in the corresponding passages of the two other synoptists. But there are two particulars in the opening of the instructions as detailed by the former, which differ specifically from anything presented by his fellow evangelists. These are the limitation of the agency of the disciples to the Jews, verses 5 and 6, and the commission, associated with that to announce the kingdom of heaven and heal the sick, of which Luke also speaks, chapter 9, verse 2. To raise the dead, a surprising commission, since we know of no instances previous to the departure of Jesus in which the apostles raised the dead, and to suppose such, when they are not narrated, after the example of Olshausen, is an expedient to which few will be inclined. All that the synoptists have strictly in common with the instructions to the 12 are the rules for their external conduct, how they were to journey, and how to behave under a variety of circumstances. Matthew verses 9 through 11, verse 14, Mark chapter 6 verses 8 through 11, Luke chapter 9 verses 3 through 5. Here, however, we find a discrepancy. According to Matthew and Luke, Jesus forbids the disciples to take with them not only gold and scrip and the like, but even shoes and a staff. According to Mark, on the contrary, he merely forbids their taking more than a staff and sandals. This discrepancy is most easily accounted for by the admission that tradition only preserved a reminiscence of Jesus having signified the simplicity of the apostolic equipment by the mention of the staff and shoes, and that hence one of the evangelists understood that Jesus had interdicted all traveling requisites except these. The other, that these also were included in his prohibition. It was consistent with Mark's love of the picturesque to imagine a wandering apostle furnished with a staff, and therefore to give the preference to the former view. It is on the occasion of the mission of the 70 that Luke chapter 10 verse 2 puts into the mouth of Jesus the words which Matthew gives, chapter 9 verse 37 and following, as the motive for sending forth the 12, namely the apothegm
The harvest truly is ready, but the laborers are few. Also, the declaration that the laborer is worthy of his hire. Verse 7, compare with Matthew chapter 10, verse 10. The discourse on the apostolic salutation and its effect. Matthew verse 12 and following, Luke verse 5 and following. The denunciation of those who should reject the apostles and their message. Matthew verse 15, Luke verse 12. And finally, the words, Behold, I send you forth as lambs, etc. Matthew verse 16, Luke verse 3. The sequence of these propositions is about equally natural in both cases. Their completeness is alternately greater in the one than in the other. But Matthew's additions generally turn on essentials, as in verse 16. Those of Luke on externals, as in verses 7 and 8. And in verse 4, where there is a singular injunction to salute no man by the way, which might appear an unhistorical exaggeration of the urgency of the apostolic errand, did we not know that the Jewish greetings of that period were not a little ceremonious. Seifert observes that the instructions which Jesus gave, according to Matthew to the 12, according to Luke to the 70, might, so far as their tenor is concerned, have been imparted with equal fitness on either occasion. But I doubt this, for it seems to me improbable that Jesus should, as Luke states, dismiss his more confidential disciples with scanty rules for their outward conduct, and that to the 70 he should make communications of much greater moment and pathos. The above critic at length decides in favor of Luke, whose narrative appears to him more precise, because it distinguishes the 70 from the 12. We have already discussed this point, and have found that a comparison is rather to the advantage of Matthew. The blessing pronounced on him who should give even a cup of cold water to the disciples of Jesus, verse 42, is at least more judiciously inserted by Matthew as the conclusion of the discourse of instructions, than in the endless confusion of the latter part of Mark, chapter 9, verse 41, where if and whosoever seem to form the only tie between the successive propositions. The case is otherwise when we regard those portions of the discourse which Luke places in his 12th chapter, and even later, and which in Matthew are distinguishable as a second part of the same discourse. Such are the directions to the apostles as to their conduct before tribunals, Matthew chapter 10, verse 19 and following, Luke chapter 12, verse 11, the exhortation not to fear those who can only kill the body, Matthew verse 28, Luke verse 4 and following, the warning against the denial of Jesus, Matthew verse 32 and following, Luke verse 8 and following, the discourse on the general disunion of which he would be the cause, Matthew verse 34 and following, Luke verse 51 and following, a passage to which Matthew, prompted apparently by the enumeration of the members of a family, attaches the declaration of Jesus that these are not to be valued above him, that his cross must be taken, etc., which he partly repeats on a subsequent occasion and in a more suitable connection, chapter 16, verse 24 and following. Further, predictions which recur in the discourse on the Mount of Olives relative to the universal persecution of the disciples of Jesus, verse 17 and following, verse 22, compare with chapter 24, verse 9 and verse 13, the saying which Luke inserts in the Sermon on the Mount, chapter 6, verse 40, and which also appears in John chapter 15, verse 20, that the disciple has no claim to a better lot than his master, verse 24 and following. Lastly, the direction, which is peculiar to the discourse in Matthew,
to flee from one city to another with the accompanying consolation. Verse 23. These commands and exhortations have been justly pronounced by critics to be unsuitable to the first mission of the 12, which, like the alleged mission of the 70, had no other than happy results. Luke chapter 9, verse 10, chapter 10, verse 17. They presuppose the troublous circumstances which supervened after the death of Jesus, or perhaps in the later part of his life. According to this, Luke is more correct than Matthew in assigning these discourses to the last journey of Jesus, unless, indeed, such descriptions of the subsequent fate of the apostles and other adherents of Jesus were produced ex eventu after his death, and put into his mouth in the form of prophecies, a conjecture which is strongly suggested by the words, "He who taketh not up his cross," etc. Verse 38. The next long discourse of Jesus in Matthew, chapter 11, we have already considered, so far as it relates to the Baptist. From verses 20 through 24, there follow complaints and threatenings against the Galilean cities, in which most of his mighty works were done, and which nevertheless believed not. Our modern critics are perhaps right in their opinion that these apostrophes are less suitable to the period of his Galilean ministry, in which Matthew places them, than to that in which they are introduced by Luke, chapter 10, verse 13 and following, namely, when Jesus had left Galilee and was on his way to Judea and Jerusalem with a view to his final experiment. But a consideration of the immediate context seems to reverse the probability. In Matthew, the description of the ungracious reception which Jesus and John had alike met with leads very naturally to the accusations against those places which had been the chief theatres of the ministry of the former. But it is difficult to suppose, according to Luke, that Jesus would speak of his past sad experience to the 70, whose minds must have been entirely directed to the future, unless we conceive that he chose a subject so little adapted to the exigencies of those whom he was addressing, in order to unite the threatened judgment on the Galilean cities with that which he had just denounced against the cities that should reject his messengers. But it is more likely that this association proceeded solely from the writer, who, by the comparison of a city that should prove refractory to the disciples of Jesus to Sodom, was reminded of the analogous comparison to Tyre and Sidon, of places that had been disobedient to Jesus himself, without perceiving the incongruity of the one with the circumstances which had dictated the other. The joy expressed by Jesus, verses 25 through 27, on account of the insight afforded to babes, is but loosely attached by Matthew to the preceding maledictions. As it supposes a change in the mental frame of Jesus, induced by pleasing circumstances, Luke, chapter 10, verse 17, and verse 21 and following, would have all the probabilities on his side in making the return of the 70 with satisfactory tidings the cause of the above expression, were it not that the appointment of the 70, and consequently their return, are altogether problematical. Besides, it is possible to refer the passage in question to the return of the 12 from their mission. Matthew connects with this rejoicing of Jesus his invitation to the weary and the heavy laden, verse 28 through 30. This is wanting in Luke, who instead makes Jesus turn to his disciples privately, and pronounce them blessed in being privileged to see and hear things which many prophets and kings yearned after in vain, verse 23 and following, an observation which does not so specifically agree with the preceding train of thought, as the context assigned to it by Matthew, and which is moreover inserted by the later evangelist in a connection, chapter 13, verse 16 and following, that may be advantageously confronted with that of Luke. End of section 77. Part 2, Chapter 6, Section 78 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich STRAUSS, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, History of the Public Life of Jesus. Chapter 6, The Discourses of Jesus in the 3 First Gospels. Section 78, The Parables. According to Matthew chapter 13, Jesus delivered 7 parables, all relating to the basileia ton uranon. Modern criticism, however, has doubted whether Jesus really uttered so many of these symbolical discourses on one occasion. The parable, it has been observed, is a kind of problem to be solved by the reflection of the hearer. Hence, after every parable, a pause is requisite, if it be the object of the teacher to convey real instruction, and not to distract by a multiplicity of ill-understood images. It will, at least, be admitted with Neander that parables on the same or closely related subjects can only be spoken consecutively when, under manifold forms, and from various points of view, they lead to the same result. Among the 7 parables in question, those of the mustard seed and the leaven have a common fundamental idea, differently shadowed forth, the gradual growth and ultimate prevalence of the kingdom of God. Those of the net and the tares represent the mingling of the good with the bad in the kingdom of God. Those of the treasure and the pearl inculcate the inestimable and all-indemnifying value of the kingdom of God, and the parable of the sower depicts the unequal susceptibility of men to the preaching of the kingdom of God. Thus, there are no less than 4 separate fundamental ideas involved in this collection of parables, ideas which are indeed connected by their general relation to the kingdom of God, but which present this object under aspects so widely different that for their thorough comprehension a pause after each was indispensable. Hence it has been concluded Jesus would not merit the praise of being a judicious teacher if, as Matthew represents, he had spoken all the above parables in rapid succession. If we suppose in this instance, again, an assemblage of discourses similar in kind, but delivered on different occasions, we are anew led to the discussion as to whether Matthew was aware of the latter circumstance, or whether he believed that he was recording a continuous harangue. The introductory form, and he spake many things to them in parables, verse 3, and the concluding one, when Jesus had finished these parables, verse 53, seem to be a clear proof that he did not present the intermediate matter as a compilation. Mark indeed narrates, chapter 4, verse 10, that at the close of the first parable, the disciples being again in private with Jesus, asked him for its interpretation, and hence it has been contended that there was an interruption of the discourse at this point. But this cannot serve to explain the account of Matthew, for he represents the request of the disciples as being preferred on the spot, without any previous retirement from the crowd, thus proving that he did not suppose such an interruption. The concluding form which Matthew inserts after the 4th parable, verse 34 and following, might, with better reason, be adduced as intimating an interruption, for he there comprises all the foregoing parables in one address by the words, "All these things spake Jesus in parables," etc. and makes the pause still more complete by the application of an Old Testament prophecy. Moreover, Jesus is here said, verse 36, to change his locality, to dismiss the multitude to whom he had hitherto been speaking on the shore of the Galilean Sea, and enter the house, where he gives 3 new parables, in addition to the interpretation which his disciples had solicited of the second. But that the delivery of the last 3 parables was separated from that of the preceding ones by a change of place, and consequently by a short interval of time, very little alters the state of the case. For it is highly improbable that Jesus would, without intermission, tax the memory of the populace, whose minds it was so easy to overburthen, with 4 parables, 2 of which were highly significant, and that he should forthwith overwhelm his disciples, whose power of comprehension he had been obliged to aid in the application of the first 2 parables, with 3 new ones, instead of ascertaining if they were capable of independently expounding the 3rd and 4th. Further, we have only to look more closely at Matthew's narrative in order to observe that he has fallen quite involuntarily on the interruption at verse 34 and following. If it were his intention to communicate a series of parables, with the explanations that Jesus privately gave to his disciples of the 2 which were most important, and were therefore to be placed at the head of the series, there were only 3 methods on which he could proceed. First, he might make Jesus, immediately after the enunciation of the parable, give its interpretation to his disciples in the presence of the multitude, as he actually does in the case of the first parable, verses 10 through 23. But the representation is beset with the difficulty of conceiving how Jesus, surrounded by a crowd whose expectation was on the stretch, could find a leisure for a conversation aside with his disciples. This inconvenience Mark perceived, and therefore chose the second resource that was open to him, that of making Jesus with his disciples withdraw after the first parable into the house, and there deliver its interpretation. But such a proceeding would be too great a hindrance to one who proposed publicly to deliver several parables one after the other. For if Jesus returned to the house immediately after the first parable, he had left the scene in which the succeeding ones could be conveniently imparted to the people. Consequently, the narrator in the first gospel cannot, with respect to the interpretation of the second parable, either repeat his first plan or resort to the second. He therefore adopts a third, and proceeding uninterruptedly through 2 further parables, it is only at their close that he conducts Jesus to the house, and there makes him impart the arrear of interpretation. Herewith there arose in the mind of the narrator a sort of rivalry between the parables which he had yet in reserve, and the interpretation the arrear of which embarrassed him. As soon as the former were absent from his recollection, the latter would be present with its inevitably associated form of conclusion and return homeward, and when any remaining parables recurred to him, he was obliged to make them the sequel of the interpretation. Thus it befell with the 3 last parables in Matthew's narration, so that he was reduced almost against his will to make the disciples their sole participants, though it does not appear to have been the custom of Jesus thus to clothe his private instructions. And Mark, verse 33 and following, plainly supposes the parables which follow the interpretation of the second to be also addressed to the people. Mark, who, chapter 4, verse 1, depicts the same scene by the seaside as Matthew, has in connection with it only 3 parables, of which the first and third correspond to the first and third of Matthew, but the middle one is commonly deemed peculiar to Mark. Matthew has in its place the parable wherein the kingdom of heaven is likened to a man who sowed good seed in his field, but while men slept, the enemy came and sowed tares among it, which grew up with the wheat. The servants know not from whence the tares come, and propose to root them up, but the master commands them to let both grow together until the harvest, when it will be time enough to separate them. In Mark, Jesus compares the kingdom of heaven to a man who casts seed into the ground, and while he sleeps and rises again, the seed passes, he knows not how, from one stage of development to another, and when it is ripe, he puts in the sickle because the harvest is come. In this parable, there is wanting what constitutes the dominant idea in that of Matthew, the tares sown by the enemy. But as, nevertheless, the other ideas of sowing, sleeping, growing one knows not how, and harvest, wholly correspond, it may be questioned whether Mark does not here merely give the same parable in a different version, which he preferred to that of Matthew, because it seemed more intermediate between the first parable of the sower and the third of the mustard seed. Luke also has only 3 of the 7 parables given in Matthew chapter 13, namely those of the sower, the mustard seed, and the leaven, so that the parables of the buried treasure, the pearl, and the net, as also that of the tares in the field, are peculiar to Matthew. The parable of the sower is placed by Luke, chapter 8, verse 4 and following, somewhat earlier and in other circumstances than by Matthew, and apart from the 2 other parables which he has in common with the first Evangelist series. These he introduces later, chapter 13, verses 18 through 21, a position which recent critics unanimously acknowledge as the correct one. But this decision is one of the most remarkable to which the criticism of the present age has been led by its partiality to Luke. For if we examine the vaunted connectedness of this evangelist's passages, we find that Jesus, having healed a woman bowed down by the spirit of infirmity, silences the punctilious ruler of the synagogue by the argument about the ox and ass, after which it is added, verse 17, and when he had said these things, all his adversaries were ashamed, and all the people rejoiced for all the glorious things that were done by him. Surely, so complete and marked a form of conclusion is intended to wind up the previous narrative, and one cannot conceive that the sequel went forward in the same scene. On the contrary, the phrases, "Then said he," and "again he said," by which the parables are connected, indicate that the writer had no longer any knowledge of the occasion on which Jesus uttered them, and hence inserted them at random in this indeterminate manner, far less judiciously than Matthew, who at least was careful to associate them with analogous materials. We proceed to notice the other evangelical parables, and first among them, those which are peculiar to one evangelist. We come foremost in Matthew to the parable of the servant, chapter 18, verse 23 and following, who, although his Lord had forgiven him a debt of 10,000 talents, had no mercy on his fellow servant who owed him 100, tolerably well introduced by an exhortation to placability, verse 15, and the question of Peter, "How oft shall my brother sin against me, and I forgive him?" Likewise peculiar to Matthew is the parable of the laborers in the vineyard, chapter 20, verse 1 and following, which suitably enough forms a counterpoise to the foregoing promise of a rich recompense to the disciples. Of the sentences which Matthew appends to this parable, verse 16, the first, "So the last shall be first, and the first last," by which he had also prefaced it, chapter 19, verse 30, is the only one with which it has any internal connection. The other, "For many are called, but few chosen," rather gives the moral of the parable of the royal feast and the wedding garment, in connection with which Matthew actually repeats it. Chapter 22, verse 14. It was well adapted, however, even torn from this connection, to circulate as an independent apothegm, and as it appeared fitting to the evangelist to annex one or more short sentences to the end of the parable, he might be induced, by some superficial similarity to the one already given, to place them in companionship. Farther, the parable of the 2 sons sent into the vineyard is also peculiar to Matthew, chapter 21, verse 28 and following, and is not ill-placed in connection with the foregoing questions and retorts between Jesus and the Pharisees. Its anti-Pharisaic significance is also well brought out by the sequel. Verse 31 and following. Among the parables which are peculiar to Luke, that of the 2 debtors, chapter 7, verse 41 and following, that of the Good Samaritan, chapter 10, verse 30 and following, that of the man whose accumulation of earthly treasure is interrupted by death, chapter 12, verse 16 and following, compare Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 11, verse 17 and following, and also the 2 which figure the efficacy of importunate prayer, chapter 11, verse 5 and following, chapter 18, verse 2 and following, have a definite, clear signification, and with the exception of the last, which is introduced abruptly, a tolerably consistent connection. We may learn from the 2 last parables that it is often necessary entirely to abstract particular features from the parables of Jesus, seeing that in one of them God is represented by a lukewarm friend, in the other by an unjust judge. To the latter is annexed the parable of the Pharisee and publican, verses 9 through 14, of which only Schleiermacher, on the strength of a connection, fabricated by himself between it and the foregoing, can deny the anti-Pharisaic tendency. The parables of the lost sheep, the piece of silver, and the prodigal son, Luke chapter 15, verses 3 through 32, have the same direction. Matthew also has the first of these, chapter 18, verse 12 and following, but in a different connection, which determines its import somewhat differently, and without doubt, as will presently be shown, less correctly. It is easy to imagine that these 3 parables were spoken in immediate succession, because the second is merely a variation of the first, and the third is an amplification and elucidation of them both. Whether, according to the opinion of modern criticism, the 2 succeeding parables also belong with the above to one continuous discourse, must be determined by a closer examination of their contents, which are in themselves noteworthy. The parable of the unjust steward, notoriously the crux interpretum, is yet without any intrinsic difficulty. If we read to the end of the parable, including the moral, verse 9, we gather the simple result that the man who, without precisely using unjust means to obtain riches, is yet in the sight of God an unprofitable servant, Luke chapter 17, verse 10, and, in the employment of the gifts entrusted to him by God, a steward of injustice, may best atone for this pervading unfaithfulness by lenity and beneficence towards his fellow men, and may, by their intervention, procure a place in heaven. It is true that the beneficence of the fictitious steward is a fraud, but we must abstract this particular, as, in the case of the 2 previous parables, we have to abstract the lukewarmness of the friend and the injustice of the judge. Nay, the necessity for such an abstraction is intimated by the narrative itself, for from verse 8 we gather that what the steward did in a worldly spirit is, in the application, to be understood in a more exalted sense of the children of light. Certainly, if we suppose the words, "He that is faithful in that which is least," etc., verses 10 through 12, to have been uttered in their present connection, it appears as if the steward were set forth as a model, deserving in some sense or other the praise of faithfulness. And when, verse 13, it is said that no servant can serve two masters, the intended inference seems to be that this steward had held to the rightful one. Hence, we have expositions such as that of Schleiermacher, who under the master understands the Romans, under the debtors the Jewish people, under the steward the publicans, who were generous to the latter at the expense of the former, thus in the most arbitrary manner transforming the master into a violent man and justifying the steward. Olshausen carries the perversion of the parable to the extreme, for he degrades the master who, by his judicial position, evidently announces himself as the representative of God, into the prince of this world, where he exalts the steward into the image of a man who applies the riches of this world to spiritual objects. But as in the moral, verse 9, the parable has a consistent ending, and as inaccurate association is by no means unexampled in Luke, it is not admissible to concede to the following verses any influence over the interpretation of the parable, unless a close relation of idea can be made manifest. Now the fact is that the very opposite, namely, the most perplexing diversity exists. Moreover, it is not difficult to show what might have seduced Luke into a false association. In the parable, there was mention of the mammon of unrighteousness. This suggested to him the saying of Jesus, that he who proves faithful in the unrighteous mammon, as that which is least, may also have the true riches committed to his trust. But the word mammon, having once taken possession of the writer's mind, how could he avoid recollecting the well-known aphorism of Jesus on God and mammon, as two incompatible masters, and adding it, verse 13, however superfluously, to the preceding texts? That by this addition the previous parable was placed in a thoroughly false light, gave the writer little concern, perhaps because he had not seized its real meaning, or because, in the endeavor completely to disburthen his evangelical meaning, he lost all solicitude about the sequence of his passages. It ought, in general, to be more considered that those of our evangelists who, according to the now prevalent opinion, noted down oral traditions, must, in the composition of their writings, have exerted their memory to an extent that would repress the activity of reflection. Consequently, the arrangement of the materials in their narratives is governed by the association of ideas, the laws of which are partly dependent on external relations. And we need not be surprised to find many passages, especially from the Discourses of Jesus, ranged together for the sole cause that they happen to have in common certain striking consonant words. If, from hence, we glance back on the position that the parable of the unjust steward must have been spoken in connection with the foregoing one of the prodigal son, we perceive that it rests merely on a false interpretation. According to Schleiermacher, it is the defense of the publicans against the Pharisees that forms the bond, but there is no trace of publicans and Pharisees in the latter parable. According to Olshausen, the compassionate love of God, represented in the foregoing parable, is placed in juxtaposition with the compassionate love of man, represented in the succeeding one. But simple beneficence is the sole idea on which the latter turns, and a parallel between this and the manner in which God meets the lost with pardon, is equally remote from the intention of the teacher and the nature of the subject. The remark, verse 14, that the Pharisees heard all these things, and, being covetous, derided Jesus, does not necessarily refer to the individuals mentioned, chapter 15, verse 2, so as to imply that they had listened to the intermediate matter as one continuous discourse, and even if that were the case, it would only show the view of the writer with respect to the connectedness of the parables, a view which, in the face of the foregoing investigation, cannot possibly be binding on us. We have already discussed the passage from verse 15 to 18. It consists of disconnected sayings, and to the last, on adultery, is annexed the parable of the rich man, in a manner which, as we have already noticed, it is attempted in vain to show a real connection. It must, however, be conceded to Schleiermacher that if we separate them, the alternative, namely, the common application of the parable to the penal justice of God, is attended with great difficulties. For there is no indication throughout the parable of any actions on the part of the rich man and Lazarus that could, according to our notions, justify the exaltation of the one to a place in Abraham's bosom, and the condemnation of the other to torment. The guilt of the one appears to lie in his wealth, the merit of the other in his poverty. It is, indeed, generally supposed of the rich man that he was immoderate in his indulgence, and that he had treated Lazarus unkindly. But the latter is nowhere intimated, for the picture of the beggar lying at the door of the rich man is not intended in the light of a reproach to the latter, because he might easily have tendered his aid and yet neglected to do so. It is designed to exhibit the contrast, not only between the earthly condition of the two parties, but between their proximity in this life and their wide separation in another. So the other particular, that the beggar was eager for the crumbs that fell from the rich man's table, does not imply that the rich man denied him this pittance, or that he ought to have given him more than the mere crumbs. It denotes the deep degradation of the earthly lot of Lazarus, compared with that of the rich man, in opposition to their reversed position after death, when the rich man is fain to entreat for a drop of water from the hand of Lazarus. On the supposition that the rich man had been wanting in compassion towards Lazarus, the Abraham of the parable could only reply in the following manner: Thou hadst once easy access to Lazarus, and yet thou didst not relieve him. How then canst thou expect him to traverse a long distance to give thee alleviation? The sumptuous life of the rich man, likewise, is only depicted as a contrast to the misery of the beggar. For if he had been supposed guilty of excess, Abraham must have reminded him that he had taken too much of the good things of this life, not merely that he had received his share of them. Equally groundless is it, on the other hand, to suppose high moral excellencies in Lazarus, since there is no intimation of such in the description of him, which merely regards his outward condition. Neither are such ascribed to him by Abraham. His sole merit is the having received evil in his life. Thus, in this parable, the measure of future recompense is not the amount of good done or wickedness perpetrated, but of evil endured and fortune enjoyed. And the aptest motto for this discourse is to be found in the Sermon on the Mount, according to Luke's edition: Blessed be ye poor, for yours is the kingdom of God. Woe to you that are rich, for ye have received your consolation. A passage concerning which we have already remarked, that it accords fully with the Ebionite view of the world. A similar estimation of external poverty is ascribed to Jesus by the other synoptists in the narrative of the rich young man and in the aphorisms on the camel and the needle's eye. Matthew chapter 19 verse 16 and following, Mark chapter 10 verse 17 and following. Compare with Luke chapter 18 verse 18 and following. Whether this estimation belonged to Jesus himself, or only to the synoptical tradition concerning him, it was probably generated by the notions of the Essenes. We have hitherto considered the contents of the parable down to verse 27, from whence, to the conclusion, the subject is the writings of the Old Testament as the adequate and only means of grace. In conclusion, we turn to a group of parables, among which some, as relating to the death and return of Christ, ought, according to our plan, to be excepted from the present review. But so far as they are connected with the rest, it is necessary to include them. They are the three parables of the rebellious husbandman in the vineyard, Matthew chapter 21 verse 33 and following, and parallel passages, of the talents or mina, Matthew chapter 25 verse 14 and following, Luke chapter 19 verse 12 and following, and the marriage feast, Matthew chapter 22 verse 2 and following, Luke chapter 14 verse 16 and following. Of these, the parable of the husbandman in all the accounts, that of the talents in Matthew, and that of the marriage feast in Luke, are simple parables, unattended with difficulty. Not so of the parable of the mina in Luke, and of the marriage feast in Matthew. That the former is fundamentally the same with that of the talents in Matthew is undeniable, notwithstanding the many divergencies. In both are found the journey of a master, the assembling of the servants to entrust them with a capital to be put into circulation, after the return of the master, a reckoning in which 3 servants are signalized, 2 of them as active, the third as inactive, whence the latter is punished and the former rewarded. And in the enunciation of this issue, the words of the master are nearly identical in the 2 statements. The principal divergency is that, besides the relation between the master who journeys into a far country and his servants, in Luke there is a second relation between the former and certain rebellious citizens, and accordingly, while in Matthew the master is simply designated a man, in Luke he is styled a nobleman, and a kingdom is assigned to him, the object of his journey being to receive for himself a kingdom, an object of which there is no mention in Matthew. The subjects of this personage, it is further said, hated him, and after his departure renounced their allegiance. Hence, at the return of their Lord, the rebellious citizens, as well as the slothful servant, are punished. But in their case, the retribution is that of death. The faithful servants, on the other hand, are not only rewarded generally by an entrance into the joy of their Lord, but royally by the gift of a number of cities. There are other divergencies of less moment between Luke and Matthew, such as that the number of servants is undetermined by the one, and limited to 10 by the other, that in Matthew they receive talents, in Luke mina, in the one unequal sums, in the other equal. In the one they obtain unequal profits from unequal sums by an equal expenditure of effort, and they are therefore equally rewarded. In the other they obtain unequal profits from equal sums by an unequal expenditure of effort, and are therefore unequally rewarded. Supposing this parable to have proceeded from the lips of Jesus on 2 separate occasions, and that Matthew and Luke are right in their respective arrangements, he must have delivered it first in the more complex form given by Luke, and then in the simple one given by Matthew, since the former places it before, the latter after the entrance into Jerusalem. But this would be contrary to all analogy. The first presentation of an idea is, according to the laws of thought, the most simple. With the second new relations may be perceived, the subject may be viewed under various aspects and brought into manifold combinations. There is, therefore, a foundation for Schleiermacher's opinion that, contrary to the arrangement in the Gospels, Jesus first delivered the parable in the more simple form and amplified it on a subsequent occasion. But for our particular case, this order is not less inconceivable than the other. The author of a composition, such as a parable, especially when it exists only in his mind and on his lips, and is not yet fixed in writing, remains the perfect master of his materials even on their second and more elaborate presentation. The form which he had previously given to them is not rigid and inflexible, but pliant, so that he can adapt the original thoughts and images to the additional ones, and thus give unity to his production. Hence, had he who gave the above parable the form which it has in Luke been its real author, he would, after having transformed the master into a king and inserted the particulars respecting the rebellious citizens, have entrusted arms to the servants instead of money. Compare Luke chapter 22, verse 36, and would have made them show their fidelity rather by conflict with the rebels than by increasing their capital, or in general would have introduced some relation between the two classes of persons in the parable, the servants and the citizens, instead of which they are totally unconnected throughout, and form two ill-cemented divisions. This shows very decisively that the parable was not enriched with these additional particulars by the imagination of its author, but that it was thus amplified by another in the process of transmission. This cannot have been effected in a legendary manner, by the gradual filling up of the original sketch, or the development of the primitive germ, for the idea of rebellious citizens could never be evolved from that of servants and talents, but must have been added from without, and therefore have previously existed as part of an independent whole. This amounts to the position that we have here an example of two originally distinct parables, the one treating of servants and talents, the other of rebellious citizens, flowing together in consequence of their mutually possessing the images of a ruler's departure and return. The proof of our proposition must depend on our being able easily to disentangle the two parables, and this we can effect in the most satisfactory manner, for by extracting verses 12, 14, 15, and 27, and slightly modifying them, we get, in a rather curtailed but consistent form, the parable of the rebellious citizens, and we then recognize the similarity of its tendency with that of the rebellious husbandman in the vineyard. A similar relation subsists between the form in which the parable of the marriage feast is given by Luke, chapter 14, verse 16 and following, and that in which it is given by Matthew, chapter 22, verse 2 and following, only that in this case Luke, as in the other, Matthew, has the merit of having preserved the simple original version. On both sides, the particulars of the feast, the invitation, its rejection, and the consequent bidding of the other guests, testify the identity of the two parables. But, on the other hand, the host, who in Luke is merely a certain man, is in Matthew a king, whose feast is occasioned by the marriage of his son. The invited guests, who in Luke excuse themselves on various pleas to the messenger only once sent out to them, in Matthew refuse to come on the first invitation, and on the second, more urgent one, some go to their occupations, while others maltreat and kill the servants of the king, who immediately sends forth his armies to destroy those murderers and burn up their city. Nothing of this is to be found in Luke. According to him, the host merely causes the poor and afflicted to be assembled in place of the guests first invited, a particular which Matthew also appends to his forementioned incidents. Luke closes the parable with the declaration of the host that none of the first bidden guests shall partake of his supper, but Matthew proceeds to narrate how, when the house was full, and the king had assembled his guests, one was discovered to be without a wedding garment, and was forthwith carried away into outer darkness. The maltreatment and murder of the king's messengers are features in the narrative of Matthew which at once strike us as inconsistent, as a departure from the original design. Disregard of an invitation is sufficiently demonstrated by the rejection of it on empty pretexts, such as Luke mentions. The maltreatment and even the murder of those who deliver the invitation is an exaggeration, which it is less easy to attribute to Jesus than to the evangelist. The latter had immediately before communicated the parable of the rebellious husbandman. Hence there hovered in his recollection the manner in which they were said to have used the messengers of their Lord, beating one, killing and stoning others. And he was thus led to incorporate similar particulars into the present parable, overlooking the circumstance that what might have been perpetrated with sufficient motive against servants who appeared with demands and authority to enforce them, had in the latter case no motive whatever. That hereupon the king, not satisfied with excluding them from the feast, sends out his armies to destroy them and burn up their city, necessarily follows from the preceding incidents, but appears, like them, to be the echo of a parable which presented the relation between the master and the dependents, not in the milder form of a rejected invitation, but in the more severe one of an insurrection, as in the parable of the husbandman in the vineyard, and that of the rebellious citizens, which we have above separated from the parable of the mina. Yet more decidedly does the drift of the last particular in Matthew's parable, that of the wedding garment, betray that it was not originally associated with the rest. For if the king had commanded that all, both bad and good, who were to be found in the highways, should be bidden to the feast, he could not wonder that they had not all wedding attire. To assume that those thus suddenly summoned went home to wash and adjust their dress is an arbitrary emendation of the text. Little preferable is the supposition that, according to Oriental manners, the king had ordered a caftan to be presented to each guest, and might therefore justly reproach the meanest for not availing himself of the gift. For it is not to be proved that such a custom existed at the period, and it is not admissible to presuppose it merely because the anger of the king appears otherwise unfounded. But the addition in question is not only out of harmony with the imagery, but with the tendency of this parable. For while, hitherto, its aim had been to exhibit the national contrast between the perversity of the Jews and the willingness of the Gentiles, it all at once passes to the moral one, to distinguish between the worthy and the unworthy. That, after the Jews had condemned the invitation to partake in the kingdom of God, the heathens would be called into it, is one complete idea with which Luke very properly concludes his parable, that he who does not prove himself worthy of the vocation by a corresponding disposition will be again cast out of the kingdom, is another idea, which appears to demand a separate parable for its exhibition. Here again, it may be conjectured that the conclusion of Matthew's parable is the fragment of another, which, from its also referring to a feast, might in tradition or in the memory of an individual be easily mingled with the former, preserved in its purity by Luke. The other parable must have simply set forth that a king had invited various guests to a wedding feast, with the tacit condition that they should provide themselves with a suitable dress, and that he delivered an individual who had neglected this observance to his merited punishment. Supposing our conjectures correct, we have here a still more compound parable than in the former case, a parable in which, firstly, the narrative of the ungrateful invited parties, Luke chapter 14, forms the main tissue, but so that, secondly, a thread from the parable of the rebellious husbandman is interwoven, while thirdly, a conclusion is stitched on, gathered apparently from an unknown parable on the wedding garment. This analysis gives us an insight into the procedure of evangelical tradition with its materials, which must be pregnant with results. End of section 78. Part 2, Chapter 6, Section 79 of The Life of Jesus Critically Examined by David Friedrich STRAUSS, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, History of the Public Life of Jesus. Chapter 6, The Discourses of Jesus in the Three First Gospels. Section 79, Miscellaneous Instructions and Controversies of Jesus. As the discourses in Matthew chapter 15 verses 1 through 20 have been already considered, we must pass on to chapter 18 verse 1 and following, Mark chapter 9 verse 33 and following, Luke chapter 9 verse 46 and following, where various discourses are connected with the exhibition of a little child, occasioned by a contention for pre-eminence among the disciples. The admonition to become as a little child, and to humble oneself as a little child, in Matthew, forms a perfectly suitable comment on the symbolical reproof, verse 3 and 4. But the connection between this and the following declaration of Jesus, that whosoever receives one such little child in his name, receives him, is not so obvious. For the child was set up to teach the disciples in what they were to imitate it, not how they were to behave towards it. And how Jesus could all at once lose sight of his original object, it is difficult to conceive. But yet more glaring is the irrelevance of the declaration in Mark and Luke, for they make it follow immediately on the exhibition of the child, so that, according to this, Jesus must, in the very act, have forgotten its object, namely, to present the child to his ambitious disciples as worthy of imitation, not as in want of reception. Jesus was accustomed to say of his disciples, that whosoever received them received him, and in him the Father who sent him. Matthew chapter 10, verse 40 and following, Luke chapter 10, verse 16, John chapter 13, verse 20. Of children he elsewhere says merely, that whosoever does not receive the kingdom of heaven as a little child cannot enter therein. Mark chapter 10, verse 15, Luke chapter 18, verse 17. This declaration would be perfectly adapted to the occasion in question, and we may almost venture to conjecture that hos ean me dex itai, ten uranon hos paidion was the original passage, and that the actual one is the result of its confusion with Matthew chapter 10, verse 40. Hos aendexitai, paid ion toi uton, hen epi to on ati mu.
Closely connected by the word answering with the sentences just considered, Mark chapter 9 verse 38 and following, and Luke chapter 9 verse 49 and following, introduce the information which John is said to give to Jesus, that the disciples, having seen one casting out devils in the name of Jesus, without attaching himself to their society, had forbidden him. Schleiermacher explains the connection thus. Because Jesus had commanded the reception of children in his name, John was led to the confession that he and his associates had hitherto been so far from regarding the performance of an act in the name of Jesus as the point of chief importance, that they had interdicted the use of his name to one who followed not with them. Allowing this explanation to be correct, we must believe that John, arrested by the phrase, in my name, which yet is not prominent in the declaration of Jesus, and which must have been thrown still further into the background by the sight of the child set up in the midst, drew from it the general inference that in all actions the essential point is to perform them in the name of Jesus, and with equal rapidity leaped to the remote reflection that the conduct of the disciples towards the exorcist was in contradiction with this rule. But all this supposes the facility of combination which belongs to a Schleiermacher, not the dullness which still characterized the disciples.
Nevertheless, the above critic has unquestionably opened on the true vein of connection between the preceding apothegm and this apokrisis of John.
He has only failed to perceive that this connection is not intrinsic and original, but extrinsic and secondary. It was quite beyond the reach of the disciples to apply the words, in my name, by a train of deductions, to an obliquely connected case in their own experience. But, according to our previous observations, nothing could be more consistent with the habit of association that characterizes the writer of the evangelical tradition in the third gospel, whence the second evangelist seems to have borrowed, than that he should be reminded by the striking phrase, in my name, in the preceding discourse of Jesus, of an anecdote containing the same expression, and should unite the two for the sake of that point of external similarity alone. To the exhortation to receive such little children, Matthew annexes the warning against offending one of these little ones, an epithet which, in chapter 10 verse 42, is applied to the disciples of Jesus, but in this passage apparently to children. Mark, verse 42, has the same continuation, notwithstanding the interruption above noticed, probably because he forsook Luke, who here breaks off the discourse, and does not introduce the admonition against offenses until later, chapter 17, verse 1 and following, and apart from any occasion that might prompt it, and appealed to Matthew. Then follows in Matthew, verse 8 and following, and Mark, verse 43 and following, a passage which alone ought to open the eyes of commentators to the mode in which the synoptists arrange the sayings of Jesus, to the warning against the offending of the little ones, and the woe pronounced on those by whom offenses come. They annex the apothegm on the offending of the hand, eye, etc. Jesus could not proceed thus, for the injunctions, mislead not the little ones, and let not your sensuality mislead you, have nothing in common but the word mislead. It is easy, however, to account for their association by the writer of the first gospel. The word skandalizein recalled to his mind all the discourses of Jesus containing a similar expression that had come to his knowledge,
and although he had previously presented the admonitions concerning seduction by the members in a better connection, as part of the Sermon on the Mount, he could not resist the temptation of reproducing them here, for the sake of this slight verbal affinity with the foregoing text. But at verse 10 he resumes the thread which he had dropped in verse 7, and adds a further discourse on the little ones. Matthew makes Jesus confirm their value of the little ones by the declaration that the Son of Man was come to seek the lost, and by the parable of the lost sheep, verse 11 through 14. It is not, however, evident why Jesus should class the midrus with the apololos, and both the declaration and the parable seem to be better placed by Luke, who introduces the former in the narrative of the calling of Zacchaeus, chapter 19, verse 10, and the latter in a reply to the objections of the Pharisees against the amity of Jesus with the publicans, chapter 15, verse 3 and following. Matthew seems to have placed them here merely because the discourse on the little ones reminded him of that on the lost, both exemplifying the mildness and humility of Jesus. Between the moral of the above parable, verse 14, and the following rules for the conduct of Christians under injuries, verse 15 and following, there is again only a verbal connection, which may be traced by means of the words apolitai, should perish, and ekerdisos, thou hast gained. For the proposition, God wills not that one of these little ones should perish, might recall the proposition, we should endeavor to win over our brother by showing a readiness to forgive. The direction to bring the offender before the church, ecclesia, is generally adduced as a proof that Jesus intended to found a church. But he here speaks of the ecclesia as an institution already existing. Hence, we must either refer the expression to the Jewish synagogue, an interpretation which is favored by the analogy of this direction with Jewish precepts, or if, according to the strict meaning of the word and its connection, ecclesia must be understood as the designation of the Christian community, which did not then exist. It must be admitted that we have here, at least in the form of expression, an anticipation of a subsequent state of things. The writer certainly had in view the new church, eventually to be founded in the name of Jesus, when, in continuation, he represented the latter as imparting to the body of the disciples the authority to bind and to loose, previously given to Peter, and thus to form a messianic religious constitution. The declarations concerning the success of unanimous prayer, and the presence of Jesus among 2 or 3 gathered together in his name, accord with this prospective idea. The next discourse that presents itself, Matthew chapter 19 verses 3 through 12, Mark chapter 10 verses 2 through 12, though belonging, according to the Evangelists, to the last journey of Jesus, is of the same stamp with the disputations which they, for the most part, assign to the last residence of Jesus in Jerusalem. Some Pharisees propose to Jesus the question, at that time much discussed in the Jewish schools, whether it be lawful for a man to put away his wife for every cause. To avoid a contradiction between modern practice and the dictum of Jesus, it has been alleged that he here censures the species of divorce which was the only one known at that period, namely, the arbitrary dismissal of a wife, but not the judicial separation resorted to in the present day. But this very argument involves the admission that Jesus denounced all the forms of divorce known to him, whence the question still remains whether, if he could have had cognizance of the modern procedure in dissolving matrimony, he would have held it right to limit his general censure. Of the succeeding declaration, prompted by a question of the disciples, namely,
that celibacy may be practiced for the kingdom of heaven's sake, Jesus himself says that it cannot be understood by all, but only by those to whom it is given. Verse 11. That the doctrine of Jesus may not run counter to modern opinion, it has been eagerly suggested that this panegyric on celibacy had relation solely to the circumstances of the coming time, or to the nature of the apostolic mission, which would be impeded by family ties. But there is even less intimation of this special bearing in the text than in the analogous passage, 1 Corinthians 7, verse 25 and following. And, adhering to a simple interpretation, it must be granted that we have here one of the instances in which ascetic principles, such as were then prevalent, especially among the Essenes, manifest themselves in the teaching of Jesus, as represented in the synoptical Gospels. The controversial discourses which Matthew, almost throughout in agreement with the other synoptists, places after the entrance of Jesus into Jerusalem, chapter 21, verses 23 through 27, chapter 22, verses 15 through 46, are certainly preeminently genuine fragments, having precisely the spirit and tone of the rabbinical dialectics in the time of Jesus. The third and fifth among them are particularly worthy of note, because they exhibit Jesus as an interpreter of Scripture. With respect to the former, wherein Jesus endeavors to convince the Sadducees that there will be a resurrection of the dead, from the Mosaic designation of God as the God of Abraham, of Isaac, and of Jacob, maintaining that he is not the God of the dead, but of the living, Matthew chapter 22, verses 31 through 33 and parallel passages, Paulus admits that Jesus here argues subtly, while he contends that the conclusion is really involved in the premises. But in the expression, the God of Abraham, etc., which had become a mere formula, nothing more is implied than that Jehovah, as he had been the protecting deity of these men, would forever continue to their posterity. An individual relation subsisting between Jehovah and the patriarchs after their death is nowhere else alluded to in the Old Testament, and could only be discovered in the above form by rabbinical interpreters, at a time when it was thought desirable at any cost to show that the idea of immortality, which had become prevalent, was contained in the law, where, however, it is not to be met with by unprejudiced eyes. We find the relation of God to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob adduced as a guarantee of immortality elsewhere in rabbinical arguments, all of which could hardly have been modeled on this one of Jesus. If we look into the most recent commentaries, we nowhere find a candid confession as to the real character of the argumentation in question. Olshausen has wonders to tell of the deep truth contained in it, and thinks that he can deduce from it, in the shortest way, the authenticity and divinity of the Pentateuch. Paulus sees the validity of the proof between the lines of the text. Fritzsche is silent. Wherefore these evasions? Why is the praise of having seen clearly and spoken openly in this matter abandoned by the Wolfenbüttel fragmentist? What spectres and double-sided beings must Moses and Jesus have been, if they mixed with their contemporaries without any real participation in their opinions and weaknesses, their joys and griefs, if, mentally dwelling apart from their age and nation, they conformed to these relations only externally and by accommodation, while internally, and according to their nature, they stood among the foremost ranks of the enlightened in modern times. Far more noble were these men, nay, they would then only engage our sympathy and reverence, if, in a genuinely human manner, struggling with the limitations and prejudices of their age, they succumbed to them in 100 secondary matters, and only attained perfect freedom in relation to the one point by which each was destined to contribute to the advancement of mankind. A controversial question concerning the Messiah is proposed, verse 41 through 46, to the Pharisees by Jesus, namely, how can the same personage be at once the Lord and the Son of David? Paulus maintains that this is a model of interpretation in conformity with the text, an assertion which is no good augury that his own possesses that qualification. According to him, Jesus, in asking how David could call the Messiah Lord, when in the general opinion he was his son, intended to apprise the Pharisees that in this psalm it is not David who is speaking of the Messiah, but another poet who is speaking of David as his Lord, so that to suppose this warlike psalm a messianic one is a mistake. Why, asks Paulus, should not Jesus have found out this interpretation, since it is the true one? But this is the grand error of his entire scheme of interpretation, to suppose that what is truth in itself, or more correctly, for us, must, even to the minutest details, have been truth for Jesus and the apostles. The majority of ancient Jewish interpreters apply this psalm to the Messiah. The apostles use it as a prophecy concerning Christ. Acts chapter 2, verse 34 and following, 1 Corinthians chapter 15, verse 25. Jesus himself, according to Matthew and Mark, adds en pneumati to David kalai auton kurion, thus plainly giving his approval to the notion that it is David who there speaks, and that the Messiah is his subject. How then can it be thought that he held the contrary opinion? It is far more probable, as Olshausen has well shown, that Jesus believed the psalm to be a messianic one, while, on the other hand, Paulus is equally correct in maintaining that it originally referred not to the Messiah, but to some Jewish ruler, whether David or another. Thus we find that Jesus here gives a model of interpretation, in conformity not with the text, but with the spirit of his time, a discovery which, if the above observations be just, ought to excite no surprise. The solution of the enigma which Jesus here proposes to the Pharisees lay without doubt, according to his idea, in the doctrine of the higher nature of the Messiah, whether he held that, in virtue of this, he might be styled the Lord of David, while, in virtue of his human nature, he might also be regarded as his son, or whether he wished to remove the latter notion as erroneous. The result, however, and perhaps also the intention of Jesus with respect to the Pharisees, was merely to convince them that he was capable of retaliating on them in their own way by embarrassing them with captious questions, and that with better success than they had obtaining in their attempts to entrap him. Hence the Evangelists place this passage at the close of the disputations prompted by the Pharisees, and Matthew adds, "Neither durst any man from that day forth ask him any more questions," a concluding form which is more suitable here than after the lesson administered by the Sadducees, where it is placed by Luke, chapter 20, verse 40, or than after the discussion on the greatest commandment, where it is introduced by Mark, chapter 12, verse 34. Immediately before this question of Jesus, the first two Evangelists narrate a conversation with a lawyer, or scribe, concerning the greatest commandment. Matthew chapter 22, verse 34 and following, Mark chapter 12, verse 28 and following. Matthew annexes this conversation to the dispute with the Sadducees, as if the Pharisees wished, by their question as to the greatest commandment, to avenge the defeat of the Sadducees. It is well known, however, that these sects were not thus friendly. On the contrary, we read in the Acts, chapter 23, verse 7, that the Pharisees were inclined to go over to the side of one whom they had previously persecuted, solely because he had had the address to take the position of an opponent towards the Sadducees. We may here quote Schneckenberger's observation that Matthew not seldom, chapter 3 verse 7, chapter 16 verse 1, places the Pharisees and Sadducees side by side in a way that represents not their real hostility, but their association in the memory of tradition, in which one opposite suggested another. In this respect, Mark's mode of annexing this conversation to the foregoing is more consistent. But all the synoptists seem to labor under a common mistake in supposing that these discussions, grouped together in tradition on account of their analogy, followed each other so closely in time that one colloquy elicited another. Luke does not give the question concerning the greatest commandment in connection with the controversies on the resurrection and the Messiah, but he has a similar incident earlier in his narrative of the journey to Jerusalem, chapter 10, verse 25 and following. The general opinion is that the first two evangelists recount the same occurrence, and the third a distinct one. It is true that the narrative of Luke differs from that of Matthew and Mark in several not immaterial points. The first difference, which we have already noticed, relates to chronological position, and this has been the chief inducement to the supposition of two events. The next difference lies in the nature of the question, which, in Luke, turns on the rule of life calculated to ensure the inheritance of eternal life, but in the other evangelists, on the greatest commandment. The third difference is in the subject who pronounces this commandment, the first two synoptists representing it to be Jesus, the third, the lawyer. Lastly, there is a difference as to the issue, the lawyer in Luke putting a second self-vindicatory question, which calls forth the parable of the Good Samaritan, while in the two other evangelists he retires either satisfied or silenced by the answer to the first. Meanwhile, even between the narrative of Matthew and that of Mark, there are important divergencies. The principal relates to the character of the querist, who in Matthew proposes his question with a view to tempt Jesus, in Mark with good intentions, because he had perceived that Jesus had answered the Sadducees well. Paulus, indeed, although he elsewhere, Luke chapter 10 verse 25, considers the act of tempting as the putting a person to the proof to subserve interested views, pronounces that the word pairazon in this instance can only be intended in a good sense. But the sole ground for this interpretation lies not in Matthew, but in Mark, and in the unfounded supposition that the two writers could not have had a different idea of the character and intention of the inquiring doctor of the law. Fritzsche has correctly pointed out the difficulty of conciliating Matthew and Mark as lying partly in the meaning of the word pairazon, and partly in the context, it being inadmissible to suppose one among a series of malevolent questions friendly, without any intimation of the distinction on the part of the writer. With this important diversity is connected the minor one, that while in Matthew the scribe, after Jesus has recited the two commandments, is silent, apparently from shame, which is no sign of a friendly disposition on his part towards Jesus, in Mark he not only bestows on Jesus the approving expression, "Well, Master, thou hast said the truth," but enlarges on his doctrine, so as to draw from Jesus the declaration that he has answered discreetly, and is not far from the kingdom of God. It may be also noticed that while in Matthew Jesus simply repeats the commandment of love, in Mark he prefaces it by the words, "Hear, O Israel, the Lord thy God is one Lord." Thus,
If it be held that the differences between the narrative of Luke and that of the two other evangelists entail a necessity for supposing that they are founded on two separate events, the no slighter differences between Mark and Matthew must in all consistency be made a reason for supposing a third. But it is so difficult to credit the reality of three occurrences essentially alike, that the other alternative of reducing them to one must, prejudice apart, be always preferred. The narratives of Matthew and Mark are the most easily identified, but there are not wanting points of contact between Matthew and Luke, for in both the lawyer appears as a tempter, and is not impressed in favor of Jesus by his answer, nor even between Luke and Mark, for these agree in appending explanatory remarks to the greatest commandment, as well as in the insertion of forms of assent, such as, "Thou hast answered right, thou hast said the truth." Hence, it is evident that to fuse only two of their narratives is a half measure, and that we must either regard all three as independent, or all three as identical. Whence again we may observe the freedom which was used by the early Christian legend, in giving various forms to a single fact or idea, the fundamental fact in the present case being, that, out of the whole Mosaic code, Jesus had selected the two commandments concerning the love of God and our neighbor as the most excellent. We come now to the great anti-Pharisaic discourse which Matthew gives, chapter 23, as a sort of pitched battle after the skirmishing of the preceding disputations. Mark chapter 12 verse 38 and following, and Luke chapter 20 verse 45 and following, have also a discourse of Jesus against the scribes, but extending no farther than a few verses. It is, however, highly probable, as our modern critics allow, that Jesus should launch out into fuller invectives against that body of men, under the circumstances in which Matthew places that discourse, and it is almost certain that such sharp enunciations must have preceded the catastrophe, so that it is not admissible to control the account of the first evangelist by the meagre one of the two other synoptists, especially as the former is distinguished by connectedness and unity. It is true that much of what Matthew here presents as a continuous address is assigned by Luke to various scenes and occasions, and it would hence follow that the former has, in this case again, blended the original elements of the discourse with kindred matter, belonging to the discourses of various periods, if it could be shown that the arrangement of Luke is the correct one, a position which must therefore be examined. Those parts of the anti-Pharisaic harangue which Luke has in common with Matthew are, excepting the couple of verses which he places in the same connection as Matthew, introduced by him as concomitant with two entertainments to which he represents Jesus as being invited by Pharisees. Chapter 11 verse 37 and following, chapter 14 verse 1 and following. A politeness on their part which appears in no other gospel. The expositors of the present day, almost with one voice, concur in admiring the naturalness and faithfulness with which Luke has preserved to us the original occasions of these discourses. It is certainly natural enough that, in the second entertainment, Jesus, observing the efforts of the guests to obtain the highest places for themselves, should take occasion to admonish them against assuming the precedence at feasts, even on the low ground of prudential considerations. And this admonition appears in a curtailed form, and without any special cause in the final anti-Pharisaic discourse in Matthew, Mark, and even in Luke again. Chapter 20 verse 46. But it is otherwise with the discourse which Luke attaches to the earlier entertainment in the Pharisee's house. In the very commencement of this repast, Jesus not only speaks of the ravening and wickedness with which the Pharisees fill the cup and platter, and honors them with the title of fools, but breaks forth into a denunciation of woe against them, and the scribes and doctors of the law, threatening them with retribution for all the blood that had been shed by their fathers, whose deeds they approved. We grant that Attic urbanity is not to be expected in a Jewish teacher, but even according to the Oriental standard, such invectives uttered at table against the host and his guests would be the grossest dereliction of what is due to hospitality. This was obvious to Schleiermacher's acute perception, and he therefore supposes that the meal passed off amicably, and that it was not until its close, when Jesus was again out of the house, that the host expressed his surprise at the neglect of the usual ablutions by Jesus and his disciples, and that Jesus answered with so much asperity. But to assume that the writer has not described the meal itself, and the incidents that accompanied it, and that he has noticed it merely for the sake of its connection with the subsequent discourse, is an arbitrary mode of overcoming the difficulty. For the text runs thus: And he went in and sat down to meat. And when the Pharisee saw it, he marveled that he had not first washed before dinner. And the Lord said unto him. It is manifestly impossible to entrust in between these sentences the duration of the meal, and it must have been the intention of the writer to attach he marveled to he sat down to meat, and he said to he marveled. But if this could not really have been the case, unless Jesus violated in the grossest manner the simplest dictates of civility, there is an end to the vaunted accuracy of Luke in his allocation of this discourse, and we have only to inquire how he could be led to give it so false a position. This is to be discovered by comparing the manner in which the two other synoptists mention the offense of the Pharisees, at the omission of the ablutions before meals by Jesus and his disciples, a circumstance to which they annex discourses different from those given by Luke. In Matthew, chapter 15, verse 1 and following, scribes and Pharisees from Jerusalem ask Jesus why his disciples do not observe the custom of washing before meat. It is thus implied that they knew of this omission, as may easily be supposed by report. In Mark, chapter 7, verse 1 and following, they look on while some disciples of Jesus eat with unwashed hands, and call them to account for this irregularity. Lastly, in Luke, Jesus himself dines with a Pharisee, and on this occasion it is observed that he neglects the usual washings. This is an evident climax, hearing, witnessing, taking food together. Was it formed in the descending gradation from Luke to Matthew, or in the ascending one from Matthew to Luke? From the point of view adopted by the recent critics of the first gospel, the former mode will be held the most probable, namely, that the memory of the original scene, the repast in the Pharisee's house, was lost in the process of tradition, and is therefore wanting in the first gospel. But apart from the difficulty of conceiving that this discourse was uttered under the circumstances with which it is invested by Luke, it is by no means in accordance with the course of tradition, when once in possession of so dramatic a particular as a feast, to let it fall again, but rather to supply it if lacking. The general tendency of the legend is to transform the abstract into the concrete, the mediate into the immediate, hearsay into vision, the spectator into the participator, and as the offense taken against Jesus by the Pharisees referred, among other things, to the usages of the table, nothing was more natural than for legend to associate the origin of the offense with a particular place and occasion, and for this purpose to imagine invitations given to Jesus by Pharisees, invitations which would be historically suspicious, if for no other reason than that Luke alone knows anything of them. Here, then, we again find Luke in his favorite employment of furnishing a frame to the discourses of Jesus which tradition had delivered to him, a procedure much farther removed from historic faithfulness than the effort of Matthew to give unity to discourses gathered from different periods, without adding matter of his own. The formation of the climax above displayed can only be conceived in accordance with the general relation between the synoptists in the following manner. Mark, who in this instance evidently had Matthew before him, enriched his account with the dramatic expression idontes, while Luke, independent of both, has added a repast, daipnon, whether presented to him by a more developed tradition, or invented by his own more fertile imagination. Together with this unhistorical position, the proportions themselves seem to be disfigured by Luke, chapter 11, verse 39 through 41, and verse 49, and the observation of the lawyer, Master, thus saying thou reproachest us also, chapter 11, verse 45. Too much resembles an artificial transition from the Philippic against the Pharisees to that against the doctors of the law. Another passage in this discourse has been the subject of much discussion. It is that, verse 35, in which Jesus threatens his cotemporaries, that all the innocent blood shed from that of Abel to that of Zacharias, the son of Barachias, slain in the temple, will be required of their generation. The Zacharias of whom such an end is narrated, 2 Chronicles chapter 24, verse 20 and following, was a son not of Barachias, but of Jehoiada. On the other hand, there was a Zacharias, the son of Baruch, who came to a similar end in the Jewish war. Moreover, it appears unlikely that Jesus would refer to a murder which took place 850 BC as the last. Hence, it was at first supposed that we have in verse 35 a prophecy, and afterwards a confusion of the earlier with the latter event, and the later notion has been used as an accessory proof that the first gospel is a posterior compilation. It is, however, equally probable that the Zacharias, son of Jehoiada, whose death is narrated in the Chronicles, has been confounded with the prophet Zechariah, who was a son of Barachias. Zechariah chapter 1, verse 1, Septuagint. Baruch in Josephus is not the same name. Especially as a Targum, evidently in consequence of a like confusion with the prophet who was a grandson of Iddo, calls the murdered Zechariah a son of Iddo. The murder of a prophet, mentioned by Jeremiah, chapter 26, verse 23, was doubtless subsequent to that of Zechariah, but in the Jewish order of the canonical books, Jeremiah precedes the Chronicles, and to oppose a murder revealed in the first canonical book to one recorded in the last, was entirely in the style of Jewish parlance. After having considered all the discourses of Jesus given by Matthew, and compared them with their parallels, with the exception of those which had come before us in previous discussions, or which have yet to come before us in our examination of single incidents in the public ministry, or of the history of the Passion,
It might appear requisite to the completeness of our criticism that we should also give a separate investigation to the connection in which the two other synoptists give the discourses of Jesus, and from this point review the parallels in Matthew. But we have already cast a comparative glance over the most remarkable discourses in Luke and Mark, and gone through the parables which are peculiar to each. And as to the remainder of what they offer in the form of discourses, it will either come under our future consideration, or if not, the point of view from which it is to be criticized has been sufficiently indicated in the foregoing investigations. End of section 79. Part 2, Chapter 7, Section 80 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich STRAUSS, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, History of the Public Life of Jesus. Chapter 7, Discourses of Jesus in the Fourth Gospel. Section 80, Conversation of Jesus with Nicodemus. The first considerable specimen which the Fourth Gospel gives of the teaching of Jesus is his conversation with Nicodemus. Chapter 3, verses 1 through 21. In the previous chapter, verses 23 through 25, it is narrated that during the first Passover attended by Jesus after his entrance on his public ministry, he had won many to faith in him by the miracles which he performed, and that he did not commit himself to them because he saw through them. He was aware, that is, of the uncertainty and impurity of their faith. Then follows in our present chapter, as an example, not only of the adherents whom Jesus had found even thus early, but also of the wariness with which he tested and received them. A more detailed account how Nicodemus, a ruler of the Jews and a Pharisee, applied to him, and how he was treated by Jesus. It is through the Gospel of John alone that we learn anything of this Nicodemus, who in chapter 7 verse 50 and following, appears as an advocate of Jesus, so far as to protest against his being condemned without a hearing, and in chapter 19 verse 39, as the partaker with Joseph of Arimathea of the care of interring Jesus. Modern criticism, with reason, considers it surprising that Matthew, with the other synoptists, does not even mention the name of this remarkable adherent of Jesus, and that we have to gather all our knowledge of him from the fourth gospel, since the peculiar relation in which Nicodemus stood to Jesus, and his participation in the care of his interment, must have been as well known to Matthew as to John. This difficulty has been numbered among the arguments which are thought to prove that the first gospel was not written by the apostle Matthew, but was the product of a tradition considerably more remote from the time and locality of Jesus. But the fact is that the common fund of tradition on which all the synoptists drew had preserved no notice of this Nicodemus. With touching piety, the Christian legend has recorded in the tablets of her memory the names of all the others who helped to render the last honors to their murdered master, of Joseph of Arimathea and the two Marys. Matthew chapter 27 verses 57 through 61 and parallel passages. Why then was Nicodemus the only neglected one, he who was especially distinguished among those who tended the remains of Jesus, by his nocturnal interview with the teacher sent from God, and by his advocacy of him among the chief priests and Pharisees? It is so difficult to conceive that the name of this man, if he had really assumed such a position, would have vanished from the popular evangelical tradition without leaving a single trace, that one is induced to inquire whether the contrary supposition be not more capable of explanation, namely, that such a relation between Nicodemus and Jesus might have been fabricated by tradition, and adopted by the author of the fourth gospel without having really subsisted. John chapter 12, verse 42, it is expressly said that many among the chief rulers believed on Jesus, but concealed their faith from dread of excommunication by the Pharisees, because they loved the praise of men more than the praise of God. That towards the end of his career, many people of rank believed in Jesus, even in secret only, is not very probable, since no indication of it appears in the Acts of the Apostles. For that the advice of Gamaliel, Acts chapter 5, verse 34 and following, did not originate on a positively favorable disposition towards the cause of Jesus, seems to be sufficiently demonstrated by the spirit of his disciple Saul. Moreover, the synoptists make Jesus declare in plain terms that the secret of his messiahship had been revealed only to babes, and hidden from the wise and prudent. Matthew chapter 11, verse 25, Luke chapter 10, verse 21. And Joseph of Arimathea is the only individual of the ruling class whom they mention as an adherent of Jesus. How then, if Jesus did not really attach to himself any from the upper ranks, came the case to be represented differently at a later period? In John chapter 7, verse 48 and following, we read that the Pharisees sought to disparage Jesus by the remark that none of the rulers or of the Pharisees, but only of the ignorant populace, believed on him. And even later adversaries of Christianity, for example Celsus, laid great stress on the circumstance that Jesus had had his disciples epiritus anthropus, telonas kai nautas tus ponirotatus. This reproach was a thorn in the side of the early church, and though as long as her members were drawn only from the people, she might reflect with satisfaction on the declarations of Jesus, in which he had pronounced the poor and simple blessed. Yet so soon as she was joined by men of rank and education, these would lean to the idea that converts like themselves had not been wanting to Jesus during his life. But, it would be objected, nothing had been hitherto known of such converts. Naturally enough, it might be answered, since fear of their equals would induce them to conceal their relations with Jesus. Thus, a door was opened for the admission of any number of secret adherents among the higher class. John chapter 12, verse 42 and following. But, it would be further urged, how could they have intercourse with Jesus unobserved? Under the veil of the night, would be the answer, and thus the scene was laid for the interviews of such men with Jesus. Chapter 19, verse 39. This, however, would not suffice. A representative of this class must actually appear on the scene. Joseph of Arimathea might have been chosen, his name being still extant in the synoptical tradition, but the idea of him was too definite, and it was in the interest of the legend to name more than one eminent friend of Jesus. Hence, a new personage was devised, whose Greek name Nicodemus seems to point him out significantly as the representative of the dominant class. That this development of the legend is confined to the fourth gospel is to be explained, partly by the generally admitted lateness of its origin, and partly on the ground that in the evidently more cultivated circle in which it arose, the limitation of the adherents of Jesus to the common people would be more offensive than in the circle in which the synoptical tradition was formed. Thus, the reproach which modern criticism has cast on the first gospel, on the score of its silence respecting Nicodemus, is turned upon the fourth, on the score of its information on the same subject. These considerations, however, should not create any prejudice against the ensuing conversation,
which is the proper object of our investigations. This may still be in the main genuine. Jesus may have held such a conversation with one of his adherents, and our evangelist may have embellished it no further than by making this interlocutor a man of rank. Neither will we, with the author of the Probabilia, take umbrage at the opening address of Nicodemus, nor complain with him that there is a want of connection between that address and the answer of Jesus. The requisition of a new birth, as a condition of entrance into the kingdom of heaven, does not differ essentially from the summons with which Jesus opens his ministry in the synoptical Gospels. Repent ye, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand. New birth, or new creation, was a current image among the Jews, especially as denoting the conversion of an idolater into a worshipper of Jehovah. It was customary to say of Abraham that when, according to the Jewish supposition, he renounced idolatry for the worship of the true God, he became a new creature. The proselyte, too, in allusion to his relinquishing all his previous associations, was compared to a new-born child. That such phraseology was common among the Jews at that period is shown by the confidence with which Paul applies, as if it required no explanation, the term new creation to those truly converted to Christ. Now, if Jesus required, even from the Jews, as a condition of entrance into the messianic kingdom, a new birth, which they ascribed to their heathen proselytes, Nicodemus might naturally wonder at the requisition, since the Israelite thought himself, as such, unconditionally entitled to that kingdom. And this is the construction which has been put upon his question. Verse 4. But Nicodemus does not ask, How canst thou say that a Jew or a child of Abraham must be born again? His ground of wonder is that Jesus appears to suppose it possible for a man to be born again, and that when he is old. It does not, therefore, astonish him that spiritual new birth should be expected in a Jew, but corporeal new birth in a man. How an Oriental, to whom figurative speech in general, how a Jew, to whom the image of the new birth in particular must have been familiar, how especially a master of Israel, in whom the misconstruction of figurative phrases cannot, as in the apostles, for example, Matthew chapter 15, verse 15 and following, chapter 16, verse 7, be ascribed to want of education, could understand this expression literally has been matter of extreme surprise to expositors of all parties, as well as to Jesus. Verse 10. Hence, some have supposed that the Pharisee really understood Jesus, and only intended by his question to test the ability of Jesus to interpret his figurative expression into a simple proposition. But Jesus does not treat him as a hypocrite, as in that case he must have done. He continues to instruct him, as one really ignorant. Verse 10. Others give the question the following turn. This cannot be meant in a physical sense. How then otherwise? But the true drift of the question is rather the contrary. By these words I can only understand physical new birth. But how is this possible? Our wonder at the ignorance of the Jewish doctor, therefore, returns upon us, and it is heightened when, after the copious explanation of Jesus, verses 5 through 8, that the new birth which he required was a spiritual birth, Nicodemus has made no advance in comprehension, but asks with the same obtuseness as before, verse 9, How can these things be? By this last difficulty, Luca is so straitened that, contrary to his ordinary exegetical tact, he refers the continued amazement of Nicodemus, as other expositors had referred his original question, to the circumstance that Jesus maintained the necessity of new birth even for Israelites. But in that case, Nicodemus would have inquired concerning the necessity, not the possibility, of that birth. Instead of asking, "How can these things be?" he would have asked, "Why must these things be?" This inconceivable mistake in a Jewish doctor is not then to be explained away, and our surprise must become strong suspicion so soon as it can be shown that legend or the evangelist had inducements to represent this individual as more simple than he really was. First, then, it must occur to us that in all descriptions and recitals, contrasts are eagerly exhibited. Hence, in the representation of a colloquy on which one party is the teacher, the other the taught, there is a strong temptation to create a contrast to the wisdom of the former by exaggerating the simplicity of the latter. Further, we must remember the satisfaction it must give to a Christian mind of that age to place a master of Israel in the position of an unintelligent person, by the side of the master of the Christians. Lastly, it is, as we shall presently see more clearly, the constant method of the fourth evangelist in detailing the conversations of Jesus, to form the knot and the progress of the discussion, by making the interlocutors understand literally what Jesus intended figuratively. In reply to the second query of Nicodemus, Jesus takes entirely the tone of the fourth evangelist's prologue, verses 11 through 13. The question hence arises whether the evangelist borrowed from Jesus, or lent to him his own style. A previous investigation has decided in favor of the latter alternative, but this inquiry referred merely to the form of the discourses. In relation to their matter, its analogy with the ideas of Philo does not authorize us at once to conclude that the writer here puts his Alexandrian doctrine of the Logos into the mouth of Jesus, because the expressions, "We speak that we do know," etc., and "No man hath ascended up to heaven," etc., have an analogy with Matthew chapter 11, verse 27, and the idea of the pre-existence of the Messiah, which is here propounded, is, as we have seen, not foreign to the Apostle Paul. Verses 14 and 15, Jesus proceeds from the more simple things of the earth, the communications concerning the new birth, to the more difficult things of heaven, the announcement of the destination of the Messiah to a vicarious death. The Son of Man, he says, must be lifted up, which in John's phraseology signifies crucifixion, with an allusion to a glorifying exaltation. In the same way, and with the same effect as the brazen serpent, Numbers chapter 21, verses 8 and 9. Here, many questions press upon us. Is it credible that Jesus, already at the very commencement of his public ministry, foresaw his death, and in the specific form of crucifixion, and that long before he instructed his disciples on this point, he made a communication on the subject to a Pharisee? Can it be held consistent with the wisdom of Jesus as a teacher, that he should impart such knowledge to Nicodemus? Even Luca puts the question why, when Nicodemus had not understood the more obvious doctrine, Jesus tormented him with the more recondite, and especially with the secret of the Messiah's death, which was then so remote. He answers, it accords perfectly with the wisdom of Jesus as a teacher, that he should reveal the sufferings appointed for him by God as early as possible, because no instruction was better adapted to cast down the false worldly hopes. But the more remote the idea of the Messiah's death from the conceptions of his contemporaries, owing to the worldliness of their expectations, the more impressively and unequivocally must Jesus express that idea, if he wished to promulgate it, not in an enigmatical form which he could not be sure that Nicodemus would understand.
Luca continues, Nicodemus was a man open to instruction, one of whom good might be expected. But in this very conversation, his dullness of comprehension in earthly things had evinced that he must have still less capacity for heavenly things. And according to verse 12, Jesus himself despaired of enlightening him with respect to them. Luca, however, observes that it was a practice with Jesus to follow up easy doctrine, which had not been comprehended, by difficult doctrine, which was of course less comprehensible. That he proposed thus to give a spur to the minds of his hearers, and by straining their attention, engage them to reflect. But the examples which Luca adduces of such proceeding on the part of Jesus are all drawn from the fourth gospel. Now the very point in question is, whether that gospel correctly represents the teaching of Jesus. Consequently, Luca argues in a circle. We have seen a similar procedure ascribed to Jesus in his conversation with the woman of Samaria, and we have already declared our opinion that such an overburthening of weak faculties with enigma on enigma does not accord with the wise rule as to the communication of doctrine, which the same gospel puts into the mouth of Jesus, chapter 16, verse 12. It would not stimulate, but confuse, the mind of the hearer, who persisted in a misapprehension of the well-known figure of the new birth, to present to him the novel comparison of the Messiah and his death to a brazen serpent and its effects, a comparison quite incongruous with his Jewish ideas. In the first three Gospels, Jesus pursues an entirely different course. In these, where a misconstruction betrays itself on the part of the disciples, Jesus, except where he breaks off altogether, or where it is evident that the evangelist unhistorically associates a number of metaphorical discourses, applies himself with the assiduity of an earnest teacher to the thorough explanation of the difficulty, and not until he has effected this does he proceed step by step to convey further instruction. For example, Matthew chapter 13, verse 10 and following, verse 36 and following, chapter 15, verse 16, chapter 16, verse 8 and following. This is the method of a wise teacher. On the contrary, to leap from one subject to another, to overburthen and strain the mind of the hearer, a mode of instruction which the fourth evangelist attributes to Jesus, is wholly inconsistent with that character. To explain this inconsistency, we must suppose that the writer of the fourth gospel thought to heighten in the most effective manner the contrast which appears from the first, between the wisdom of the one party and the incapacity of the other, by representing the teacher as overwhelming the pupil, who put unintelligent questions on the most elementary doctrine, with lofty and difficult themes, beneath which his faculties are laid prostrate. From verse 16, even those commentators who pretend to some ability in this department lose all hope of showing that the remainder of the discourse may have been spoken by Jesus. Not only does Paulus make this confession, but even Olshausen, with a concise statement of his reasons. At the above verse, any special reference to Nicodemus vanishes, and there is commenced an entirely general discourse on the destination of the Son of God, to confer a blessing on the world, and on the manner in which unbelief forfeits this blessing. Moreover, these ideas are expressed in a form which at one moment appears to be a reminiscence of the evangelist's introduction, and at another has a striking similarity with passages in the first epistle of John. In particular, the expression, the only begotten Son, which is repeatedly, verse 16 and 18, attributed to Jesus as a designation of his own person, is nowhere else to be found in his mouth, even in the fourth gospel. This circumstance, however, marks it still more positively as a favorite phrase of the Evangelist, chapter 1, verses 14 through 18, and of the writer of the epistles, 1 John chapter 4, verse 9. Further, many things are spoken of as past, which at the supposed period of this conversation with Nicodemus were yet future. For even if the words he gave refer not to the giving over to death, but to the sending of the Messiah into the world, the expressions men loved darkness and their deeds were evil, verse 19, as Luca also remarks, could only be used after the triumph of darkness had been achieved in the rejection and execution of Jesus. They belong then to the evangelist's point of view at the time when he wrote, not to that of Jesus when on the threshold of his public ministry. In general, the whole of this discourse attributed to Jesus, with its constant use of the third person to designate the supposed speaker, with its dogmatical terms, only begotten, light, and the like, applied to Jesus, with its comprehensive view of the crisis and its results, which the appearance of Jesus produced, is far too objective for us to believe that it came from the lips of Jesus. Jesus could not speak thus of himself, but the evangelist might speak thus of Jesus. Hence, the same expedient has been adopted, as in the case of the Baptist's discourse already considered, and it has been supposed that Jesus is the speaker down to verse 16, but that from that point the evangelist appends his own dogmatic reflections. But there is again here no intimation of such a transition in the text. Rather, the connecting word for, verse 16, seems to indicate a continuation of the same discourse. No writer, at least of all the fourth evangelist, compare chapter 7 verse 39, chapter 11 verse 51 and following, chapter 12 verse 16, chapter 33 verse 37 and following, would scatter his own observations thus indistinguishingly, unless he wished to create a misapprehension. If then it be established that the evangelist, from verse 16 to the end of the discourse, means to represent Jesus as the speaker, while Jesus can never have so spoken, we cannot rest satisfied with the half measure adopted by Luca, when he maintains that it is really Jesus who continues to speak from the above passage, but that the evangelist has inwoven his own explanations and amplifications more liberally than before. For this admission undermines all certainty as to how far the discourse belongs to Jesus, and how far to the evangelist. Besides, as the discourse is distinguished by the closest uniformity of thought and style, it must be ascribed either wholly to Jesus, or wholly to the evangelist. Of these two alternatives, the former is, according to the above considerations, impossible. We are therefore restricted to the latter, which we have observed to be entirely consistent with the manner of the fourth evangelist. But not only on the passage, verses 16 through 21, must we pass this judgment. Verse 14 has appeared to us out of keeping with the position of Jesus, and the behavior of Nicodemus, verses 4 and 9, altogether inconceivable. Thus, in the very first sample, when compared with the observations which we have already made on John chapter 3, verse 22 and following, chapter 4, verse 1 and following, the fourth gospel presents to us all the peculiarities which characterize its mode of reporting the discourses of Jesus. They are usually commenced in the form of a dialogue, and so far as this extends, the lever that propels the conversation is the striking contrast between the spiritual sense and the carnal interpretation of the language of Jesus. Generally, however, the dialogue is merged into an uninterrupted discourse, in which the writer blends the person of Jesus with his own, and makes the former use concerning himself language which could only be used by John concerning Jesus. End of section 80. Part 2, Chapter 7, Section 81 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich STRAUSS, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, The History of the Public Life of Jesus. Chapter 7, Discourses of Jesus in the Fourth Gospel. Section 81, The Discourses of Jesus, John chapters 5 through 12. In the 5th chapter of John, a long discourse of Jesus is connected with a cure wrought by him on the Sabbath, verses 19 through 47. The mode in which Jesus at verse 17 defends his activity on the Sabbath is worthy of notice, as distinguished from that adopted by him in the earlier Gospels. These ascribe to him, in such cases, 3 arguments: the example of David, who ate the shewbread, the precedent of the sabbatical labors of the priests in the temple, quoted also in John chapter 7 verse 23, Matthew chapter 12 verse 3 and following and parallel passages, and the course pursued with respect to an ox, sheep, or ass that falls into the pit, Matthew chapter 12 verse 11 and parallel passages, or is led out to watering on the Sabbath, Luke chapter 13 verse 18. All which arguments are entirely in the practical spirit that characterizes the popular teaching of Jesus. The fourth evangelist, on the contrary, makes him argue from the uninterrupted activity of God, and reminds us by the expression which he puts into the mouth of Jesus, "My Father worketh hitherto," of a principle in the Alexandrian metaphysics, viz., God never ceases to act. A metaphysical proposition more likely to be familiar to the author of the fourth Gospel than to Jesus. In the synoptical Gospels, miracles of healing on the Sabbath are followed up by declarations respecting the nature and design of the sabbatical institution, a species of instruction of which the people were greatly in need. But in the present passage, a digression is immediately made to the main theme of the Gospel, the person of Christ and his relation to the Father. The perpetual recurrence of this theme in the fourth Gospel has led its adversaries, not without reason, to accuse it of a tendency purely theoretic, and directed to the glorification of Jesus. In the matter of the succeeding discourse, there is nothing to create a difficulty, nothing that Jesus might not have spoken, for it treats, with the strictest coherence, of things which the Jews expected of the Messiah, or which Jesus attributed to himself, according to the synoptists also, as for instance the raising of the dead, and the office of judging the world. But this consistency in the matter only heightens the difficulty connected with the form and phraseology in which it is expressed. For the discourse, especially its latter half, from verse 31, is full of the closest analogies with the first epistle of John, and with the passages in the Gospel in which either the author speaks, or John the Baptist. One means of explaining the former resemblance is to suppose that the evangelist formed his style by closely imitating that of Jesus. That this is possible is not to be disputed, but it is equally certain that it could proceed only from a mind destitute of originality and self-confidence, a character which the fourth evangelist in no wise exhibits. Further, as in all the other Gospels, Jesus speaks in a thoroughly different tone and style. It would follow, if he really spoke as he is represented to have done by John, that the manner attributed to him by the synoptists is fictitious. Now that this manner did not originate with the evangelists is plain, from the fact that each of them is so little master of his matter. Neither could the bulk of the discourses have been the work of tradition, not only because they have a highly original cast, but because they bear the impress of the alleged time and locality. On the contrary, the fourth evangelist, by the ease with which he disposes his materials, awakens the suspicion that they are of his own production. And some of his favorite ideas and phrases, such as, "The Father showeth the Son all that himself doeth," and those already quoted, seem to have sprung from an Hellenistic source rather than from Palestine. But the chief point in the argument is, that in this gospel John the Baptist speaks, as we have seen, in precisely the same strain as the author of the Gospels and his Jesus. It cannot be supposed that not only the evangelist, but the Baptist, whose public career was prior to that of Jesus, and whose character was strongly marked, modeled his expressions with verbal minuteness on those of Jesus. Hence, only two cases are possible. Either the Baptist determined the style of Jesus and the evangelist, who indeed appears to have been the Baptist's disciple, or the evangelist determined the style of the Baptist and Jesus. The former alternative will be rejected by the orthodox, on the ground of the higher nature that dwelt in Christ, and we are equally disinclined to adopt it, for the reason that Jesus, even though he may have been excited to activity by the Baptist, yet appears as a character essentially distinct from him and original, and for the still more weighty consideration that the style of the evangelist is much too feeble for the rude Baptist, too mystical for his practical mind. There remains, then, but the latter alternative, namely, that the evangelist has given his own style both to Jesus and to the Baptist, an explanation in itself more natural than the former, and supported by a multitude of examples from all kinds of historical writers. If, however, the evangelist is thus responsible for the form of this discourse, it is still more possible that the matter may have belonged to Jesus, for we cannot produce to what extent this is the case, and we have already had proof that the evangelist, on suitable opportunities, very freely presents his own reflections in the form of a discourse from Jesus. In chapter 6, Jesus represents himself, or rather his Father, verse 27 and following, as the giver of the spiritual manna. This is analogous to the Jewish idea, above quoted, that the second Goel, like the first, would provide manna, and to the invitation of wisdom in the Proverbs, chapter 9, verse 5, "Come, eat of my bread." But the succeeding declaration that he is himself the bread of life that cometh down from heaven, verses 33 and 35, appears to find its true analogy only in the idea of philo, that the divine word is that which nourishes the soul. From verse 51, the difficulty becomes still greater. Jesus proceeds to represent his flesh as the bread from heaven, which he will give for the life of the world, and to eat the flesh of the Son of Man, and to drink his blood, he pronounces to be the only means of attaining eternal life. The similarity of these expressions to the words which the synoptists and Paul attribute to Jesus at the institution of the Lord's Supper led the older commentators generally to understand this passage as having reference to the sacramental supper, ultimately to be appointed by Jesus. The chief objection to this interpretation is, that before the institution of the supper, such an allusion would be totally unintelligible. Still, the discourse might have some sense, however erroneous, for the hearers, as indeed it had according to the narrator's statement, that the impossibility of being understood is not, in the fourth gospel, so shunned by Jesus, that that circumstance alone would suffice to render this interpretation improbable. It is certainly supported by the analogy between the expressions in the discourse and the words associated with the institution of the supper, and this analogy has wrung from one of our recent critics the admission that even if Jesus himself, in uttering the above expressions, did not refer to the supper, the evangelist, in choosing and conveying this discourse of Jesus, might have had that institution in his mind, and might have supposed that Jesus here gave a premonition of its import. In that case, however, he could scarcely have abstained from modifying the language of Jesus, so that, if the choice of the expression, eat the flesh, etc., can only be adequately explained on the supposition of a reference to the Lord's Supper, we owe it, without doubt, to the evangelist alone. Having once said, apparently in accordance with Alexandrian ideas, that Jesus had described himself as the bread of life, how could he fail to be reminded of the bread in which the Christian community was partaken of as the body of Christ, together with a beverage as his blood? He would the more gladly seize the opportunity of making Jesus institute the supper prophetically, as it were, because, as we shall hereafter see, he knew nothing definite of its historical institution by Jesus. The discourse above considered also bears the form of a dialogue, and it exhibits strikingly the type of dialogue which especially belongs to the fourth gospel, that, namely, in which language intended spiritually is understood carnally. In the first place, verse 34, the Jews, as the woman of Samaria in relation to the water, suppose that by the bread which cometh down from heaven, Jesus means some material food, and entreat him evermore to supply them with such. Such a misapprehension was certainly natural, but one would have thought that the Jews, before they carried the subject farther, would have indignantly protested against the assertion of Jesus, verse 32, that Moses had not given them heavenly bread. When Jesus proceeds to call himself the bread from heaven, the Jews in the synagogue at Capernaum murmur that he, the son of Joseph, whose father and mother they knew, would arrogate to himself a descent from heaven. Verse 41. A reflection which the synoptists with more probability attribute to the people of Nazareth, the native city of Jesus, and to which they assign a more natural cause. That the Jews should not understand, verse 53, how Jesus could give them his flesh to eat is very conceivable, and for that reason, as we have observed, it is the less so that Jesus should express himself thus unintelligibly. Neither is it surprising that this hard saying should cause many disciples to fall away from him, nor easy to perceive how Jesus could, in the first instance, himself give reason for this succession, and then, on its occurrence, feel so much displeasure as is implied in verse 61 and 67. It is indeed said that Jesus wished to sift his disciples, to remove from his society the superficial believers, the earthly-minded, whom he could not trust. But the measure which he here adopted was one calculated to alienate from him even his best and most intelligent followers. For it is certain that the 12, who on other occasions knew not what was meant by the leaven of the Pharisees, Matthew chapter 16, verse 7, or by the opposition between what goes into the mouth and what comes out of it, Matthew chapter 15, verse 15, would not understand the present discourse, and the words of eternal life, for the sake of which they remained with him, verse 68, were assuredly not the words of this 6th chapter. The further we read in the fourth gospel, the more striking is the repetition of the same ideas and expressions. The discourses of Jesus during the Feast of Tabernacles, chapters 7 and 8, are, as Luca has remarked, mere repetitions and amplifications of the oppositions previously presented.
especially in chapter 5, of the coming, speaking, and acting of Jesus and of God, chapter 7, verse 17, verse 28 and following, chapter 8, verse 28 and following, verses 38, 40, and 42, compare with chapter 5, verses 30 and 43, and chapter 6, verse 38. Of being from above and from beneath, chapter 8, verse 23, compare with chapter 3, verse 31. Of bearing witness of one's self and receiving witness from God, chapter 8, verses 13 through 19, compare with chapter 5, verses 31 through 37. Of light and darkness, chapter 8, verse 12, compare chapter 3, verse 10 and following, also chapter 12, verse 35 and following. Of true and false judgment, chapter 8, verse 15 and following, compare with chapter 5, verse 30. All that is new in these chapters is quickly repeated, as the mention of the departure of Jesus whither the Jews cannot follow him. Chapter 7, verse 33 and following, chapter 8, verse 21, compare with chapter 13, verse 33, chapter 14, verse 2 and following, and chapter 16, verse 16 and following. A declaration, to which are attached, in the first two instances, very improbable misapprehensions or perversions on the part of the Jews, who, although Jesus had said, "I go unto him that sent me," are represented as imagining, at one time, that he proposed journeying to the dispersed among the Gentiles, at another that he meditated suicide. How often, again, in this chapter are repeated the asseverations that he seeks not his own honor, but the honor of the Father. Chapter 7, verse 17 and following, chapter 8, verse 50 and 54. That the Jews neither know whence he came, nor the Father who sent him. Chapter 7, verse 28, chapter 8, verses 14, 19, and 54. That whosoever believeth in him shall have eternal life, shall not see death, while whosoever believeth not must die in his sins, having no share in eternal life. Chapter 8, verses 21, 24, and 51, compare with chapter 3, verse 36, and chapter 6, verse 40. The 9th chapter, consisting chiefly of the deliberations of the Sanhedrim with the man born blind, whom Jesus had restored to sight, has of course the form of conversation, but as Jesus is less on the scene than heretofore, there is not the usual amount of artificial contrast. In its stead, however, there is, as we shall presently find, another evidence of artistic design in the narrator. The 10th chapter commences with the well-known discourse on the Good Shepherd, a discourse which has been incorrectly called a parable. Even the briefest among the other parables of Jesus, such as that of the leaven and of the mustard seed, contain the outline of a history that develops itself, having a commencement, progress, and conclusion. Here, on the contrary, there is no historical development. Even the particulars that have an historical character are stated generally, as things that are wont to happen, not as things that once happened, and they are left without further limitation. Moreover, the door usurps the place of the shepherd, which is at first the principal image, so that we have here not a parable, but an allegory. Therefore, this passage, at least, and we shall find no other, for the similitude of the vine, chapter 15, comes, as Luca confesses, under the same category as the one in question, furnishes no argument against the allegation by which recent critics have justified their suspicions as to the authenticity of the fourth gospel, namely, that this author seems ignorant of the parabolic mode of teaching, which, according to the other evangelists, was habitual with Jesus,
It does not, however, appear totally unknown to the fourth evangelist that Jesus was fond of teaching by parables, for he attempts to give examples of this method, both in chapters 10 and 15, the first of which he expressly styles as a parable. But it is obvious that the parabolic form was not accordant with his taste, and that he was too deficient in the faculty of depicting external things to abstain from the intermixture of reflections, whence the parable in his hand became an allegory. The discourses of Jesus at the Feast of Tabernacles extend to chapter 10, verse 18. From verse 25, the evangelist professes to record sayings which were uttered by Jesus 3 months later at the Feast of Dedication. When, on this occasion, the Jews desire from him a distinct declaration whether he be the Messiah, his immediate reply is that he has already told them this sufficiently, and he repeats his appeal to the testimony of the Father, as given in the works done by Jesus in his name, as in verse 36. Hereupon, he observes that his unbelieving interrogators are not of his sheep, whence he reverts to the allegory of the shepherd, which he had abandoned, and repeats part of it word for word. But Jesus had not recently abandoned this allegory, for since its delivery 3 months are supposed to have elapsed, and it is certain that in the interim much must have been spoken, done, and experienced by Jesus, and would thrust this figurative discourse into the background of his memory, so that he would be very unlikely to recur it, and in no case would he be able to repeat it word for word. He who had just quitted the allegory was the evangelist, to whom 3 months had not intervened between the inditing of the first half of this chapter and that of the second. He wrote at once what, according to the statement, was chronologically separated by a wide interval, and hence the allegory of the shepherd might well leave so distinct an echo in his memory, though not in that of Jesus. If any think that they can solve this difficulty by putting only the verbal similarity of the latter discourse to the earlier one to the account of the evangelist, such an opinion cannot be interdicted to them. For others, this instance, in connection with the rest, will be a positive proof that the discourses of Jesus in the fourth gospel are to a great extent the free compositions of the evangelist. The same conclusion is to be drawn from the discourse with which the fourth evangelist represents Jesus as closing his public ministry. Chapter 12, verses 44 through 50. This discourse is entirely composed of reminiscences out of previous chapters, and, as Paulus expresses it, is a mere echo of some of the principal apothegms of Jesus occurring in the former part of the gospel. One cannot easily consent to let the ministry of Jesus close with a discourse so little original, and the majority of recent commentators are of opinion that it is the intention of the evangelist here to give us a mere epitome of the teaching of Jesus. According to our view also, the evangelist is the real speaker, but we must contend that his introductory words, Jesus cried and said, are intended to imply that what follows is an actual harangue from the lips of Jesus. This commentators will not admit, and they can appeal, not without a show of reason, to the statement of the evangelist, verse 36, that Jesus withdrew himself from the public eye, and to his ensuing observations on the obstinate unbelief of the Jews, in which he seems to put a period to the public career of Jesus. Whence it would be contrary to his plan to make Jesus again step forward to deliver a valedictory discourse. I will not, with the older expositors, oppose to these arguments the supposition that Jesus, after his withdrawal, returned to pronounce these words in the ears of the Jews. But I hold fast to the proposition
that by the introduction above quoted, the evangelist can only have intended to announce an actual harangue. It is said, indeed, that the aorist in ekroxy and aipe has the signification of the pluperfect, and that we have here a recapitulation of the previous discourses of Jesus, notwithstanding which the Jews had not given him credence. But to give this retrospective signification, there ought to be a corresponding indication in the words themselves, or in the context, whereas this is far less the case than, for example, in John chapter 18, verse 24. Hence, the most probable view of the question is this: John had indeed intended to close the narrative of the public ministry of Jesus at verse 36, but his concluding observations, verse 37 and following, with the categories of faith and unbelief, reminded him of discourses which he had already recorded, but he could not resist the temptation of making Jesus recapitulate them with additional emphasis on a parting harangue. End of section 81. Part 2, Chapter 7, Section 82 of the Life of Jesus Critically Examined by David Friedrich STRAUSS, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, History of the Public Life of Jesus. Chapter 7, Discourses of Jesus in the Fourth Gospel. Section 82, Isolated Maxims of Jesus, common to the Fourth Gospel and the synoptical ones. The long discourses of Jesus above examined are peculiar to the Fourth Gospel. It has only a few brief maxims to which the synoptists present parallels. Among the latter, we need not give a special examination to those which are placed by John in an equally suitable connection with that assigned to them by the other evangelists. As chapter 12, verse 25, compare with Matthew chapter 10, verse 39. Chapter 16, verse 25, and chapter 13, verse 16, compare with Matthew chapter 10, verse 24. And as the passage chapter 2, verse 19, compared with Matthew chapter 26, verse 61, must be reserved until we treat of the history of the Passion, there remain to us only 3 passages for our present consideration. The first of these is chapter 4, verse 44, where the evangelist, after having mentioned that Jesus departed from Samaria into Galilee, adds, "For Jesus himself testified that a prophet has no honor in his own country." We find the same idea in Matthew chapter 13, verse 57, Mark chapter 6, verse 4, and Luke chapter 4, verse 24. A prophet is not without honor, save in his own country and in his own house. But while in the latter case it stands in a highly appropriate connection, as a remark prompted by the ungracious reception which Jesus met with in his native city, and which caused him to leave it again, in John, on the contrary, it is given as a motive for the return of Jesus into his own country, Galilee, where, moreover, he is immediately said to be warmly received. The experience stated in the above sentence would rather have disinclined than induced Jesus to undertake a journey into Galilee. Hence, the expedient of translating gar by although is the best adapted to the necessity of the case, and has even been embraced by Kuinol, except that, unhappily, it is an open defiance of the laws of language. Unquestionably, if Jesus knew that the prophet held this unfavorable position in his native country, it is not probable that he would regard it as a reason for going thither. Some expositors, therefore, have been induced to understand patris not as the province, but in a narrower sense, as a native city, and to supply, after the statement that Jesus went into Galilee, the observation which they assume the evangelist to have omitted, that he avoided his native city, Nazareth, for the reason given in the ensuing verse. But an ellipsis, such as this explanation requires us to suppose, belongs not less to the order of impossibilities than the transmutation of gar into though. The attempt to introduce the desiderated statement that Jesus did not visit his own patris into the present passage has therefore been renounced. But it has yet been thought possible to discover there an intimation that he did not soon return thither, a delay for which the maxim hoti prophetes, etc., might consistently be quoted as a reason. But to render this interpretation admissible, the entire period of the absence of Jesus from Galilee must have been mentioned immediately before the notice of his return. Instead of this, however, only the short time that Jesus had tarried in Samaria is given, verse 45, so that in ludicrous disproportion of cause and effect, the fear of the contempt of his fellow countrymen would, on the above supposition, be made the reason for delaying his return into Galilee, not until after a residence of some months in Judea, but until after the lapse of 2 days spent in Samaria. So long, therefore, as Galilee and Nazareth are admitted to be the patris of Jesus, the passage in question cannot be vindicated from the absurdity of representing that Jesus was instigated to return thither by the contempt which he knew to await him. Consequently, it becomes the interest of the expositor to recollect that Matthew and Luke pronounce Bethlehem to be the birthplace of Jesus, whence it follows that Judea was his native country, which he now forsook on account of the contempt which he had there experienced. But according to chapter 4 verse 1, compare with chapter 2 verse 23, chapter 3 verse 26 and following, Jesus had won a considerable number of adherents in Judea, and could not therefore complain of a lack of honor. Moreover, the enmity of the Pharisees, hinted at in chapter 4 verse 1, was excited by the growing consequence of Jesus in Judea, and was not at all referable to such a cause as that indicated in the maxim hoti prophetes, etc. Further, the entrance into Galilee is not connected in our passage with a departure from Judea, but from Samaria, and as according to the import of the text, Jesus departed from Samaria and went into Galilee, because he had found that a prophet has no honor in his own country. Samaria might rather seem to be pointed out as his native country, in conformity with the reproach cast on him by the Jews, chapter 8, verse 48. Though even this supposition would not give consistency to the passage, for in Samaria also Jesus is said, chapter 4, verse 39, to have had a favorable reception. Besides, we have already seen that the fourth evangelist knows nothing of the birth of Jesus in Bethlehem, but on all occasions presupposes him to be a Galilean and a Nazarene. From the above considerations, we obtain only the negative result that it is impossible to discover any consistent relation between the maxim in question and the context. A positive result, namely, how the maxim came to occupy its actual position, notwithstanding this want of relation, will perhaps be obtained when we have examined the 2 other passages belonging to the present head of our inquiry. The declaration, chapter 13, verse 20, "He that receiveth you receiveth me, and he that receiveth me receiveth him that sent me," has an almost verbal parallel in Matthew chapter 10, verse 40. In John, it is preceded by the prediction of the betrayal of Jesus, and his explanation to his disciples that he had told them this before it came to pass, in order that when his prediction was fulfilled, they might believe in him as the Messiah. What is the connection between these subjects and the above declaration, or between the latter and its ensuing context, where Jesus recurs to his betrayer? It is said that Jesus wished to impress on his disciples the high dignity of a messianic missionary, a dignity which the betrayer thought lightly of losing. But the negative idea of loss, on which this supposition turns, is not intimated in the text. Others are of opinion that Jesus, observing the disciples to be disheartened by the mention of the betrayer, sought to inspire them with new courage by representing to them their high value. But in that case he would hardly have reverted immediately after to the traitor. Others again conjecture that some intermediate sentences have been omitted by the writer. But this expedient is not much happier than that of Quinol, who supposes the passage to be a gloss taken from Matthew chapter 10 verse 40, united originally to verse 16 of chapter 13 of John, but by some chance transposed to the end of the paragraph. Nevertheless, the indication of verse 16 is an useful waymark. This verse, as well as verse 20, has a parallel in the discourse of instructions in Matthew chapter 10 verse 24. If a few fragments of this discourse had reached the author of the fourth gospel through a medium of tradition, it is very probable that one of them would bring the others to his recollection. In verse 16 there is a mention of the sent, and of him who sent him. So in verse 20, of those whom Jesus will send, and of him who sent Jesus. It is true that the one passage has a humiliating, the other an encouraging tendency, and their affinity lies, therefore, not in the sense, but in the words, so that as soon as the fourth evangelist puts down, from memory, traditional sayings of Jesus, we see him subject to the same law of association as the synoptists. It would have been the most natural arrangement to place verse 20 immediately after verse 16. But the thought of the traitor was uppermost in the mind of the writer, and he could easily postpone the insertion of an apothegm that had only a verbal connection with his previous matter. Our third passage, chapter 14 verse 31, lies yet farther within the domain of the history of the Passion than the one last examined, but as, like this, it can be viewed quite independently, we shall not be anticipating if we include it in our present chapter. In the above passage, the words, "Arise, let us go hence," remind us of those by which Jesus, Matthew chapter 26 verse 46, Mark chapter 14 verse 42, summons his disciples to join him in encountering the traitor. "Rise, let us be going." The position of the words in John is perplexing, because the summons to depart has no effect. Jesus, as if he had said nothing of the kind, immediately continues, chapter 15 verse 1, "I am the true vine," etc., and does not take his departure with his disciples until after he has considerably prolonged his discourse. Expositors of every hue have been singularly unanimous in explaining the above words by the supposition that Jesus certainly intended at the moment to depart and betake himself to Gethsemane, but love for his disciples and a strong desire to impart to them still further admonition and comfort detained him. That hence the first part of the summons, "Arise," was executed, but that, standing in the room in which he had supped, he pursued his discourse, until later, chapter 18 verse 1, he also put into effect the words, "Let us go hence." It is possible that the circumstances were such. It is also possible that the image of this last evening, with all its details, might be engraven so deeply and accurately into the memory of a disciple, that he might narrate how Jesus arose, and how touchingly he lingered. But one who wrote under the influence of a recollection thus lively would note the particulars which were most apparent, the rising to depart and the delay, not the mere words, which without the addition of those circumstances are altogether unintelligible. Here again, then, the conjecture arises that a reminiscence of the evangelical tradition presented itself to the writer, and that he inserted it just where it occurred to him, not as it happened, in the best connection. And this conjecture assumes probability so soon as we discover what might have reminded him of the above expression. In the synoptical parallels, the command, "Rise, let us be going," is connected with the announcement, "Behold, the hour is at hand, and the Son of Man is betrayed into the hands of sinners. Behold, he is at hand that doth betray me," with the announcement, that is, of the hostile power which is approaching, before which, however, Jesus exhibits no fear, but goes to encounter the danger with the decision implied in that command. In John's Gospel also, Jesus, in the passage under our notice, had been speaking of a hostile power when he said, "The prince of this world cometh, and hath nothing in me." It makes little difference that in John it is the power that dwells in the betrayer and in those led by him, while in the synoptical Gospels it is the betrayer who is impelled by that power that is said to approach. If the author of the fourth Gospel knew by tradition that Jesus had united with the announcement of an approaching danger the words, "Rise, let us be going," this expression would be likely to occur to him on the mention of the prince of this world, and as in that stage of his narrative he had placed Jesus and his disciples in the city and within doors, so that a considerable change of place was necessary before they could encounter the enemy, he added, "Let us go hence." As, however, this traditional fragment had intruded itself unawares into the train of thought, which he designed to put as a farewell discourse into the mouth of Jesus, it was immediately lost sight of, and a free course was given to the stream of valedictory instruction, not yet exhausted. If, from the point of view now attained, we glance back on our first passage, chapter 4, verse 44, it is easy to see how the evangelist might be led to insert in so unsuitable a connection the testimony of Jesus as to the treatment of a prophet in his own country. It was known to him traditionally, and he appears to have applied it to Galilee in general, being ignorant of any unfavorable contact of Jesus with the Nazarenes. As, therefore, he knew of no special scene by which this observation might have been prompted, he introduced it where the simple mention of Galilee suggested it, apparently without any definite idea of its bearing. The result of the above investigation is this. The fourth evangelist succeeds in giving connectedness to his materials, when he presents his own thoughts in the form of discourses delivered by Jesus. But he often fails lamentably in that particular, when he has to deal with the real traditional sayings of Jesus. In the above instances, when he has the same problem before him as the synoptists, he is as unfortunate in its solution as they. Nay, he is in a yet more evil case, for his narrative is not homogeneous with the common evangelical tradition, and presented few places where a genuine traditional relic could be inserted. Besides, he was accustomed to cast his metal, liquid from his own invention, and was little skilled in the art of adapting independent fragments to each other, so as to form an harmonious mosaic. End of section 82. Part 2, Chapter 7, Section 83 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich STRAUSS, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, History of the Public Life of Jesus. Chapter 7, Discourses of Jesus in the Fourth Gospel. Section 83, The Modern Discussions on the Authenticity of the Discourses in the Gospel of John. Result. The foregoing examination of the discourses of Jesus in the fourth Gospel
has sufficiently prepared us to form a judgment on the controversy of which they have recently been the subject. Modern criticism views these discourses with suspicion, partly on account of their internal contexture, which is at variance with certain generally received rules of historical probability, and partly on account of their external relation to other discourses and narratives. On the other hand, this gospel has had numerous defenders. With respect to the internal contexture of the above discourses, there arises a twofold question. Does it correspond to the laws, first of verisimilitude, and secondly of memory? It is alleged by the friends of the fourth gospel that its discourses are distinguished by a peculiar stamp of truth and credibility, that the conversations which it represents Jesus as holding with men of the most diverse disposition and capacity are faithful delineations of character, satisfying the strictest demands of psychological criticism. In opposition to this, it is maintained to be in the highest degree improbable that Jesus should have adopted precisely the same style of teaching to persons differing widely in their degrees of cultivation. That he should have spoken to the Galileans in the synagogue at Capernaum not more intelligibly than to a master of Israel. That the matter of his discourses should have turned almost entirely on one doctrine, the dignity of his person, and that their form should have been such as to seem selected with a view to perplex and repel his hearers. Neither, it is further urged, do the interlocutors express themselves in conformity with their position and character. The most educated Pharisee has no advantage in intelligence over a Samaritan woman of the lowest grade. The one as well as the other can only put a carnal interpretation on the discourse which Jesus intends spiritually. Their misconstructions, too, are frequently so glaring as to transcend all belief, and so uniform that they seem to belong to a standing set of features with which the author of the fourth gospel has chosen, for the sake of contrast, to depict those whom he brings into conversation with Jesus. Hence, I confess I understand not what is the meaning of verisimilitude in the mind of those who ascribe it to the discourses of Jesus in the Gospel of John. As to the second point regarding the powers of memory, it is pretty generally agreed that discourses of the kind peculiar to John's Gospel, in contradistinction to apothegms and parallels, either isolated or strung together in the synoptical Gospels, namely, series of dependent propositions or prolonged dialogues, are among the most difficult to retain and reproduce with accuracy. Unless such discourses were reduced to writing at the moment of their delivery, all hope of their faithful reproduction must be abandoned. Hence, Dr. Paulus once actually entertained the idea that in the judgment halls of the temple or the synagogues at Jerusalem, there were stationed a sort of shorthand writers, whose office it was to draw up verbal processes, and from their records the Christians, after the death of Christ, made transcripts. In like manner, Berthold was of opinion that our evangelist, during the lifetime of Jesus, took down most of the discourses of Jesus in the Aramaean language, and made these notes the foundation of his gospel, composed at a much later period. These modern hypotheses are clearly unhistorical. Nevertheless, their propounders were able to adduce many reasons for their support. The prophetic declarations of Jesus relative to his death and resurrection, said Berthold, are more indefinite in John than in the synoptical Gospels, a sure sign that they were recorded before their fulfillment. For otherwise, the writer's experience of the event would have reflected more clearness on the predictions. To this we may add the kindred argument, by which Henke thought it possible to establish the genuineness of the discourses in John, namely, that the fourth evangelist not seldom appends explanatory remarks, often indeed erroneous, to the obscure expressions of Jesus, thus proving that he was scrupulously conscientious in reporting the discourses, for otherwise he would have mingled his comments with their original matter. But it is with justice objected that the obscurity of the predictions in the fourth gospel is in perfect harmony with the mystical spirit that pervades the work, and as, besides, the author, together with his fondness for the obscure and enigmatical, indisputably possessed taste, he must have been conscious that a prophecy would only be the more piquant and genuine-looking the more darkly it was delivered. Hence, though he put those predictions into the mouth of Jesus long after the events to which they refer, he might yet choose to give them an indefinite form. This observation helps to explain why the evangelist, when elucidating some obscure expressions of Jesus, adds that his disciples did not understand them until after his resurrection, or after the outpouring of the Holy Spirit. Chapter 2, verse 22, chapter 7, verse 39. For the opposition of the darkness in which the disciples at one time groped, to the light which ultimately arose on them, belongs to that order of contrasts with which this gospel abounds. Another argument, adopted by Berthold and approved by Tholuck, is, that in the discourses of the fourth gospel there sometimes occur observations, which, having no precise meaning in themselves, nor any connection with the rest of the discourse, must have been occasioned by some external circumstance, and can only be accounted for on the supposition of prompt, nay, of immediate reduction to writing, and among their examples the passage, Arise, let us go hence, chapter 14, verse 31, is one of the most important. But the origin of such digressive remarks has been above explained in a manner that renders the hypothesis of instantaneous note-taking superfluous. Thus, commentators had to excogitate some other means of certifying the genuineness of the discourses of Jesus in the fourth gospel. The general argument so often adduced, founded on what a good memory might achieve, especially among men of simple lives, unused to writing, lies in the region of abstract possibility, where, as Luca remarks, there may always be nearly as much said against as for a theory. It has been thought more effectual to adopt an argument resting on a narrower basis, and to appeal to the individual distinctions of the Apostle John, to his intimate and peculiar relation to Jesus as the favorite disciple, to his enthusiasm for his master, which must surely have strengthened his memory, and have enabled him to preserve in the most lively recollection all that came from the lips of his divine friend. Although this peculiar relation of John to Jesus rests on the authority of John's gospel alone, we might, without reasoning in a circle, draw from it conclusions as to the credibility of the discourses communicated by him, were the faults of which his gospel is accused only such as proceed from the inevitable fading of the memory, because the positive notices of that relation could never flow from this negative cause. As, however, the suspicion which has arisen from the prejudice of the fourth evangelist has gone far beyond those limits, even to the extent of taxing him with free invention, no fact resting on the word of John can be used in support of the discourses which he communicates. But neither the above relation, if admitted, nor the remark that John apparently attached himself to Jesus in early youth, when impressions sink deepest, and from the time of his master's death lived in a circle where the memory of his words and deeds was cherished, suffices to render it probable that John could retain in his mind long series of ideas and complicated dialogues, until the period in which the composition of his gospel must be placed. For critics are agreed that the tendency of the fourth gospel, its evident aim to spiritualize the common faith of Christians into the gnosis, and thus to crush many errors which had sprung up, is a decisive attestation that it was composed at a period when the church had attained a degree of maturity, and consequently in the extreme old age of the apostle. Hence, the champions of the discourses in question are fain to bring forward, as a forlorn hope, the supernatural assistance of the Paraclete, which was promised to the disciples, and which was to restore all that Jesus had said to their remembrance. This was done by Tholuck with great confidence, by Luca with some diffidence, which Tholuck's Anzeiger severely censures, but which we consider laudable, because it implies a latent consciousness of the circle that is made, in attempting to prove the truthfulness of the discourses in John, by a promise which appears nowhere but in those discourses, and of the inadequacy of an appeal, in a scientific inquiry, to a popular notion, such as that of the aid of the Holy Spirit. The consciousness of this inadequacy shows itself indirectly in Tholuck, for he ekes out the assistance of the Paraclete by early notes, and in Luca also, for he renounces the verbal authenticity of the discourses in John, and only contends for their substantial veracity on grounds chiefly connected with the relation which they bear to other discourses. The external relation of the discourses of Jesus in John's Gospel is also twofold, for they may be compared both with those discourses which the synoptists put into the mouth of Jesus, and with the manner in which the author of the fourth Gospel expresses himself when he is avowedly the speaker. As a result of the former comparison, critics have pointed out the important difference that exists between the respective discourses in their matter as well as in their form. In the first three Gospels, Jesus closely adapts his teaching to the necessities of his shepherdless people, contrasting at one time the corrupt institutions of the Pharisees with the moral and religious precepts of the Mosaic law, at another the carnal messianic hopes of the age with the purely spiritual nature of his kingdom, and the conditions of entrance therein. In the fourth Gospel, on the contrary, he is perpetually dilating, and often in a barren, speculative manner, on the doctrine of his person and higher nature, so that, in opposition to the diversified doctrinal and practical materials of the synoptical discourses, we have in John a one-sided dogmatism. That this opposition does not hold invariably, and that in the discourses of the synoptical Gospels there are passages which have more affinity with those of John, and vice versa, must be granted to judicious critics. But the important preponderance of the dogmatical element on the one side, and of the practical on the other, is a difficulty that demands a thorough explanation. In answer to this requisition, it is common to adduce the end which John is supposed to have had in view with the composition of his Gospel, namely, to furnish a supplement to the first three Gospels, and to supply their omissions. But if Jesus taught first in one style, then in another, how was it that the synoptists selected almost exclusively the practical and popular, John nearly without exception the dogmatic and speculative portions of his discourse? This is accounted for in a manner intrinsically probable. In the oral tradition, it is observed, on which the first three Gospels were founded, the simple and popular, the concise and sententious discourses of Jesus, being the most easy of retention, would alone be propagated, while his more profound, subtle, and diffuse discourses would be lost. But according to the above supposition, the fourth evangelist came as a gleaner after the synoptists. Now it is certain that all the discourses of Jesus having a practical tendency had not been preserved by them, hence that the former has almost invariably avoided giving any relic of such discourses, can only be explained by his preference for the dogmatic and speculative vein, a preference which must have had both an objective and a subjective source, the necessities of his time and circumstances, and the bent of his own mind. This is admitted even by critics who are favorable to the authenticity of the fourth gospel, with the reservation that the preference betrays itself only negatively, by omission, not positively by addition. There is a further difference between the synoptical gospels and the fourth, as to the form of teaching adopted by Jesus. In the one, it is aphoristic and parabolic, in the other, dialectic. We have seen that the parable is altogether wanting in the fourth gospel, and it is natural to ask why, since Luke as well as Matthew has many admirable parables peculiar to himself, John has not been able to make a rich gleaning, even after those two predecessors. It is true that isolated apothegms and sentences, similar to the synoptical ones, are not entirely absent from the fourth gospel. But, on the other hand, it must be admitted that the prevailing aphoristic and parabolic form of instruction, ascribed to Jesus by the synoptists, is more suited to the character of a popular teacher of Palestine than the dialectic form which he is made to adopt by John. But the relation of the discourses of Jesus in the Gospel of John to the evangelist's own style of thinking and writing is decisive. Here we find a similarity which, as it extends to the discourses of a third party, namely the Baptist, cannot be explained by supposing that the disciple had formed his style on that of his master, but requires us to admit that the evangelist has lent his own style to the principal characters in his narrative. The latest commentator on John has not only acknowledged this with regard to the coloring of the expression, he even thinks that in the matter itself he can here and there detect the explanatory amplifications of the evangelist, who, to use his own phrase, has had a hand in the composition of the longer and more difficult discourses. But since the evangelist does not plainly indicate his additions, what is to assure us that they are not throughout interwoven with the ideas of Jesus? Nay, that all the discourses which he communicates are not entirely his own productions. The style furnishes no guidance, for this is everywhere the same, and is admitted to be the evangelist's own. Neither does the sense, for in it also there is no essential difference whether the evangelist speaks in his own name or in that of Jesus. Where then is the guarantee that the discourses of Jesus are not, as the author of the Probabilia maintains, free inventions of the fourth evangelist? Luca adduces some particulars, which on this supposition would be in his opinion inexplicable. First, the almost verbal agreement of John with the synoptists in isolated sayings of Jesus. But as the fourth evangelist was within the pale of the Christian community, he must have had at his command a tradition from which, though drawing generally on his own resources, he might occasionally borrow isolated, marked expressions nearly unmodified. Another argument of Luca is yet more futile. If, he says, John had really had the inclination and ability to invent discourses for Jesus, he would have been more liberal in long discourses, and the alternation of brief remarks with prolonged addresses is not to be explained on the above supposition. But this would follow only if the author of the fourth gospel appeared to be a tasteless writer, whose perception did not tell him that to one occasion a short discourse was suitable, to another a long one, and that the alternation of diffuse harangues with concise sentences was adapted to produce the best impression.
Of more weight is the observation of Paulus, that if the fourth evangelist had given the rein to his invention in attributing discourses to Jesus, he would have obtruded more of his own views, of which he has given an abstract in his prologue. Whereas the scrupulousness with which he abstains from putting his doctrine of the Logos into the mouth of Jesus is a proof of the faithfulness with which he confined himself to the materials presented by his memory or his authorities. But the doctrine of the Logos is substantially contained in the succeeding discourse of Jesus, and that the form in which it is propounded by the evangelist in his preface does not also reappear is sufficiently explained by the consideration that he must have known that form to be altogether foreign to the teaching of Jesus. We therefore hold it to be established that the discourses of Jesus in John's Gospel are mainly free compositions of the evangelist. But we have admitted that he has culled several sayings of Jesus from an authentic tradition, and hence we do not extend this proposition to those passages which are countenanced by parallels in the synoptical Gospels. In these compilations we have an example of the vicissitudes which befall discourses, that are preserved only in the memory of a second party. Severed from their original connection, and broken up into smaller and smaller fragments, they present, when reassembled, the appearance of a mosaic, in which the connection of the parts is a purely external one, and every transition an artificial juncture. The discourses of Jesus in John present just the opposite appearance. Their gradual transitions, only rendered occasionally obscure by the mystical depths of meaning in which they lie, transitions in which one thought develops itself out of another, and a succeeding proposition is frequently but an explanatory amplification of the preceding, are indicative of a pliable, unresisting mass, such as is never presented to a writer by the traditional sayings of another, but such as proceeds from the stores of his own thought, which he moulds according to his will. For this reason, the contributions of tradition to these stores of thought, apart from the sayings which are also found in the earlier Gospels, were not so likely to have been particular independent dicta of Jesus, as rather certain ideas which formed the basis of many of his discourses, and which were modified and developed according to the bent of a mind of Alexandrian or Greek culture. Such are the correlative ideas of Father and Son, light and darkness, life and death, above and beneath, flesh and spirit. Also some symbolical expressions as bread of life, water of life. These and a few other ideas, variously combined by an ingenious author, compose the bulk of the discourses attributed to Jesus by John, a certain uniformity necessarily attending this elemental simplicity. End of section 83. Part 2, Chapter 8, Section 84 of The Life of Jesus Critically Examined by David Friedrich STRAUSS, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, History of the Public Life of Jesus. Chapter 8, Events in the Public Life of Jesus, exclusive of the miracles. Section 84, General comparison of the manner of narration that distinguishes the several evangelists. If, before proceeding to the consideration of details, we compare the general character and tone of the historical narration in the various Gospels, we find differences, first, between Matthew and the two other synoptists, secondly, between the three first evangelists collectively and the fourth. Among the reproaches which modern criticism has heaped on the Gospel of Matthew, a prominent place has been given to its want of individualized and dramatic life, a want which is thought to prove that the author was not an eyewitness, since an eyewitness is ordinarily distinguished by the precision and minuteness of his narration. Certainly, when we read of indefinite designation of times, places, and persons, the perpetually recurring then, departing from thence, a man, which characterize this gospel, when we recollect its wholesale statements, such as that Jesus went through all the cities and villages, chapter 9 verse 35, chapter 11 verse 1, compare with chapter 4 verse 23, that they brought to him all the sick people, and that he healed them all, chapter 4 verse 24 and following, chapter 14 verse 35 and following, compare with chapter 15 verse 29 and following, and finally, the bareness and brevity of many isolated narratives. We cannot disapprove the decision of this criticism that Matthew's whole narrative resembles a record of events which, before they were committed to writing, had been long current in oral tradition, and had thus lost the impress of particularity and minuteness. But it must be admitted that this proof, taken alone, is not absolutely convincing, for in most cases we may verify the remark that even an eyewitness may be unable graphically to narrate what he has seen. But our modern critics have not only measured Matthew by the standard of what is to be expected from an eyewitness in the abstract, they have also compared him with his fellow evangelists. They are of opinion not only that John decidedly surpasses Matthew in the power of delineation, both in their few parallel passages and in his entire narrative, but also that the two other synoptists, especially Mark, are generally far clearer and fuller in their style of narration. This is the actual fact, and it ought not to be any longer evaded. With respect to the fourth evangelist, it is true that, as one would have anticipated, he is not devoid of general, wholesale statements, such as that Jesus during the feast did many miracles, that hence many believed on him, chapter 2 verse 23, with others of a similar kind, chapter 3 verse 22, chapter 7 verse 1. And he not seldom designates persons indecisively. Sometimes, however, he gives the names of individuals whom Matthew does not specify. Chapter 2 verses 3 and 4 compare with Matthew chapter 26 verses 7 and 8, and chapter 18 verse 10 with Matthew chapter 26 verse 51. Also chapter 6 verse 5 and following with Matthew chapter 14 verse 16 and following. And he generally lets us know the district or country in which an event happened. His careful chronology we have already noticed, but the point of chief importance is that his narratives, for example, that of the man born blind and that of the resurrection of Lazarus, have a dramatic and lifelike character which we seek in vain in the first gospel. The two intermediate evangelists are not free from indecisive designations of time. For example, Mark chapter 8 verse 1, Luke chapter 5 verse 17, chapter 8 verse 22. Of place, Mark chapter 3 verse 13, Luke chapter 6 verse 12. And of persons, Mark chapter 10 verse 17, Luke chapter 13 verse 23. Nor from statements that Jesus went through all cities and healed all the sick. Mark chapter 1 verse 32 and following, verse 38 and following, Luke chapter 4 verse 40 and following. But they often give us the details of what Matthew has only stated generally. Not only does Luke associate many discourses of Jesus with special occasions concerning which Matthew is silent, but both he and Mark notice the office or names of persons to whom Matthew gives no precise designation. Matthew chapter 9 verse 18, Mark chapter 5 verse 22, Luke chapter 8 verse 41,
Matthew chapter 19 verse 16, Luke chapter 18 verse 18, Matthew chapter 20 verse 30, Mark chapter 10 verse 46. But it is chiefly in the lively description of particular incidents that we perceive the decided superiority of Luke, and still more of Mark, over Matthew. Let the reader only compare the narrative of the execution of John the Baptist in Matthew and Mark, Matthew chapter 14 verse 3, Mark chapter 6 verse 17, and that of the demoniac or demoniacs of Gadara, Matthew chapter 8 verse 28 and following, and parallel passages. These facts are, in the opinion of our latest critics, a confirmation of the fourth evangelist's claim to the character of an eyewitness, and of the greater proximity of the second and third evangelists to the scenes they describe than can be attributed to the first. But even allowing that one who does not narrate graphically cannot be an eyewitness, does not involve the proposition that whoever does narrate graphically must be an eyewitness. In all cases in which there are extant two accounts of a single fact, the one full, the other concise, opinions may be divided as to which of them is the original. When these accounts have been liable to the modifications of tradition, it is important to bear in mind that tradition has two tendencies: the one, to sublimate the concrete into the abstract, the individual into the general; the other, not less essential, to substitute arbitrary fictions for the historical reality which is lost. If, then, we put the want of precision in the narrative of the first evangelist to the account of the former function of the legend, ought we at once to regard the precision and dramatic effect of the other Gospels as a proof that their authors were eyewitnesses? Must we not rather examine whether these qualities be not derived from the second function of the legend? The decision with which the other inference is drawn is in fact merely an aftertaste of the old orthodox opinion that all our Gospels proceed immediately from eyewitnesses, or at least through a medium incapable of error. Modern criticism has limited this supposition, and admitted the possibility that one or the other of our Gospels may have been affected by oral tradition. Accordingly, it maintains, not without probability, that a Gospel in which the descriptions are throughout destitute of coloring and life cannot be the production of an eyewitness, and must have suffered from the effacing fingers of tradition. But the counter-proposition, that the other Gospels, in which the style of narration is more detailed and dramatic, rest on the testimony of eyewitnesses, would only follow from the supposed necessity that this must be the case with some of our Gospels. For if such a supposition be made with respect to several narratives of both the above kinds, there is no question that the more graphic and vivid ones are with preponderant probability to be referred to eyewitnesses. But this supposition has merely a subjective foundation. It was an easier transition for commentators to make from the old notion that all the Gospels were immediately or mediately autoptical narratives, to the limited admission that perhaps one may fall short of this character, then to the general admission that it may be equally wanting to all. But, according to the rigid rules of consequence, with the orthodox view of the scriptural canon, falls the assumption of pure ocular testimony, not only for one or other of the Gospels, but for all. The possibility of the contrary must be presupposed in relation to them all, and their pretensions must be estimated according to their internal character, compared with the external testimonies. From this point of view, the only one that criticism can consistently adopt, it is as probable, considering the nature of the external testimonies examined in our introduction,
that the three last evangelists owe the dramatic effect in which they surpass Matthew to the embellishments of a more mature tradition, as that this quality is the result of a closer communication with eyewitnesses. That we may not anticipate, let us, in relation to this question, refer to the results we have already obtained. The greater particularity by which Luke is distinguished from Matthew in his account of the occasions that suggested many discourses of Jesus has appeared to us often to be the result of subsequent additions, and the names of persons in Mark, chapter 13, verse 3, compare with chapter 5, verse 37, Luke chapter 8, verse 51, have seemed to rest on a mere inference of the narrator. Now, however, that we are about to enter on an examination of particular narratives, we will consider, from the point of view above indicated, the constant forms of introduction, conclusion, and transition already noticed in the several Gospels. Here we find the difference between Matthew and the other synoptists as to their more or less dramatic style, imprinted in a manner that can best teach us how much this style is worth. Matthew, chapter 8, verse 16 and following, states in general terms that on the evening after the cure of Peter's mother-in-law, many demoniacs were brought to Jesus, all of whom, together with others that were sick, he healed. Mark chapter 1, verse 32, in a highly dramatic manner, as if he himself had witnessed the scene, tells that on the same occasion the whole city was gathered together at the door of the house in which Jesus was. At another time, he makes the crowd block up the entrance. Chapter 2, verse 2. In two other instances, he describes the concourse as so great that Jesus and his disciples could not take their food. Chapter 3, verse 20, chapter 6, verse 31. And Luke, on one occasion, states that the people even gathered together in innumerable multitudes, so that they trode one upon another. Chapter 12, verse 1. All highly vivid touches, certainly, but the want of them can hardly be prejudicial to Matthew, for they look thoroughly like strokes of imagination, such as abound in Mark's narrative, and often, as Schleiermacher observes, give it almost an apocryphal appearance. In detailed narratives, of which we shall presently notice many examples, while Matthew simply tells what Jesus said on a certain occasion, the two other evangelists are able to describe the glance with which his words were accompanied. Mark chapter 3, verse 5, chapter 10, verse 21, Luke chapter 6, verse 10. On the mention of a blind beggar of Jericho, Mark is careful to give us his name and the name of his father. Chapter 10, verse 46. From these particulars, we might already augur what the examination of single narratives will prove, namely, that the copiousness of Mark and Luke is the product of the second function of the legend, which we may call the function of embellishment. Was this embellishment gradually wrought out by oral tradition, or was it the arbitrary addition of our evangelists? Concerning this, there may be a difference of opinion, but a degree of probability in relation to particular passages is the nearest approach that can be made to a decision. In any case, not only must it be granted that a narrative adorned by the writer's own additions is more remote from primitive truth than one free from such additions, but we may venture to pronounce that the earlier efforts of the legend are rapid sketches, tending to set off only the leading points, whether of speech or action, and that at a later period it aims rather to give a symmetrical effect to the whole, including collateral incidents, so that, in either view, the closest approximation to truth remains on the side of the first gospel. While the difference as to the more or less dramatic style of concluding and connecting forms lies chiefly between Matthew and the other synoptists, another difference with respect to these forms exists between all the synoptists and John.
While most of the synoptical anecdotes from the public life of Jesus are wound up by a panegyric, those of John generally terminate, so to speak, polemically. It is true that the three first evangelists sometimes mention, by way of conclusion, the offense that Jesus gave to the narrow-hearted, and the machinations of his enemies against him. Matthew chapter 8, verse 34, chapter 12, verse 14, chapter 21, verse 46, chapter 26, verse 3 and following, Luke chapter 4, verse 28 and following, chapter 11, verse 53 and following. And, on the other hand, the fourth evangelist closes some discourses and miracles by the remark that in consequence of them many believed on Jesus. Chapter 2, verse 23, chapter 4, verses 39 and 53, chapter 7, verses 31, 40 and following, chapter 8, verse 30, chapter 10, verse 42, chapter 11, verse 45. But in the synoptical Gospels, throughout the period previous to the residence of Jesus in Jerusalem, we find forms implying that the fame of Jesus had extended far and wide. Matthew chapter 4, verse 24, chapter 9, verses 26 and 31, Mark chapter 1, verses 28 and 45, chapter 5, verse 20, chapter 7, verse 36, Luke chapter 4, verse 37, chapter 5, verse 15, chapter 7, verse 17, chapter 8, verse 39. That the people were astonished at his doctrine, Matthew chapter 7, verse 28, Mark chapter 1, verse 22, chapter 11, verse 18, Luke chapter 19, verse 48, and miracles, Matthew chapter 8, verse 27, chapter 9, verse 8, chapter 14, verse 33, chapter 15, verse 31, and hence followed him from all parts. Matthew chapter 4, verse 25, chapter 8, verse 1, chapter 9, verse 36, chapter 12, verse 15, chapter 13, verse 2, chapter 14, verse 13. In the fourth Gospel, on the contrary, we are continually told that the Jews sought to kill Jesus. Chapter 5, verse 18, chapter 7, verse 1. The Pharisees wished to take him, or send out officers to seize him. Chapter 7, verses 30, 32, and 44, compare with chapter 8, verse 20, chapter 10, verse 39. Stones are taken up to cast at him. Chapter 8, verse 59, chapter 10, verse 31. And even in those passages where there is mention of a favorable disposition on the part of the people, the evangelist limits it to one portion of them, and represents the other as inimical to Jesus. Chapter 7, verses 11 through 13. He is especially fond of drawing attention to such circumstances, as that, before the final catastrophe, all the guile and power of the enemies of Jesus were exerted in vain, because his hour was not yet come. Chapter 7, verse 30, chapter 8, verse 20. That the emissaries sent out against him, overcome by the force of his words and the dignity of his person, retired without fulfilling their errand. Chapter 7, verses 32 and 44 and following. And that Jesus passed unharmed through the midst of an exasperated crowd. Chapter 8, verse 59, chapter 10, verse 39, compare with Luke chapter 4, verse 30. The writer, as we have above remarked, certainly does not intend us in these instances to think of a natural escape, but of one in which the higher nature of Jesus, his invulnerability, so long as he did not choose to lay down his life, was his protection. And this throws some light on the object which the fourth evangelist had in view, in giving prominence to such traits as those just enumerated. They helped him to add to the number of the contrasts, by which, throughout his works, he aims to exalt the person of Jesus. the profound wisdom of Jesus as the divine Logos appeared the more resplendent from its opposition to the rude unapprehensiveness of the Jews. His goodness wore a more touching aspect, confronted with the inveterate malice of his enemies. His appearance gained in impressiveness by the strife he excited among the people, and his power, as that of one who had life in himself, commanded the more reverence the oftener his enemies and their instruments tried to seize him, and, as if restrained by a higher power, were not able to lay hands on him. The more marvelously he passed through the ranks of adversaries prepared to take away his life. It has been made matter of praise to the fourth evangelist that he alone presents the opposition of the Pharisaic party to Jesus in its rise and gradual progress. But there are reasons for questioning whether the course of events described by him be not rather fictitious than real. Partially fictitious it evidently is, for he appeals to the supernatural for a reason why the Pharisees so long effected nothing against Jesus, whereas the synoptists preserve the natural sequence of the facts by stating as a cause that the Jewish hierarchy feared the people who were attached to Jesus as a prophet. Matthew chapter 21 verse 46, Mark chapter 12 verse 12, Luke chapter 20 verse 19. If then the fourth evangelist was so far guided by his dogmatical interest that for the escape of Jesus from the more early snares and assaults of his enemies, he invented such a reason as best suited his purpose, what shall assure us that he has not also, in consistency with the characteristics which we have already discerned in him, fabricated, for the sake of that interest, entire scenes of the kind above noticed? Not that we hold it improbable that many futile plots and attacks of the enemies of Jesus preceded the final catastrophe of his fate. We are only dubious whether these attempts were precisely such as the Gospel of John describes. End of section 84. Part 2, Chapter 8, Section 85 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich STRAUSS, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, History of the Public Life of Jesus. Chapter 8, Events in the Public Life of Jesus exclusive of the miracles. Section 85, Isolated Groups of Anecdotes, Imputation of a League with Beelzebub, and Demand of a Sign. In conformity with the aim of our criticism, we shall here confine our attention to those narratives in which the influence of the legend may be demonstrated. The strongest evidence of this influence is found where one narrative is blended with another, or where the one is a mere variation of the other. Hence, chronology, having refused us its aid, we shall arrange the anecdotes about to be considered according to their mutual affinity. To begin with the more simple form of legendary influence, Schulz has already complained that Matthew mentions two instances in which a league with Beelzebub was imputed to Jesus, and a sign demanded from him, circumstances which in Mark and Luke happen only once. The first time the imputation occurs, Matthew chapter 9 verse 32 and following, Jesus has cured the dumb demoniac. At this the people marvel, but the Pharisees observe, he casts out demons through the prince of the demons. Matthew does not here say that Jesus returned any answer to this accusation. On the second occasion, chapter 12 verse 22 and following, it is a blind and dumb demoniac whom Jesus cures. Again, the people are amazed, and again the Pharisees declare that the cure is effected by the help of Beelzebub, the archon of the demons, whereupon Jesus immediately exposes the absurdity of the accusation.
That it should have been alleged against Jesus more than once when he cast out demons is in itself probable. It is, however, suspicious that the demoniac who gives occasion to the assertion of the Pharisees is in both instances dumb. In the second only, blindness is added. Demoniacs were of many kinds, every variety of malady being ascribed to the influence of evil spirits. Why then should the above imputation be not once attached to the cure of another kind of demoniac, but twice to that of a dumb one? The difficulty is heightened if we compare the narrative of Luke chapter 11 verse 14 and following, which, in its introductory description of the circumstances, corresponds not to the second narrative in Matthew, but to the first. For as there, so in Luke, the demoniac is only dumb, and his cure and the astonishment of the people are told with precisely the same form of expression, in all which points the second narrative of Matthew is more remote from that of Luke. But with this cure of the dumb demoniac, which Matthew represents as passing off in silence on the part of Jesus, Luke connects the very discourse which Matthew appends to the cure of the one both blind and dumb, so that Jesus must on both these successive occasions have said the same thing. This is a very unlikely repetition, and united with the improbability that the same accusation should be twice made in connection with a dumb demoniac, it suggests the question, whether legend may not here have doubled one and the same incident. How this can have taken place, Matthew himself shows us, by representing the demoniac as, in the one case, simply dumb, in the other, blind also. Must it not have been a striking cure which excited, on the one hand, the astonishment of the people, on the other, this desperate attack of the enemies of Jesus? Dumbness alone might soon appear an insufficient malady for the subject of the cure, and the legend, ever prone to enhance, might deprive him of sight also. If, then, together with this new form of the legend, the old one too was handed down, what wonder that a compiler, more conscientious than critical, such as the author of the first gospel, adopted both as distinct histories, merely omitting on one occasion the discourse of Jesus for the sake of avoiding repetition. Matthew, having omitted chapter 9 verse 34, the discourse of Jesus, was obliged also to defer the demand of a sign, which required a previous rejoinder on the part of Jesus, until his second narration of the charge concerning Beelzebub. And in this point again, the narrative of Luke, who also attaches the demand of a sign to the accusation, is parallel with a later passage of Matthew. But Matthew not only has, with Luke, a demand of a sign in connection with the above charge, he also has another after the second feeding of the multitude, chapter 16 verse 1 and following. And this second demand Mark also has, chapter 8 verse 11 and following, while he omits the first. Here the Pharisees come to Jesus, according to Matthew, in the unlikely companionship of Sadducees, and tempt him by asking for a sign from heaven. To this Jesus gives an answer, of which the concluding proposition, "A wicked and adulterous generation seeketh after a sign, and there shall no sign be given unto it, but the sign of the prophet Jonas," in Matthew, agrees word for word with the opening of the earlier refusal. It is already improbable enough that Jesus should have twice responded to the above requisition with the same enigmatical reference to Jonah, but the words, verses 2 and 3, which, in the second passage of Matthew, precede the sentence last quoted, are totally unintelligible. For why Jesus, in reply to the demand of his enemies that he would show them a sign from heaven, should tell them that they were indeed well versed in the natural signs of the heavens, but were so much the more glaringly ignorant of the spiritual signs of the messianic times, is so far from evident, that the otherwise unfounded omission of verses 2 and 3 seems to have arisen from despair of finding any connection for them. Luke, who also has chapter 12, verse 54 and following, in words only partly varied, this reproach of Jesus, that his contemporaries understood better the signs of the weather than of the times, gives it another position, which might be regarded as the preferable one, since after speaking of the fire which he was to kindle, and the divisions which he was to cause, Jesus might very aptly say to the people, "You take no notice of the unmistakable prognostics of this great revolution which is being prepared by my means. So ill do you understand the signs of the times." But on a closer examination, Luke's arrangement appears just as abrupt here as in the case of the two parables, chapter 13, verse 18. If from hence we turn again to Matthew, we easily see how he was led to his mode of representation. He may have been induced to double the demand of a sign by the verbal variation which he met with, the required sign being at one time simply called a semeion, at another a semeion ek tu uranu. If he knew that Jesus had exhorted the Jews to study the signs of the times, as they had hitherto studied the appearance of the heavens, the conjecture was not very remote, that the Jews had given occasion for this admonition by demanding a sign from heaven. Thus, Matthew here presents us, as Luke often does elsewhere, with a fictitious introduction to a discourse of Jesus, a proof of the proposition, advanced indeed, but too little regarded by Seifert, that it is in the nature of traditional records, such as the three first Gospels, that one particular should be best preserved in this narrative, another in that, so that first one and then the other is at a disadvantage in comparison with the rest. End of section 85. Part 2, Chapter 8, Section 86 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich STRAUSS, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, History of the Public Life of Jesus. Chapter 8, Events in the Public Life of Jesus, exclusive of the miracles. Section 86, Visit of the Mother and Brethren of Jesus, the woman who pronounces the mother of Jesus blessed. All the synoptists mention a visit of the mother and brethren of Jesus, on being apprised of which, Jesus points to his disciples and declares that they who do the will of God are his mother and his brethren. Matthew chapter 12, verse 46 and following, Mark chapter 3, verse 31 and following, Luke chapter 8, verse 19 and following. Matthew and Luke do not tell us the object of this visit, nor, consequently, whether this declaration of Jesus, which appears to imply a disowning of his relatives, was occasioned by any special circumstance. On this subject, Mark gives us unexpected information. He tells us, verse 21, that while Jesus was teaching among a concourse of people who even prevented him from taking food, his relatives, under the idea that he was beside himself, went out to seize him and take him into the keeping of his family. In describing this incident, the evangelist makes use of the expression, "They said he is beside himself." And it was merely this expression, apparently, that suggested to him what he next proceeds to narrate. The scribes said, "He hath Beelzebub," etc. Compare with John chapter 10, verse 20. With this reproach, which however he does not attach to an expulsion of demons, he connects the answer of Jesus. He then recurs to the relatives, whom he now particularizes as the mother and brethren of Jesus, supposing them to have arrived in the meantime. And he makes their announcement call forth from Jesus the answer of which we have above spoken. These particulars imparted by Mark are very welcome to commentators as a means of explaining and justifying the apparent harshness of the answer which Jesus returns to the announcement of his nearest relatives, on the ground of the perverted object of their visit. But, apart from the difficulty that, on the usual interpretation of the accounts of the childhood of Jesus, it is not to be explained how his mother could, after the events therein described, be thus mistaken in her son, it is very questionable whether we ought to accept this information of Mark's. In the first place, it is associated with the obvious exaggeration that Jesus and his disciples were prevented even from taking food by the throng of people. And in the second place, it has in itself a strange appearance, from its want of relation to the context. If these points are considered, it will scarcely be possible to avoid agreeing with the opinion of Schleiermacher that no explanation of the then existing relations of Jesus with his family is to be sought in this edition, that it rather belongs to those exaggerations to which Mark is so prone, as well in his introductions to isolated incidents as in his general statements. He wished to make it understood why Jesus returned an ungracious answer to the announcement of his relatives. For the purpose he thought it necessary to give their visit an object of which Jesus did not approve, and as he knew that the Pharisees had pronounced him to be under the influence of Beelzebub, he attributed a similar opinion to his relatives. If we lay aside this edition of Mark's, the comparison of the three very similar narratives presents no result as it regards their matter. But there is a striking difference between the connections in which the Evangelists place the event. Matthew and Mark insert it after the defense against the suspicion of diabolical aid, and before the parable of the sower, whereas Luke makes the visit considerably prior to that imputation, and places the parable even before the visit. It is worthy of notice, however, that Luke has, after the defense against the accusation of a league with Beelzebub, in the position which the two other evangelists give to the visit of the relatives of Jesus, an incident which issues in a declaration precisely similar to that which the announcement calls forth. After the refutation of the Pharisaic reproach, and the discourse on the return of the unclean spirit, a woman in the crowd is filled with admiration, and pronounces the mother of Jesus blessed, on which Jesus, as before on the announcement of his mother, replies, "Yea, rather blessed are they who hear the word of God and keep it." Schleiermacher here again prefers the account of Luke. He thinks this little digression on the exclamation of the woman especially evinces a fresh and lively recollection, which has inserted it in its real place and circumstances, whereas Matthew, confounding the answer of Jesus to the ejaculation of the woman with the very similar one to the announcement of his relatives, gives to the latter the place of the former, and thus passes over the scene with the woman. But how the woman could feel herself hurried away into so enthusiastic an exclamation, precisely on hearing the abstruse discourse on the return of the expelled demons, or even the foregoing reprehensive reply to the Pharisees, it is difficult to understand, and the contrary conjecture to that of Schleiermacher might rather be established, namely, that in the place of the announcement of the relatives, the writer of the third gospel inserted the scene with the woman from its having a like termination. The evangelical tradition, as we see from Matthew and Mark, whether from history or merely accidental motives, had associated the above visit and the saying about the spiritual relatives with the discourse of Jesus on the accusation of a league with Beelzebub, and on the return of the unclean spirit.
and Luke also, when he came to the conclusion of that discourse, was reminded of the anecdote of the visit and its point, the extolling of a spiritual relationship to Jesus. But he had already mentioned the visit. He therefore seized on the scene with the woman, which presented a similar termination. From the strong resemblance between the two anecdotes, I can scarcely believe that they are founded on two really distinct incidents. Rather, it is more likely that the memorable declaration of Jesus that he preferred his spiritual before his bodily relatives had in the legend received two different settings or frames. According to one, it seemed the most natural that such a deprecation of his kindred should be united with an actual rejection of them. To another, that the exaltation of those who were spiritually near to him should be called forth by a blessing pronounced on those who were nearest to him in the flesh. Of these two forms of the legend, Matthew and Mark give only the first. Luke, however, had already disposed of this on an earlier occasion. When, therefore, he came to the passage where, in the common evangelical tradition, that anecdote occurred, he was induced to supply its place by the second form. End of section 86. Part 2, Chapter 8, Section 87 of The Life of Jesus Critically Examined by David Friedrich STRAUSS, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, History of the Public Life of Jesus. Chapter 8, Events in the Public Life of Jesus, exclusive of the miracles. Section 87, Contentions for pre-eminence among the disciples. The love of Jesus for children. The first three evangelists narrate several contentions for pre-eminence which arose among the disciples, with the manner in which Jesus composed these differences. One such contention, which is said to have arisen among the disciples after his transfiguration, and the first prediction of his passion, is common to all the Gospels. Matthew chapter 18 verse 1 and following, Mark chapter 9 verse 33 and following, Luke chapter 9 verse 46 and following. There are indeed divergencies in the narratives, but the identity of the incident on which they are founded is attested by the fact that in all of them Jesus sets a little child before his disciples as an example, a scene which, as Schleiermacher remarks, would hardly be repeated. Matthew and Mark concur in mentioning a dispute about preeminence, which was excited by the two sons of Zebedee. These disciples, according to Mark, or their mother for them, according to Matthew, petitioned for the two first places next to Jesus in the Messianic kingdom. Matthew chapter 20 verse 20 and following, Mark chapter 10 verse 35 and following. Of such a request on the part of the sons of Zebedee, the third evangelist knows nothing. But apart from this occasion, there is a further contention for preeminence, on which discourses are uttered, similar to those which the two first evangelists have connected with the above petition. At the Last Supper, of which Jesus partook with his disciples before his passion, Luke makes the latter fall into a dispute, which among them shall be the greatest? A dispute which Jesus seeks to quell by the same reasons, and partly with the same words, that Matthew and Mark give in connection with the indignation, excited in the disciples generally by the request of the sons of Zebedee. Luke here reproduces a sentence which he, in common with Mark, had previously given almost in the same form as accompanying the presentation of the child, of which Matthew has, not only on the occasion of Salome's prayer, but also in the great anti-Pharisaic discourse. Compare Luke chapter 22 verse 26, Mark chapter 9 verse 35, Luke chapter 9 verse 48, Matthew chapter 20 verse 26 and following, and chapter 23 verse 11 and following.
However credible it may be that with the worldly messianic hopes of the disciples, Jesus should often have to suppress disputes among them on the subject of their future rank in the messianic kingdom, it is by no means probable that, for example, the sentence, "Whosoever will be great among you, let him be the servant of all," should be spoken first on the presentation of the child, secondly in connection with the prayer of the sons of Zebedee, thirdly in the anti-Pharisaic discourse, and fourthly at the Last Supper. There is here obviously a traditional confusion, whether it be, as Seifert in such cases is fond of supposing, that several originally distinct occurrences have been assimilated by the legend. For example, the same discourse erroneously repeated on various occasions, or that out of one incident the legend has made many, for example, has invented various occasions for the same discourse. Our decision between these two possibilities must depend on the answer to the following question: have the various facts to which the analogous discourses on humility are attached the dependent appearance of mere frames to the discourses, or the independent one of occurrences that carry their truth and significance in themselves? It will not be denied that the petition of the sons of Zebedee is, in itself, too specific and remarkable to be a mere background to the ensuing discourse, and the same judgment must be passed on the scene with the child, so that we have already two cases of contention for pre-eminence subsisting in themselves. If we would assign to each of these occurrences its appropriate discourses, the declarations which Matthew connects with the presentation of the child, "Unless ye become as this child," etc., and "Whosoever shall humble himself as this child," etc., evidently belong to this occasion. On the other hand, the sentences on ruling and serving in the world and in the kingdom of Jesus seem to be a perfectly suitable comment on the petition of the sons of Zebedee, with which Matthew associates them. Also, the saying about the first and the last, the greatest and the least, which Mark and Luke give so early as at the scene with the child, Matthew seems rightly to have reserved for the scene with the sons of Zebedee. It is otherwise with the contention spoken of by Luke, chapter 22, verse 24 and following. This contention originates in no particular occasion, nor does it issue in any strongly marked scene, unless we choose to insert here the washing of the disciples' feet, described by John, who, for the rest, mentions no dispute, of which scene, however, we cannot treat until we come to the history of the Passion. On the contrary, this contention is ushered in merely by the words, "Egeneto de kai philonaikia in autois," nearly the same by which the first contention is introduced, chapter 9, verse 46, and leads to a discourse from Jesus, which, as we have already noticed, Matthew and Mark represent him to have delivered in connection with the earlier instances of rivalry, so that this passage of Luke has nothing peculiarly its own beyond its position at the Last Supper. This position, however, is not very secure, for that immediately after the discourse on the betrayer, so humiliating to the disciples, pride should so strongly have taken possession of them, is as difficult to believe as it is easy to discover, by a comparison of verses 23 and 24, how the writer might be led, without historical grounds, to insert here a contention for preeminence. It is clear that the words kai autoi irxanto soset ein pros heautus to tis ara ai ex auton ho tuto melon prasein suggested to him the similar ones, egeneto de kai philonaikia in autois to tis auton doc ai enai meson.
that is, the disputes about the betrayer call to his remembrance the disputes about preeminence. One such dispute, indeed, he had already mentioned, but had only connected with it, one sentence excepted, the discourses occasioned by the exhibition of the child. He had yet in reserve those which the two first evangelists attached to the petition of the sons of Zebedee, an occasion which seems not to have been present to the mind of the third evangelist, whence he introduces the discourses pertaining to it here, with the general statement that they originated in a contention for preeminence, which broke out among the disciples. Meanwhile, the chronological position also of the two first named disputes about rank has very little probability, for in both instances it is after a prediction of the passion, which, like the prediction of the betrayal, would seem calculated to suppress such thoughts of earthly ambition. We therefore welcome the indication which the evangelical narrative itself presents, of the manner in which the narrators were led unhistorically to such an arrangement. In the answer of Jesus to the prayer of Salome, the salient point was the suffering that awaited him and his disciples. Hence, by the most natural association of ideas, the ambition of the two disciples, the antidote to which was the announcement of approaching trial, was connected with the prediction of the passion. Again, on the first occasion of rivalry, the preceding prediction of the passion leads in Mark and Luke to the observation that the disciples did not understand the words of Jesus and yet feared to ask him concerning them, whence it may be inferred that they debated and disputed on the subject among themselves. Here then, the association of ideas caused the evangelists to introduce the contention for preeminence, also carried on in the absence of Jesus. This explanation is not applicable to the narrative of Matthew, for there, between the prediction of the passion and the dispute of the disciples, the anecdote of the coin angled for by Peter intervenes. With the above contentions for preeminence, another anecdote is indirectly connected by means of the child which is put forward on one of those occasions. Children are brought to Jesus that he may bless them. The disciples wish to prevent it, but Jesus speaks the encouraging words, "Suffer little children to come unto me," and adds that only for children and those who resemble children is the kingdom of heaven destined. Matthew chapter 19, verse 13 and following, Mark chapter 10, verse 13 and following, Luke chapter 18, verse 15 and following. This narrative has many points of resemblance to that of the child placed in the midst of the disciples. Firstly, in both, Jesus presents children as a model, and declares that only those who resemble children can enter the kingdom of God. Secondly, in both, the disciples appear in the light of opposition to children. And thirdly, in both, Mark says that Jesus took the children in his arms. If these points of resemblance be esteemed adequate ground for reducing the two narratives to one, the latter must, beyond all question, be retained as the nearest to truth, because the saying of Jesus, "Suffer little children," etc., which from its retaining this original form in all the narratives bears the stamp of genuineness, could scarcely have been uttered on the other occasion, whereas the sentences on children as patterns of humility, given in connection with the contention about rank, might very well have been uttered under the circumstances above described, in retrospective allusion to previous contentions about rank. Nevertheless, this might rather be the place for supposing an assimilation of originally diverse occurrences, since it is at least evident that Mark has inserted the expression enagkalisamenos in both, simply on account of the resemblance between the two scenes. End of section 87.
Part 2, Chapter 8, Section 88 of The Life of Jesus Critically Examined by David Friedrich STRAUSS, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, History of the Public Life of Jesus. Chapter 8, Events in the Public Life of Jesus, exclusive of the miracles. Section 88, The Purification of the Temple. Jesus, during his first residence in Jerusalem, according to John chapter 2, verse 14 and following, according to the synoptists during his last, Matthew chapter 21, verse 12 and following, and parallel passages, undertook the purification of the temple. The ancient commentators thought, and many modern ones still think, that these were separate events, especially as, besides the chronological difference, there is some divergency between the three first evangelists and the fourth in their particulars, while, namely, the former, in relation to the conduct of Jesus, merely speak in general terms of an expulsion. John says that he made a scourge of small cords for this purpose. Again, while according to the former, he treats all the sellers alike, he appears, according to John, to make some distinction, and to use the sellers of doves somewhat more mildly. Moreover, John does not say that he drove out the buyers as well as the sellers. There is also a difference as to the language used by Jesus on the occasion. In the synoptical Gospels, it is given in the form of an exact quotation from the Old Testament. In John, merely as a free allusion. But, above all, there is a difference as to the result. In the fourth Gospel, Jesus is immediately called to account. In the synoptical Gospels, we read nothing of this, and according to them, it is not until the following day that the Jewish authorities put Jesus to a question which seems to have reference to the purification of the temple. Matthew chapter 21, verse 23 and following, and to which Jesus replies quite otherwise than to the remonstrance in the fourth Gospel. To explain the repetition of such a measure, it is remarked that the abuse was not likely to cease on the first expulsion, and that on every revival of it, Jesus would feel himself anew called on to interfere. That, moreover, the temple purification in John is indicated to be an earlier event than that in the synoptical Gospels, by the circumstance that the fourth evangelist represents Jesus as being immediately called to account, while his impunity in the other case appears a natural consequence of the heightened consideration which he had in the meantime won. But allowing to these divergencies in their full weight, the agreement between the two narratives preponderates. We have in both the same abuse, the same violent mode of checking it, by casting out the people, and overthrowing the tables. Nay, virtually the same language in justification of this procedure. For in John, as well as in the other Gospels, the words of Jesus contain a reference, though not a verbally precise one, to Isaiah chapter 56 verse 7, and Jeremiah chapter 7 verse 11. These important points of resemblance must at least exhort such an admission as that of Seifert, namely, that the two occurrences, originally but little alike, were assimilated by tradition, the features of the one being transferred to the other. But thus much seems clear. The synoptists know as little of an earlier event of this kind, as in fact of an earlier visit of Jesus to Jerusalem. And the fourth evangelist seems to have passed over the purification of the temple after the last entrance of Jesus into the metropolis, not because he presumed it to be already known from the other Gospels, but because he believed that he must give an early date to the sole act of the kind with which he was acquainted. If then each of the evangelists knew only of one purification of the temple, we are not warranted either by the slight divergencies in the description of the event, or by the important difference in its chronological position, to suppose that there were two. Since chronological differences are by no means rare in the Gospels, and are quite natural in writings of traditional origin. It is therefore with justice that our most modern interpreters have, after the example of some older ones, declared themselves in favor of the identity of the two histories. On which side lies the error? We may know beforehand how the criticism of the present day will decide on this question, namely, in favor of the fourth gospel. According to Luca, the scourge, the diversified treatment of the different classes of traders, the more indirect allusion to the Old Testament passage, are so many indications that the writer was an ear and eye witness of the scene he describes, while, as to chronology, it is well known that this is in no degree regarded by the synoptists, but only by John, whence, according to Seifert, to surrender the narrative of the latter to that of the former would be to renounce the certain for the uncertain. As to John's dramatic details, we may match them by a particular peculiar to Mark. And they would not suffer that any man should carry any vessel through the temple. Verse 16. Which besides has a support in the Jewish custom which did not permit the court of the temple to be made a thoroughfare. If, nevertheless, this particular is put to the account of Mark's otherwise ascertained predilection for arbitrary embellishment, what authorizes us to regard similar artistic touches from the fourth evangelist as necessary proofs of his having been an eyewitness? To appeal here to his character of eyewitness as a recognized fact is too glaring a petitio principii, at least in the point of view taken by a comparative criticism, in which the decision as to whether the artistic details of the fourth evangelist are mere embellishments must depend solely on intrinsic probability. Although the different treatment of the different classes of men is in itself a probable feature, and the freer allusion to the Old Testament is at least an indifferent one, it is quite otherwise with the most striking feature in the narrative of John. Origen has set the example of objecting the twisting and application of the scourge of small cords as far too violent and disorderly a procedure. Modern interpreters soften the picture by supposing that Jesus used the scourge merely against the cattle, a supposition, however, opposed to the text, which represents all as being driven out by the scourge. Yet still they cannot avoid perceiving the use of a scourge at all to be unseemly in a person of the dignity of Jesus, and only calculated to aggravate the already tumultuary character of the proceeding. The feature peculiar to Mark is encumbered with no such difficulties, and while it is rejected, is this of John to be received? Certainly not, if we can only find an indication in what way the fourth evangelist might be led to the free invention of such a particular. Now it is evident from the quotation, verse 17, which is peculiar to him, that he looked on the act of Jesus as a demonstration of holy zeal, a sufficient temptation to exaggerate the traits of zealousness in his conduct. In relation to the chronological difference, we need only remember how the fourth evangelist antedates the acknowledgment of Jesus as the Messiah by the disciples, and the conferring of the name of Peter on Simon to be freed from the common assumption of his preeminent chronological accuracy, which is alleged in favor of his position for the purification of the temple. For this particular case, however, it is impossible to show any reason why the occurrence in question would better suit the time of the first than of the last Passover visited by Jesus, whereas there are no slight grounds for the opposite opinion. It is true that nothing in relation to chronology is to be founded on the improbability that Jesus should so early have referred to his death and resurrection, as he must have done, according to John's interpretation of the saying about the destruction and rebuilding of the temple. For we shall see, in the proper place, that this reference to the death and resurrection owes its introduction to the declaration of Jesus to the evangelist alone. but it is no inconsiderable argument against John's position of the event, that Jesus, with his prudence and tact, would hardly have ventured thus early on so violent an exercise of his messianic authority. For in that period of his ministry, he had not given himself out as the Messiah, and under any other than messianic authority, such a step could then scarcely have been hazarded. Moreover, he, in the beginning, rather chose to meet his contemporaries on friendly ground, and it is therefore hardly credible that he should at once, without trying milder means, have adopted an appearance so antagonistic. But to the last week of his life, such a scene is perfectly suited. Then, after his messianic entrance into Jerusalem, it was his direct aim in all that he did and said to assert his messiahship in defiance of the contradiction of his enemies. Then, all lay so entirely at stake that nothing more was to be lost by such a step. As regards the nature of the event, Origen long ago thought it incredible that so great a multitude should have unresistingly submitted to a single man, one, too, whose claims had ever been obstinately contested. His only resource in this exigency is to appeal to the superhuman power of Jesus, by virtue of which he was able suddenly to extinguish the wrath of his enemies, or to render it impotent, and hence Origen ranks this expulsion among the greatest miracles of Jesus. Modern expositors decline the miracle, but Paulus is the only one among them who has adequately weighed Origen's remark, that, in the ordinary course of things, the multitude would have opposed themselves to a single person. Whatever may be said of the surprise caused by the suddenness of the appearance of Jesus, if, as John relates, he made himself a scourge of cords, he would need some time for preparation. Of the force of right on his side. On the side of those whom he attacked, however, there was established usage. Or finally, of the irresistible impression produced by the personality of Jesus. On usurers and cattle dealers, on brute men, as Paulus calls them. Still, such a multitude, certain as it might be of the protection of the priesthood, would not have unresistingly allowed themselves to be driven out of the temple by a single man. Hence, Paulus is of opinion that a number of others, equally scandalized by the sacrilegious traffic, made common cause with Jesus, and that to their united strength the buyers and sellers were compelled to yield. But this supposition is fatal to the entire incident, for it makes Jesus the cause of an open tumult, and it is not easy either to reconcile this conduct with his usual aversion to everything revolutionary, or to explain the omission of his enemies to use it as an accusation against him. For that they held themselves bound in conscience to admit that the conduct of Jesus was justifiable in this case, is the less credible, since, according to a rabbinical authority, the Jews appear to have been so far from taking umbrage at the market in the court of the Gentiles, and this is all we are to understand by the word iron, that the absence of it seemed to them like a melancholy desolation of the temple. According to this, it is not surprising that Origen casts a doubt on the historical value of this narrative, by the expression, if it really happened, and at most admits that the evangelist, in order to present an idea allegorically, also borrowed the form of an actual occurrence. But in order to contest the reality of this history, in defiance of the agreement of all the four evangelists, the negative grounds hitherto adduced must be seconded by satisfactory positive ones, from whence it might be seen how the primitive Christian legend could be led to the invention of such a scene, apart from any historical foundation. But these appear to be wanting. For our only positive data in relation to this occurrence are the passages cited by the synoptists from Isaiah and Jeremiah, prohibiting that the temple should be made a den of robbers, and the passage from Malachi chapter 3, verses 1 through 3, according to which it was expected that in the messianic times Jehovah would suddenly come to his temple, that no one would stand before his appearing, and that he would undertake a purification of the people and the worship. Certainly, these passages seem to have some bearing on the irresistible reforming activity of Jesus in the temple, as described by our Evangelists. But there is so little indication that they had reference in particular to the market in the outer court of the temple, that it seems necessary to suppose an actual opposition on the part of Jesus to this abuse, in order to account for the fulfillment of the above prophecies by him being represented under the form of an expulsion of buyers and sellers. End of section 88. Part 2, Chapter 8, Section 89 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich STRAUSS, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, History of the Public Life of Jesus. Chapter 8, Events in the Public Life of Jesus exclusive of the miracles. Section 89, Narratives of the Anointing of Jesus by a Woman. An occasion on which Jesus was anointed by a woman as he sat at meat is mentioned by all the Evangelists. Matthew chapter 26, verse 6 and following, Mark chapter 14, verse 3 and following, Luke chapter 7, verse 36 and following, John chapter 12, verse 1 and following. But with some divergencies, the most important of which lie between Luke and the other three. First, as to the chronology, Luke places the incident in the earlier period of the life of Jesus, before his departure from Galilee, while the other three assign it to the last week of his life. Secondly, as to the character of the woman who anoints Jesus, she is, according to Luke, a woman who was a sinner. According to the two other synoptists, a person of unsullied reputation. According to John, who is more precise, Mary of Bethany. From the second point of difference, it follows that in Luke the objection of the spectators turns on the admission of so infamous a person, in the other Gospels on the wastefulness of the woman. From both it follows that Jesus in his defense dwells, in the former, on the grateful love of the woman, as contrasted with the haughty indifference of the Pharisees, in the latter on his approaching departure, in opposition to the constant presence of the poor. There are yet the minor occurrences, that the place in which the entertainment and the anointing occur is, by the two first and the fourth Evangelists, called Bethany, which, according to John chapter 11, verse 1, was a town, by Luke, city, without any more precise designation. Further, that the objection, according to the three former, proceeds from the disciples, according to Luke, from the entertainer. Hence, the majority of commentators distinguish two anointings, of which one is narrated by Luke, the other by the three remaining Evangelists. But it must be asked, if the reconciliation of Luke with the three other Evangelists is despaired of, whether the agreement of the latter amongst themselves is so decided, and whether we must not rather proceed from the distinction of two anointings to the distinction of three, or even four. To four, certainly, it will scarcely extend, for Mark does not depart from Matthew, except in a few touches of his well-known dramatic manner. But between these two Evangelists on the one side, and John on the other, there are differences which may fairly be compared with those between Luke and the rest. The first difference relates to the house in which the entertainment is said to have been given.
According to the two first evangelists, it was the house of Simon the leper, a person elsewhere unnoticed. The fourth does not, it is true, expressly name the host, but since he mentions Martha as the person who waited on the guests, and her brother Lazarus as one of those who sat at meat, there is no doubt that he intended to indicate the house of the latter as the locality of the repast. Neither is the time of the occurrence precisely the same, for according to Matthew and Mark, the scene takes place after the solemn entrance of Jesus into Jerusalem, only 2 days at the utmost before the Passover. According to John, on the other hand, before the entrance, as early as 6 days prior to the Passover. Further, the individual whom John states to be that Mary of Bethany, so intimately united to Jesus, is only known to the two first evangelists as a woman. Neither do they represent her as being, like Mary, in the house and one of the host's family, but as coming, one knows not whence, to Jesus while he reclined at table. Moreover, the act of anointing is in the fourth gospel another than in the two first. In the latter, the woman pours her ointment of spikenard on the head of Jesus. In John, on the contrary, she anoints his feet and dries them with her hair, a difference which gives the whole scene a new character. Lastly, the two synoptists are not aware that it was Judas who gave utterance to the censure against the woman, Matthew attributing it to the disciples, Mark to the spectators generally. Thus, between the narrative of John and that of Matthew and Mark, there is scarcely less difference than between the account of these three collectively and that of Luke. Whoever supposes two distinct occurrences in the one case must, to be consistent, do so in the other, and thus, with Origen, hold, at least conditionally, that there were three separate anointings. So soon, however, as this consequence is more closely examined, it must create a difficulty. For how improbable is it that Jesus should have been expensively anointed 3 times, each time at a feast, each time by a woman, that woman being always a different one? That, moreover, Jesus should in each instance have had to defend the act of the woman against the censures of the spectators? Above all, how is it to be conceived that after Jesus, on one and even on 2 earlier occasions, had so decidedly given his sanction to the honor rendered to him, the disciples, or one of them, should have persisted in censuring it? These considerations oblige us to think of reductions, and it is the most natural to commence with the narratives of the 2 first synoptists and of John, for these agree not only in place, Bethany, but also, generally, in the time of the event, the last week of the life of Jesus. Above all, the censure and the reply are nearly the same on both sides. In connection with these similarities, the differences lose their importance, partly from the improbability that an incident of this kind should be repeated, partly from the probability that in the traditional propagation of the anecdote, such divergencies should have insinuated themselves. But if, in this case, the identity of the occurrences be admitted, in consideration of the similarities and in spite of the dissimilarities, then, on the other hand, the divergencies peculiar to the narrative of Luke can no longer hinder us from pronouncing it to be identical with that of the 3 other evangelists, provided that there appear to be only a few important points of resemblance between the 2. And such really exist, for Luke now strikingly accords with Matthew and Mark in opposition to John, now with the latter in opposition to the former. Luke gives the entertainer the same name as the 2 first synoptists, namely Simon,
the only difference being that the former calls him a Pharisee, while the latter style him the leper. Again, Luke agrees with the other synoptists in opposition to John, in representing the woman who anoints Jesus as a nameless individual, not belonging to the house, and further, in making her appear with a box of ointment, while John speaks only of a pound of ointment, without specifying the vessel. On the other hand, Luke coincides in a remarkable manner with John, and differs from the two other evangelists as to the mode of the anointing. While, namely, according to the latter, the ointment is poured on the head of Jesus, according to Luke, the woman who was a sinner, as according to John, Mary anoints the feet of Jesus, and even the striking particular that she dried them with her hair is given by both in nearly the same words, excepting that in Luke, where the woman is described as a sinner, it is added that she bathed the feet of Jesus with her tears and kissed them. Thus, without doubt, we have here but one history under three various forms, and this seems to have been the real conclusion of Origen, as well as recently of Schleiermacher. In this state of the case, the effort is to escape as cheaply as possible and to save the divergencies of the several evangelists, at least from the appearance of contradiction. First, with regard to the differences between the two first evangelists and the last, it has been attempted to reconcile the discrepant dates by the supposition that the meal at Bethany was held really, as John informs us, 6 days before Easter, but that Matthew, after whom Mark wrote, has no contradictory date, that rather he has no date at all. For though he inserts the narrative of the meal and the anointing after the declaration of Jesus, that after 2 days is the feast of the Passover, this does not prove that he intended to place it later as to time, for it is probable that he gave it this position simply because he wished to note here, before coming to the betrayal by Judas, the occasion on which the traitor first embraced his black resolve, namely, the repast at which he was incensed by Mary's prodigality and embittered by the rebuke of Jesus. But in opposition to this, modern criticism has shown that, on the one hand, in the mild and altogether general reply of Jesus, there could lie nothing personally offensive to Judas, and that, on the other hand, the two first Gospels do not name Judas as the party who censured the anointing, but the disciples, or the bystanders generally, whereas if they had noted this scene purely because it was the motive for the treachery of Judas, they must have especially pointed out the manifestation of his feeling. There remains, consequently, a chronological contradiction in this instance between the two first synoptists and John, a contradiction which even Olshausen admits. It has been attempted in a variety of ways to evade the farther difference as to the person of the host. As Matthew and Mark speak only of the house of Simon the leper, some have distinguished the owner of the house, Simon, from the giver of the entertainment, who doubtless was Lazarus, and have supposed that hence, in both cases, without error, the fourth evangelist mentions the latter, the two first synoptists the former. But who would distinguish an entertainment by the name of the householder if he were not in any way the giver of the entertainment? Again, since John does not expressly call Lazarus the host, but merely one of those sitting at the table, and since the inference that he was the host is drawn solely from the circumstance that his sister Martha served, others have regarded Simon as the husband of Martha, either separated on account of his leprosy, or already deceased, and have supposed that Lazarus then resided with his widowed sister, an hypothesis which it is more easy to reconcile with the narratives than the former,
but which is unsupported by any certain information. We come next to the divergency relative to the mode of anointing. According to the two first evangelists, the ointment was poured on the head of Jesus. According to the fourth, on his feet. The old trivial mode of harmonizing the two statements, by supposing that both the head and the feet were anointed, has recently been expanded into the conjecture that Mary indeed intended only to anoint the feet of Jesus, John, but as she accidentally broke the vessel, Mark, the ointment flowed over his head also, Matthew. This attempt at reconciling falls into the comic, for as we cannot imagine how a woman who was preparing to anoint the feet of Jesus could bring the vessel of ointment over his head, we must suppose that the ointment spirited upwards like an effervescing draught. So that here also the contradiction remains, and not only between Matthew and John, where it is admitted even by Schneckenberger, but also between the latter evangelist and Mark. The two divergencies relative to the person of the woman who anoints Jesus, and to the party who blames her, were thought to be the most readily explained. That what John ascribes to Judas singly, Matthew and Mark refer to all the disciples or spectators, was believed to be simply accounted for by the supposition that while the rest manifested their disapprobation by gestures only, Judas vented his in words. We grant that the words, they said, preceded, as it is in Mark, by the words, having indignation within themselves, and followed, as in Matthew, by the words, but Jesus knowing, does not necessarily imply that all the disciples gave audible expressions to their feelings. As, however, the two first evangelists immediately after this meal narrate the betrayal by Judas, they would certainly have named the traitor on the above occasion, had he, to their knowledge, made himself conspicuous in connection with the covetous blame which the woman's liberality drew forth. That John particularizes the woman, whose name is not given by the synoptists, as Mary of Bethany, is, in the ordinary view, only an example how the fourth evangelist supplies the omissions of his predecessors. But as the two first synoptists attach so much importance to the deed of the woman that they make Jesus predict the perpetuation of her memory on account of it, a particular which John has not, they would assuredly have also given her name had they known it, so that in any case we may conclude thus much. They knew not who the woman was, still less did they conceive her to be Mary of Bethany. Thus, if the identity only of the last evangelist's narrative with that of the two first be acknowledged, it must be confessed that we have, on the one side or the other, an account which is inaccurate and disfigured by tradition. It is, however, not only between these, but also between Luke and his fellow evangelists collectively, that they who suppose only one incident to be the foundation of their narratives, seek to remove as far as possible the appearance of contradiction. Schleiermacher, whose highest authority is John, but who will on no account renounce Luke, comes in this instance, when the two so widely diverge, into a peculiar dilemma, from which he must have thought that he could extricate himself with singular dexterity, since he has not evaded it, as he does others of a similar kind, by the supposition of two fundamental occurrences. It is true that he finds himself constrained to concede, in favor of John, that Luke's informant could not, in this case, have been an eyewitness, whence minor divergencies, as for instance those relative to the locality, are to be explained. On the other hand, the apparently important differences that, according to Luke, the woman is a sinner, according to John, Mary of Bethany, that according to the former, the host, according to the latter, the disciples, make objections, and that the reply of Jesus is in the respective narrations totally different. These, in Schleiermacher's opinion, have their foundation in the fact that the occurrence may be regarded from two points of view. The one aspect of the occurrence is the murmuring of the disciples, and this is given by Matthew. The other, namely, the relations of Jesus with the Pharisaic host, is exhibited by Luke, and John confirms both representations. The most decided impediment to the reconciliation of Luke with the other Evangelists, his designation of the woman as a sinner, Schleiermacher invalidates, by calling it a false inference of the narrator from the address of Jesus to Mary, "Thy sins are forgiven thee." This Jesus might say to Mary in allusion to some error, unknown to us, but such as the purest are liable to, without compromising her reputation with the spectators, who were well acquainted with her character. And it was only the narrator who erroneously concluded from the above words of Jesus, and from his further discourse, that the woman concerned was a sinner in the ordinary sense of the word, whence he has incorrectly amplified the thoughts of the host, verse 39. It is not, however, simply of sins, but of many sins, that Jesus speaks in relation to the woman. And if this also be an addition of the narrator, to be rejected as such because it is inconsistent with the character of Mary of Bethany, then has the entire speech of Jesus from verses 40 through 48, which turns on the opposition between forgiving and loving little and much, been falsified or misrepresented by the evangelist, and on the side of Luke especially, it is in vain to attempt to harmonize the discordant narratives. If, then, the four narratives can be reconciled only by the supposition that several of them have undergone important traditional modifications, the question is, which of them is the nearest to the original fact? That modern critics should unanimously decide in favor of John cannot surprise us after our previous observations, and as little can the nature of the reasoning by which their judgment is supported. The narrative of John, say they, reasoning in a circle, being that of an eyewitness, must be at once supposed the true one, and this conclusion is sometimes rested for greater security on the false premise that the more circumstantial and dramatic narrator is the more accurate reporter, the eyewitness. The breaking of the box of ointment in Mark, although a dramatic particular, is readily rejected as a mere embellishment, but does not John's statement of the quantity of spikenard as a pound border on exaggeration? And ought not the extravagance which Olshausen, in relation to this disproportionate consumption of ointment, attributes to Mary's love, to be rather referred to the evangelist's imagination, which would then also have the entire credit of the circumstance that the house was filled with the odor of the ointment? It is worthy of notice that the estimate of the value of the perfume at 300 denarii is given by John and Mark alone, as also at the miraculous feeding of the multitude. It is these two evangelists who rate the necessary food at 200 denarii. If Mark only had this close estimate, how quickly would it be pronounced, at least by Schleiermacher, a gratuitous addition of the narrator? What then is it that, in the actual state of the case, prevents the utterance of this opinion, even as a conjecture, but the prejudice in favor of the fourth gospel? Even the anointing of the head, which is attested by two of the synoptists, is, because John mentions the feet instead of the head, rejected as unusual and incompatible with the position of Jesus at a meal, whereas the anointing of the feet with precious oil was far less usual, and this the most recent commentator on the fourth gospel admits. But peculiar gratitude is rendered to the eyewitness John, because he has rescued from oblivion the names, both of the anointing woman and of the censorious disciple. It has been supposed that the synoptists did in fact know the name of the woman, but withheld it from the apprehension that danger might possibly accrue to the family of Lazarus, while John, writing later, was under no such restraint. But this expedient rests on mere assumptions. Our former conclusion therefore subsists, namely, that the earlier evangelists knew nothing of the name of the woman, and the question arises, how was this possible? Jesus having expressly promised immortal renown to the deed of the woman, the tendency must arise to perpetuate her name also. And if this were identical with the known and oft-repeated name of Mary of Bethany, it is not easy to understand how the association of the deed and the name could be lost in tradition, and the woman who anointed Jesus become nameless. It is perhaps still more incomprehensible, supposing the covetous blame cast upon the woman to have been really uttered by him who proved the betrayer, that this should be forgotten in tradition, and the expression of blame attributed to the disciples generally. When a fact is narrated of a person otherwise unknown, or even when the person being known, the fact does not obviously accord with his general character, it is natural that the name should be lost in tradition. But when the narrated word or work of a person agrees so entirely with his known character, as does the covetous and hypocritical blame in question with the character of the traitor, it is difficult to suppose that the legend would sever it from his name. Moreover, the history in which this blame occurs verges so nearly on the moment of the betrayal, especially according to the position given it by the two first evangelists, that had the blame really proceeded from Judas, the two facts would have been almost inevitably associated. Nay, even if that expression of latent cupidity had not really belonged to Judas, there must have been a temptation, eventually, to ascribe it to him, as a help to the delineation of his character, and to the explanation of his subsequent treachery. Thus the case is reversed, and the question is whether, instead of praising John that he has preserved to us this precise information, we ought not rather to give our approbation to the synoptists that they have abstained from so natural but unhistorical a combination. We can arrive at no other conclusion with respect to the designation of the woman who anoints Jesus as Mary of Bethany. On the one hand, it is inconceivable that the deed, if originally hers, should be separated from her celebrated name. On the other, the legend, in the course of its development, might naturally come to attribute to one whose spiritual relations with Jesus had, according to the third and fourth Gospels, early obtained great celebrity in the primitive church, an act of devoted love towards him, which originally belonged to another and less known person. But from another side also, we find ourselves induced to regard the narratives of Matthew and Mark, who give no name to the woman, rather than that of John, who distinguishes her as Mary of Bethany, as the parent stem of the group of anecdotes before us. Our position of the identity of all the four narratives must, to be tenable, enable us also to explain how Luke's representation of the facts could arise. Now, supposing the narrative of John to be nearest to the truth, it is not a little surprising that, in the legend, the anointing woman should doubly descend from the highly honored Mary, sister of Lazarus, to an unknown nameless individual, and thence even to a notorious sinner. It appears far more natural to give the intermediate position to the indifferent statement of the synoptists, out of whose equivocal nameless woman might equally be made, either in an ascending scale, a Mary, or in a descending one, a sinner. The possibility of the first transformation has already been shown. It must next be asked, where could be an inducement, without historical grounds, gradually to invest the anointing woman with the character of a sinner? In the narrative itself, our only clue is a feature which the two first synoptists have not, but which John has in common with Luke, namely, that the woman anointed the feet of Jesus. To the fourth evangelist, this tribute of feeling appeared in accordance with the sensitive, devoted nature of Mary, whom he elsewhere also represents as falling at the feet of Jesus. But by another it might be taken, as by Luke, for the gesture of contrition, an idea which might favor the conception of the woman as a sinner, might favor, we say, not cause. For a cause we must search elsewhere. End of section 89. Part 2, Chapter 8, Section 90 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich STRAUSS, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, History of the Public Life of Jesus. Chapter 8, Events in the Public Life of Jesus exclusive of the miracles. Section 90, The narratives of the woman taken in adultery and of Mary and Martha. In the Gospel of John, chapter 8, verses 1 through 11, the Pharisees and scribes bring a woman taken in adultery to Jesus, that they may obtain his opinion as to the procedure to be observed against her. Whereupon Jesus, by appealing to the consciences of the accusers, liberates the woman and dismisses her with an admonition. The genuineness of this passage has been strongly contested. Nay, its spuriousness might be regarded as demonstrated, were it not that even the most thorough investigations on the subject indirectly betray a design, which Paulus openly avows, of warding off the dangerous surmises as to the origin of the fourth gospel, which are occasioned by the supposition that this passage, encumbered as it is with improbabilities, is a genuine portion of that gospel. For, in the first place, the scribes say to Jesus, Moses in the law commanded us that such should be stoned. Now, in no part of the Pentateuch is this punishment prescribed for adultery, but simply death, the mode of inflicting it being left undetermined. Leviticus chapter 20 verse 10, Deuteronomy chapter 22 verse 22. Nor was stoning for adultery a later institution of the Talmud, for according to the canon, omne mortis supplicium, in scriptura absolute positum esse strangulationem. The punishment appointed for this offense in the Talmud is strangulation. Further, it is difficult to discover what there was to ensnare Jesus in the question proposed to him. The scribes quoted to him the commandment of the law, as if they would warn him rather than tempt him, for they could not expect that he would decide otherwise than agreeably to the law. Again, the decision of Jesus is open to the stricture that if only he who is conscious of perfect purity were authorized to judge and punish, all social order would be at an end. The circumstance of Jesus writing on the ground has a legendary and mystical air. For even if it be not correctly explained by the gloss of Jerome, eorum videlicet, qui accusabant, et omnium mortalium peccata, it yet seems to imply something more mysterious than a mere manifestation of contempt for the accusers. Lastly, it is scarcely conceivable that every one of those men who dragged the woman before Jesus, zealous for the law, and adverse to his cause, as they are supposed to be, should have had so tender a conscience as on the appeal of Jesus to retire without prosecuting their design, and leave the woman behind them uninjured. This rather appears to belong merely to the legendary or poetical embellishment of the scene. Yet, however improbable it may appear, from these observations, that the occurrence happened precisely as it is here narrated, this, as Bretschneider justly maintains, proves nothing against the genuineness of the passage, since it is arguing in a circle to assume the apostolic composition of the fourth gospel, and the consequent impossibility that a narrative containing contradictions should form a portion of it, prior to an examination of its several parts. Nevertheless, on the other hand, the absence of the passage in the oldest authorities is so suspicious that a decision on the subject cannot be hazarded. In any case, the narrative of an interview between Jesus and a woman of the above character must be very ancient, since, according to Eusebius, it was found in the Gospel of the Hebrews and in the writings of Papias. It was long thought that the woman mentioned in the Hebrew Gospel and by Papias was identical with the adulteress in John. But against this it has been justly observed that one who had the reproach of many sins must be distinct from her who was detected in the one act of adultery. I wonder, however, that no one has, to my knowledge, thought, in connection with the passage of Eusebius, of the woman in Luke of whom Jesus says that her many sins are forgiven. It is true that the word diablithaisis does not fully agree with this idea, for Luke does not speak of actual expressions of the Pharisee in disparagement of the woman, but merely of the unfavourable thoughts which he had concerning her, and in this respect the passage in Eusebius would agree better with the narrative of John, which has an express denunciation, a diablein. Thus we are led, on external grounds, by the doubt whether an ancient notice refer to the one or the other of the two narratives, to a perception of their affinity, which is besides evident from internal reasons. In both we have a woman, a sinner before Jesus. In both, this woman is regarded with an evil eye by Pharisaic sanctimoniousness. But it is taken into protection by Jesus, and dismissed with a friendly "Go." These were precisely the features, the origin of which we could not understand in the narrative of Luke, viewed as a mere variation of the history of the anointing given by the other Evangelists. Now, what is more natural than to suppose that they were transferred into Luke's history of the anointing from that of the forgiven sinner? If the Christian legend possessed, on the one side, a woman who had anointed Jesus, who was on this account reproached, but was defended by Jesus, and on the other side, a woman who was accused before him of many sins, but whom he pardoned, how easily, aided by the idea of an anointing of the feet of Jesus, which bears the interpretation of an act of penitence, might the two histories flow together, the anointing woman become also a sinner, and the sinner also an anointer. Then, that the scene of the pardon was an entertainment, was a feature also drawn from the history of the anointing. The entertainer must be a Pharisee, because the accusation of the woman ought to proceed from a Pharisaic party, and because, as we have seen, Luke has a predilection for Pharisaic entertainments. Lastly, the discourse of Jesus may have been borrowed, partly from the original narrative of the woman who was a sinner, partly from analogous occasions. If these conjectures be correct, the narratives are preserved unmixed, on the one hand by the two first Evangelists, on the other by the fourth, or whoever was the author of the passage on the adulteress. For if the latter contains much that is legendary, it is at least free from any admixture of the history of the anointing. Having thus accounted for one modification of the narrative concerning the anointing woman, namely, her degradation into a sinner by the influence of another and somewhat similar anecdote, which was current in the first age of Christianity, we may proceed to consider, experimentally, whether a like external influence may not have helped to produce the opposite modification of the unknown into Mary of Bethany, a modification which, for the rest, we have already seen to be easy of explanation. Such an influence could only proceed from the sole notice of Mary, with the exception of her appearance at the resurrection of Lazarus, which has been preserved to us, and which is memorable by the declaration of Jesus, "One thing is needful, and Mary hath chosen," etc. Luke 10:38 and following. We have, in fact, here as well as there, Martha occupied in serving, John 12:2, kai hi Martha dikon ai, Luke 10:40, hi de Martha per eis pato polin diakon ian. Here Mary sitting at the feet of Jesus, there anointing his feet. Here blamed by her sister, there by Judas, for her useless conduct, and in both cases defended by Jesus. It is surely unavoidable to say, if once the narrative of the anointing of Jesus by a woman were current, together with that of Mary and Martha, it was very natural, from the numerous points of resemblance between them, that they should be blended in the legend, or by some individual, into one story. That the unknown woman who anointed the feet of Jesus, who was blamed by the spectators, and vindicated by Jesus, should be changed into Mary, whom tradition had depicted in a similar situation. The task of serving at the meal with which the anointing was connected attributed to Mary's sister Martha. And finally, her brother Lazarus made a partaker of the meal, so that here the narrative of Luke on the one side, and that of the two synoptists on the other, appear to be pure anecdotes, that of John a mixed one. Further, in Luke's narrative of the visit of Jesus to the two sisters, there is no mention of Lazarus, with whom, however, according to John, chapters 11 and 12, Mary and Martha appear to have dwelt. Nay, Luke speaks precisely as if the presence or existence of this brother, whom indeed neither he nor either of the other synoptists anywhere notices, were entirely unknown to him. For had he known anything of Lazarus, or had he thought of him as present, he could not have said, "A certain woman named Martha received him into her house." He must at least have named her brother also, especially as, according to John, the latter was an intimate friend of Jesus. This silence is remarkable, and commentators have not succeeded in finding a better explanation of it than that given in the natural history of the prophet of Nazareth, where the shortly subsequent death of Lazarus is made available for the supposition that he was, about the time of that visit of Jesus, on a journey for the benefit of his health. Not less striking is another point relative to the locality of this scene. According to John, Mary and Martha dwelt in Bethany, a small town in the immediate vicinity of Jerusalem, whereas Luke, when speaking of the visit of Jesus to these sisters, only mentions a certain town, which is thought, however, to be easily reconciled with a statement of John, by the observation that Luke assigns the visit to the journey of Jesus to Jerusalem, but to one travelling thither out of Galilee, Bethany would lie in the way. But it would lie quite at the end of this way, so that the visit of Jesus must fall at the close of his journey, whereas Luke places it soon after the departure out of Galilee, and separates it from the entrance into Jerusalem by a multitude of incidents, filling 8 entire chapters. Thus much, then, is clear. The author or editor of the third gospel was ignorant that that visit was paid in Bethany, or that Mary and Martha dwelt there. And it is only that evangelist who represents Mary as the anointing woman, who also names Bethany as the home of Mary, the same place where, according to the 2 first synoptists, the anointing occurred. If Mary were once made identical with the anointing woman, and if the anointing were known to have happened in Bethany, it would naturally follow that this town would be represented as Mary's home. Hence, it is probable that the anointing woman owes her name to the current narrative of the visit of Jesus to Martha and Mary, and that Mary owes her home to the narrative of the meal at Bethany. We should thus have a group of 5 histories, among which the narrative given by the 2 first synoptists of the anointing of Jesus by a woman would form the center, that in John of the adulteress, and that in Luke of Mary and Martha, the extremes, while the anointing by the sinner in Luke, and that by Mary in John, would fill the intermediate places. It is true that all the 5 narratives might with some plausibility be regarded as varied editions of one historical incident. But from the essential dissimilarity between the 3 to which I have assigned the middle and extreme places, I am rather of opinion that these are each founded on a special incident, but that the 2 intermediate narratives are secondary formations, which owe their existence to the intermixture of the primary ones by tradition. End of section 90.
Part 2, Chapter 9, Section 91 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich STRAUSS, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, History of the Public Life of Jesus. Chapter 9, Miracles of Jesus. Section 91, Jesus considered as a worker of miracles. That the Jewish people in the time of Jesus expected miracles from the Messiah is in itself natural, since the Messiah was a second Moses and the greatest of the prophets, and to Moses and the prophets the national legend attributed miracles of all kinds. By later Jewish writings it is rendered probable, by our Gospels certain. When Jesus, on one occasion, had, without natural means, cured a blind and dumb demoniac, the people were hereby led to ask, "Is not this the son of David?" Matthew 12:23. A proof that a miraculous power of healing was regarded as an attribute of the Messiah. John the Baptist, on hearing of the works of Jesus, sent to him with the inquiry, "Art thou he that should come?" Jesus, in proof of the affirmative, merely appealed again to his miracles. Matthew 11:2 and following, and parallel passages. At the Feast of Tabernacles, which was celebrated by Jesus in Jerusalem, many of the people believed on him, saying, in justification of their faith, "When Christ cometh, will he do more miracles than these which this man hath done?" John 7:31. But not only was it predetermined in the popular expectation that the Messiah should work miracles in general,
The particular kinds of miracles which he was to perform were fixed, also in accordance with Old Testament types and declarations. Moses dispensed meat and drink to the people in a supernatural manner. Exodus chapter 16, verse 17. The same was expected, as the rabbins explicitly say, from the Messiah. At the prayer of Elisha, eyes were, in one case, closed, in another, opened supernaturally. 2 Kings chapter 6. The Messiah also was to open the eyes of the blind. By this prophet and his master, even the dead had been raised. 1 Kings chapter 17, 2 Kings chapter 4. Hence, to the Messiah also, power over death could not be wanting. Among the prophecies, Isaiah chapter 35, verses 5 and 6, compare with chapter 42, verse 7, was especially influential in forming this portion of the messianic idea. It is here said of the messianic times, "Then shall the eyes of the blind be opened, and the ears of the deaf unstopped. Then shall the lame man leap as a hart, and the tongue of the dumb shall sing." These words, it is true, stand in Isaiah in a figurative connection, but they were early understood literally, as is evident from the circumstance that Jesus describes his miracles to the messengers of John, Matthew chapter 11, verse 5, with an obvious allusion to this prophetic passage. Jesus, in so far as he had given himself out and was believed to be the Messiah, or even merely a prophet, had to meet this expectation when, according to several passages already considered, Matthew chapter 12, verse 38, chapter 16, verse 1, and parallel passages, his Pharisaic enemies required a sign from him, when, after the violent expulsion of the traders and money changers from the temple, the Jews desired from him a sign that should legitimate such an assumption of authority, John chapter 2, verse 18, and when the people in the synagogue at Capernaum, on his requiring faith in himself as the sent of God, made it a condition of this faith that he should show them a sign, John chapter 6, verse 30. According to the Gospels, Jesus more than satisfied this demand made by his contemporaries on the Messiah. Not only does a considerable part of the evangelical narratives consist of descriptions of his miracles, not only did his disciples, after his death especially, call to their own remembrance, and to that of the Jews, the miracles, signs, and wonders wrought by him. Acts chapter 2, verse 22, compare with Luke chapter 24, verse 19. But the people also were, even during his life, so well satisfied with this aspect of his character, that many believed on him in consequence. John chapter 2, verse 23, compare with chapter 6, verse 2, contrasted him with the Baptist, who gave no sign, John chapter 10, verse 41, and even believed that he would not be surpassed in this respect by the future Messiah, John chapter 7, verse 31. The above demands of a sign do not appear to prove that Jesus had performed no miracles, especially as several of them occur immediately after important miracles, for example, after the cure of a demoniac, Matthew chapter 12, verse 38, and after the feeding of the 5,000, John chapter 6, verse 30. This position indeed creates a difficulty, for how the Jews could deny to these two acts the character of proper signs, it is not easy to understand. The power of expelling demons, in particular, being rated very highly, Luke chapter 10, verse 17. The sign demanded on these two occasions must therefore be more precisely defined according to Luke chapter 11, verse 16. Compare with Matthew chapter 16, verse 1, Mark chapter 8, verse 11, as a sign from heaven. And we must understand it
to be the specifically messianic sign of the Son of Man in heaven. Matthew chapter 24, verse 30. If, however, it be preferred to sever the connection between these demands of a sign and the foregoing miracles, it is possible that Jesus may have wrought numerous miracles, and yet that some hostile Pharisees, who had not happened to be eyewitnesses of any of them, may still have desired to see one for themselves. That Jesus censures the seeking for miracles, John chapter 4, verse 48, and refuses to comply with any one of the demands for a sign, does not in itself prove that he might not have voluntarily worked miracles in other cases, when they appeared to him to be more seasonable, when, in relation to the demand of the Pharisees, Mark chapter 8, verse 12, he declares that there shall be no sign given to this generation, or Matthew chapter 12, verse 39 and following, chapter 16, verse 4, Luke chapter 11, verse 29 and following, that there shall no sign be given to it but the sign of Jonah the prophet. It would appear that by this generation, which in Matthew and Luke he characterizes as evil and adulterous, he could only mean the Pharisaic part of his contemporaries who were hostile to him, and that he intended to declare that to these should be granted either no sign at all, or merely the sign of Jonas, that is, as he interprets it in Matthew, the miracle of his resurrection, or, as modern expositors think, the impressive manifestation of his person and teaching. But if we take the words ou dothesetai auti, in the sense that his enemies were to obtain no sign from him, we encounter two difficulties. On the one hand, things must have chanced singularly if among the many miracles wrought by Jesus in the greatest publicity, not one fell under the observation of Pharisees. Moreover, Matthew chapter 12, verse 24 and following, and parallel passages, contradicts this, for there Pharisees are plainly supposed to be present at the cure of the blind and dumb demoniac. On the other hand, if signs personally witnessed are here intended, the enemies of Jesus certainly did not see his resurrection, or his person after he was risen. Hence, the above declaration cannot well mean merely that his enemies should be excluded from an actual sight of his miracles. There is yet another expedient, namely, to suppose that the expression ou dothesetai auti refers to a sign which should conduce to the good of the subject of which it is predicated. But all the miracles of Jesus happened equally with his original mission and his resurrection at once for the benefit of that subject, and the contrary, namely, in their object for its benefit, in their result not so. Nothing therefore remains but to understand the geneia of the contemporaries of Jesus generally, and the didosthai to refer to observation generally, mediate or immediate, so that thus Jesus would appear to have here repudiated the working of miracles in general. This is not very consistent with the numerous narratives of miracles in the Gospels, but it accords fully with the fact that in the preaching and epistles of the apostles, a couple of general notices excepted, Acts chapter 2, verse 22, chapter 10, verse 38 and following, the miracles of Jesus appear to be unknown, and everything is built on his resurrection, on which the remark may be ventured that it could neither have been so unexpected, nor could it have formed so definite an epoch, if Jesus had previously raised more than one dead person, and had wrought the most transcendent miracles of all kinds. This, then, is the question. Ought we, on account of the evangelical narratives of miracles, to explain away that expression of Jesus, or doubt its authenticity? Or ought we not, rather, on the strength of that declaration, and the silence of the apostolic writings, to become distrustful of the numerous histories of miracles in the Gospels. This can only be decided by a close examination of these narratives, among which, for a reason that will be obvious hereafter, we give the precedence to the expulsion of demons. End of section 91.